Paul?
The Audible? It was a Dan Campbell. Really? That's pretty cool.
Is he the person you most attribute this to? Like, it's not any one thing that you turn this franchise around. It's not any one person, but does he get most of the credit to you?
He gets most of the credit because he's the face of the franchise. But you can sit there and say, well, this person led to this person, led to this person. Now, he was hired before Brad Holmes. Brad Holmes, with obviously some input from other people, put the roster together. Chris Spielman, still under the radar. I would love to know exactly what his influence. I think it was pretty damn important. But it's Sheila. I mean,
you think so?
It is. She was the one who decided, to hire the right people, being Chris Spielman, which led to the interview with Dan Campbell, and then to Brad Holmes and all that. And she, whether intentionally or not, and I think it was intentional, she changed the culture of the organization, not just on the field. And we know when we talked about the Pistons and stuff, Gore's stuff, winning is the most important. But in that building, there used to be so many, fiefdoms, we called it, because this department would, say things about this, bad about this department. There was never synergy. They have synergy now. And when you have that much synergy, you look to the leader. And she is the leader. I remember everybody laughed at me when I said, and I've been, as Gov Noam will point out for the next few months, I've been wrong a hell of a lot more than I've been right. But I thought because she was younger than, obviously younger than her parents, but in that age frame where she grew up as a kid and saw week after week, year after year, and heard her parents getting booed and all that stuff, that she was going to be different because she was more modern. And she is.
I'll give her credit for this. She was part of the regime that chose to keep Patricia and Quinn 1 year too many. Remember the letter around Thanksgiving? And it was Martha was still technically the owner, but Sheila was part of that conversation. They were explaining to the media why they were going to come back. That was the wrong decision. Mm-hmm. The very next regime, she was faced with a similar spot. And she could have said at 1-6, this is going the way of the last regime, but she didn't.
No.
She stuck with these guys. She believed that they were going to be different. Who gets the most credit for this? 248-539-9797. Want to get some answers from Lions fans because there's plenty of credit to go around. It's 97.1. All right, Stoney, we've heard about how this Lions team is different going back to, before they even kicked off this season. Different is a division championship. Different is a home playoff game, first time in 30 years. If you have to explain Stoney, why things are different, how things are different. Who do you give that credit to?
I give most to the person on top because that's the person who usually gets most of the blame. And to me, Sheila started it. We have some ticket texts. As much trash has been talked about the Lions in the past, I don't want the world on our side after that. We are not the lovable losers like the Cubs. We'll see how much they love us when we play their team and our fans take over their stadiums. It's Detroit against everybody. One pride, baby. No outsiders. Go Lions.
We got two producers here that were fans of other NFC North teams that want in. You know, Greg, our producer.
Right.
He's not here this week, but, you know, remember we did the thing in the Austin. I want to get in. You know, and people resisted that. People were calling them out saying, you're not allowed.
Yeah.
You know, because they're attracted to, this is so likable.
Right.
What's happening.
It's a movement.
You want to be a part of it.
Yeah, people want to be part of this, and they're not going to get it the way that that lifers will.
No, not at all.
But you could be on the bandwagon, just not near the front.
For everything you just said about Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions, no coach should be thinking about leaving this team. They need to create a winning culture for years before they can go run something else. One winning season, two winning season doesn't mean that you're ready to go be a head coach of a program. Well, I agree to a certain extent, but for some reason, whatever reason, if it doesn't keep going, that assistant coach, whether it's Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, whoever, they might not get that opportunity again. And then Ben Johnson, if you believe what you read, is like going to demand or want $15 million a year. If somebody's going to pay him, he should take it.
My read on that was that's what it would take for him to coach the Carolina Panthers. Right? Because $15 million is a lot. Now, I could see him going to Carolina. It would need to be a fortune.
Right.
Would he leave for a more in line with the market deal to coach Justin Herbert?
Maybe.
Probably.
You would think so. Morning, guys. Stoney got too much sun, I believe. He was on vacation when everyone was calling for Aaron Glenn's job a week before Kirk Cousins would have thrown 600 yards last week if he was healthy. That's from Dave. Look, Aaron Glenn is coveted. He's had job interviews the last 2 years. I don't think the defense has been great. They've been opportune. They were opportune. We mentioned earlier in the show, Nick Mullins threw for a lot of yards against that team. Their secondary is not great, but they made important plays.
Yeah, think about this. The Vikings ran for 17 yards. The Lions have done a good job stopping the run going back to the midpoint of last season. What Aaron Glenn faced in the middle of this season was a defensive line that does not win one-on-one.
Right.
So what are you going to do? Well, for a while, they sat back and gave up big plays. And they're still going to give up big plays, but the solution has been blitz.
Yeah.
Speed them up. Force some turnovers. 4 of them. Listen, you deal with 400 yards against if you get 4 turnovers in the same game.
Right. If you're playing a fantasy league championship game this week or a playoff game and you have CeeDee Lamb on your team, you're smiling right now.
Yeah, he's going to pop a couple big plays.
Yeah.
But if Ife Melifonwu, and that's been the biggest tweak here, is blitzing, gets home, forces a fumble, or gets an interception, it's how you get a bad defense off the field. And maybe bad is too harsh, but there's deficiencies with this defense that I don't think they're going to fix in the next couple weeks.
What did everybody say before the season? If the offense can be as good as it was last year, well, it's pretty close. I don't think it's quite as good statistically. And the defense can just be middle of the pack, they will win the division.
I'll give it to you again. The Saints, 20th in points allowed when they won the Super Bowl. 2nd in turnovers forced with 39, including a big pick in that Super Bowl. Was it Tracy Porter against Peyton Manning?
Yes.
That's kind of the way this is going to have to be if they're going to go on a run.
No doubt. Let's say good morning to James on Cell. What's up, James?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm a relatively new listener to you guys. I moved up here about 3 years ago, man. And,
From where?
I was calling from Georgia.
Cool.
Yeah, and I was a Falcons fan for most of my life up until we blew that Super Bowl. And this last year, watching the Lions has really, I'm going to say it, I jumped on that bandwagon. I'm towards the back, though. It's reignited my love for the NFL, like watching NFL football, watching the Lions play this season, and just seeing the community get around them.
So when Desmond Ridder and the Falcons came into Ford Field this year, were you rooting for the Lions or the Falcons?
As much as my dad would hate to hear me say it, I was pulling for the Lions. I lost faith in my Falcons years ago.
That's a very familiar refrain.
But James, I want to give you a hard time here.
A couple Super Bowls.
I want to give you a hard time here. I don't mind that you're rooting for the Lions, but part of why Lions fans are on such a high right now is because they stuck with the Lions when times were really bad. Don't you feel like you're cheating yourself a little bit if the Falcons ever get good, that you gave up on them?
No, because I'm a Georgia Bulldogs fan, so I did my time of waiting. I could die happy. I watched my Bulldogs win a national championship. That's all I ever wanted.
How many are they going to beat Florida State by? 35?
I'm hoping we come out there with a bone to pick with everybody, because I still don't think that Alabama should have got into the national championship or the playoffs. I think we should be playing Michigan, but I'm not a part of the committee.
Well, James, they beat you.
If you would have beaten them, you would have won. You would have been playing.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Right.
But it's just, I don't know, man. I'm ready for the switch for the playoffs. The more teams will make it more interesting.
Thanks for the call, James.
Remember, the wide nine did have, if we were a 12-team playoff this year, who do you think wins it all? And we all said Georgia. No,
yes.
What do you say, Jim?
Not Georgia.
Okay.
Well, who's the answer?
I'd say Michigan.
Oh, wow. You're on that wagon.
Wow.
It is as open as it's ever been, though, so it's not like this great amount of conviction. But the idea, the SEC, not to take this in a tangent, the SEC is not peak SEC.
No,
this Georgia team is not as good as the last couple years.
True.
And this Alabama team is not as good as some of the teams that Saban has had.
Big Ten was even worse this year.
I'd point out the SEC in all their marquee non-conference games, they lost. So this idea that the supremacy that will always exist for the SEC, if there was a year for them not to win it, this would be the year. And if someone was going to take advantage of it, who but Michigan is best positioned to do that?
See, I agree with you if this was last year. I don't think Michigan's is good.
No, their offensive line isn't good, even presenter.
I think that's where our opinions differ significantly. Like, my big takeaway from the Ohio State game for me was I thought Sharon Moore called a perfect game. I honestly believe that. And if he'd made one or two decisions different, they wouldn't have won that game. And I don't think Michigan's offensive line is as good as
it's not.
Well, okay.
They got a special player, Will Johnson, on defense that he needs to make another play like that.
We also had a wide nine topic, I think, last week about, is this the most open playoff we've had? And the answer is it may be. Because if I'm Washington, I'm saying we're undefeated. We got an NFL quarterback. Right. If I'm Texas, we already beat Alabama. We're the best team maybe up front on both sides of the ball right now. It's as wide open a year as there's been. The idea that it's just automatically Georgia.
No. But
I reject that.
See, we've worked with Jimmy too long. I actually go to him now. Like, I went to him after these matchups got settled, and I did this the last couple of years. I'm like, does Michigan have a chance? And he's like, pfft. And it was
no,
I could picture
it. It was so great.
I mean, he doesn't tell anybody that one of his daughters, her middle name is Feinbaum.
I bet he has Feinbaum's autograph.
248-539-9797. Jacob, get us back on track. We're talking about the Lions and why this team is different.
Hey, I was just going to say, fellas, we were getting off topic for a second. We got to go back to the Lions. We got to talk about this NFC championship. I'm telling you right now, I have been alive for 30 years, okay? And I was born a Lions fan. I was bred into it. My dad told me everything about Barry Sanders. I was born in 1994. Been watching this team go up, down, left, right, hiring the wrong people. So I got to say this. Sheila Ford is the absolute best person in the world because she hired Brad Holmes, and Brad Holmes made moves this year that we haven't seen. I know everybody was judging the running back, but I've been saying for years we got to trust that run game.
Oh, yeah.
Brad Holmes, think about this, Jacob. Look at his drafts going back to year one. Year one, Penei Sewell, Aleem McNeil, Ife Melifonwu, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Derek Barnes.
Dude.
I know.
Talk.
That alone is a foundation, but then he stacks on top of it Aiden Hutchinson, Jamison Williams, who's coming along now.
Brian Branch, Aiden Hutchinson, when he made that move, I knew they were trying to do something different in this city. I knew they were doing something because it's like it's like, hey, you would be so lucky to have a guy that was born here in Michigan, probably watched himself from like the Michigan sidelines. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he was watching on Sunday right after they got a championship, watching the Lions get beat. And he was just like, man, if I just had the opportunity, you know what I'm saying? And it's been The day I knew my opinion changed was the day I went to the New Year's Day Lions versus Bears game, where they won 41-10, and Aiden Hutchinson sacked Justin Fields for like 5 times before the half. I don't remember the number of sacks. It was just incredible to watch. And then I find out that we got a running back that is from Alabama that, like, I'm sorry, boys, Alabama's a hardcore team. When you get somebody from that team, it's something special. I know everybody doubted it when it first started, but come on. Jahmyr Gibbs has been freaking amazing.
He has been really good. There's no doubt about it. And thanks for the call, Jacob. I mean, we asked last week, would you rather have Carter or Gibbs and Laporta?
Yeah.
And it's a tough. I mean, I'm still in the Carter. But I don't know, man.
The thing with Gibbs, it was never a question of whether or not he was going to be dynamic from day one. If you watched even a little bit of college football, you knew he was a dynamic playmaker, and you knew behind a good offensive line, he was going to be set up for an explosive season.
Yes.
The question was always the longevity of a pick, a running back with shorter careers, those fireworks that burn very bright and fade very quickly. Long term, was it the right move? I still think there's a case that long-term it wasn't the right move, but short-term...
Short-term is great.
It's been unbelievable, even better than I think the optimists thought it would be. He's as dangerous a running back in the NFL as anybody not named Christian McCaffrey. Right. And that's stunning for this team.
I mean, going into the draft, I thought they should, do whatever, defensively, whatever, and take Spears from Tulane in like rounds 2 or 3.
He's been very good.
He's been very good. You don't need to... But, man, Gibbs and the two of them, if anybody thought... Now, he played well again in their last game, but after his first 3 games, he's been more pedestrian. If anybody thought, and there were people who thought that Williams and Swift were a better duo than Gibbs and Montgomery, think again.
The best duo is in Detroit.
Yeah.
Yeah, the best duo in the NFL in the backfield is in Detroit with the Lions.
And the Lions don't miss Jamal Williams at all.
Not even a little bit. Lions, he mentioned chase for the NFC Championship. The 1 seed would go a long way. Coming up next, the odds to land the 1 seed. Sound about right to you? It's 97.1.
Hey, 2023 may be winding down, but you can be revving up in a brand new Chevy from Sarah Whalen Chevrolet. Hurry in now during their Red Tag sale and take advantage of $500 bonus cash on popular models like the legendary Silverado or the award-winning Equinox. And because they're the #1 volume Chevy dealer in the world, Sarah Whalen has a huge inventory of brand new Silverados and Equinoxes arriving daily that are ready for you to take home today. That's why they're always #1. So hurry into Sarah Whalen today during the Red Tag sale. Get 2024 off to a great start. Sarah Whalen Chevrolet, 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Call 800-WHALEN-1 or go to sarahwhalen.com. Find new roads. 248-539-9797. Some more ticket text. They had a great season with running back last year because it was the offensive line that did it all. It's not the running backs, it's the offensive line. Almost any running back will succeed behind those monsters up front. Lions actually got worse because they drafted Gibbs, because look at what they gave up. A Pro Bowl corner and a Pro Bowl defensive tackle on the board. They could have kept Swift and had the same production. Maybe for this year, they could have had the same production. Swift, John always said he was going to have a great year because it was contract year. So he's talking about what? Gonzalez, I assume?
Yeah.
He had a great year before he got hurt.
Yeah.
And Jalen Carter, obviously. That's why I said I still think Carter is what they should have done. But it's so nice to talk about the number 1 seed, not the number 1 pick next year. That's from Tom and Schomburg. And this was not from Paul Serra. Mostert and Chain are the best duo in the league.
I mean, they are a better duo, but
But you did not send that text in.
no, I did not.
Okay.
Yeah, you could definitely say that.
On the number 1 seed discussion, we've discussed scenarios for over a week now. The likelihood that it happens, New York Times has their interactive playoff model with odds, 6% chance that the Lions land the 1 seed. Sound about right?
Yeah. I don't see them winning in Dallas, and I don't see
The Niners losing.
San Francisco losing.
Yeah, there'll be time to talk about Dallas
San Francisco
this week.
plays who? The Commanders this week?
Yeah, and then the Rams.
The Commanders. What a...
I know. You go, they're going west to east, but the Commanders are done.
Oh, they're awful.
Terrible.
I mean, they got blown out by the Jets.
Well, I think they ended up making it look closer, but it was not a close game.
No.
Lions, Dallas this week. Dallas is coming off back-to-back losses. They have yet to lose at home. They win at home by more than 3 touchdowns a game. Detroit's coming off back-to-back emotional wins. This is where you get a team playing their A game at home. The Lions, if they only play their B game on the road, there's a reason the spread's 6 points. They lose this week. 1 seed stuff's off the table. And then you're talking about the 2 or the 3, and likely the 3 is where they would be locked in at that point. That's the most likely scenario for the Lions, is that they're the 3 seed. Then they get their home playoff game, and we go from there. Stoney, one of the ticket texters said they've had a great season, or this has been a season's not over.
No.
I'm curious where you are at. Is this already a success?
Yeah. Because now I know you can say, well, expectations should change. Okay, fine. My expectations going into this season was that they'd be 10-7 and win the division.
Okay.
That was my expectation. So in some sense, they've actually exceeded because they won 11 games. So for me, while I will be pissed off beyond whatever if they lose the home playoff game, I think it's a successful season. I might not have the satisfaction at the end that I now crave.
I had them at 12 wins, and I had them winning a division and winning a playoff game.
Well, okay. So by your preseason, first of all, you'll probably get to 12.
Probably.
Depending on how they play
and I'm
the
not,
last
listen,
game.
at this point, I'm not going to complain if it's only 11.
Right. They did win the division. You have a home playoff game, and you have to win it. So you're close.
To me, Stoney, it would just feel like they wasted a home playoff game. Something that is so precious that it has happened one time in my life, and I was not even a year old. The idea that they would have this home playoff game, be favored in a loud snake pit of a venue for the other team to play in, and they would lose? I don't know that I would use the word success. Now, I can't call it a failure. They won the division.
No.
But I feel like I'd be in this weird purgatory where it's the best season of my life, but they failed in a moment that they had been set up to win all season long.
Then you sit there and say, well, were they really as good as the team that lost in the first?
Right. And then you invite that conversation into the offseason,
Yes.
which nobody wants.
No.
Nobody wants the uncertainty, and maybe they're not as good, and they have to take the hard look in the mirror. You want the home playoff win. You want to do something they haven't done in more than 30 years.
But you know what, Jim? You're going to get that no matter what. Even for some people, not for me.
Okay.
Where, let's say, hypothetically, they beat Seattle or the Rams, okay? And then have to go on the road and lose to Philly or San Francisco or whatever, okay? People are going to sit there and say, yeah, great, they won against a team they should have beat at home, and then when they had to go on the road and show how good they are, they didn't. You'll have those people will be all over the place, okay? They will. And I remember it was actually Matt Patricia who said, we had a little media thing, he said, the goal is to win the freaking Super Bowl. And if you don't win the Super Bowl, your season is not a success. Now, I don't agree with him on that because especially where you come from, you have to take baby steps. There are very few teams that can go from worst to first and, to win a Super Bowl, kind of like the Greatest Show on Turf did. There are very few that can do that. Cincinnati could have if they would have won the Super Bowl. But
here's the difference. If they lose in the second round of the playoffs on the road against a better team, you don't feel like they fell short of expectations.
No.
If they lose the home playoff game, it will feel like they fell short of expectations.
To yours. Yes.
Oh, to mine. And it's each their own. You guys fill it in. 248-539-9797. Is it already a success? Stoney says yes.
Yeah. I mean, they won their division. I mean, I know I'm looking at them through a different prism than I would look at a team that historically is very good, who wins divisions consistently. Like if you're a Steelers fan, lately it hasn't been good, but still, winning a division means nothing to you.
Or if you're a Niners fan.
Yes. I mean, you do that all the time. I mean, Philly, people are freaking out over the Eagles even when they win games. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but they were 9-8 2 years ago, like the Lions were last year.
Right.
They did get in as the 7th seed and lost. And then
the
they
very
made,
next year.
And they made a big leap.
Right.
Guess what? They didn't win it last year.
I know.
Okay, so it's so hard. In the end, something's going to have to break your way. I think that what the word they've taken off the table is failure.
Yes.
No matter what happens the rest of the way, this season is not a failure.
Right, because going into even the Minnesota game, you sit there, oh, my God. If they lose out and they don't win the division, that's when all this stuff is going through people's minds, and they took care of it. It was painful to watch, but they took care of it. Follow the ball, Kaminsky. But yes.
I was going to say, you're not a Lions fan. If it wasn't in the back of your head, they're going to regret that fumble, that they didn't fall on it.
Or the missed extra point was going to kill you.
Or the 3rd and 27 would forever be a phrase. Remember, 3rd and 27 would be forever tattooed into your skull.
It was on a silver plate, vintage SOL ending.
Yes.
But they made the play
and
to
that's
win.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
Right.
And you know what the difference was? Ife Melifonwu. I know it's one play,
Yes.
but that's a guy they drafted in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
That's a credit to Holmes, but it's also, it didn't happen right away. Took a couple seasons. A credit to Dan Campbell not giving up on a guy, developing a guy, Aaron Glenn, putting him in position. Ife Melifonwu, one play, but it symbolizes all the little things that have been adding up over a couple years.
That game was everything in the past was set up.
Yep.
Okay?
Backup QB.
Well, you're sitting there saying, oh, my God, Brian Branch, how do you drop that interception and you could have run it? That could have been a pick six, okay? And then the one where he'd been better off batting it down, he catches the ball and you lose 25 yards of field position. It was everything that was Lions historically was going on. Missed extra point, the 3rd and 20, everything. And we had a happy ending.
The longer that they don't do the SOL thing, the more it'll go away in people's minds.
He
over
said
time.
it, Jim. He said it. I'm not saying
it's the truth. And the older you are, the more you think about it.
I know.
You can hear in Jim's reflection in your voice when you talk about a home playoff game. It's a little different for me. I've seen one. I've been to one. I've been to the home playoff win. So it is special because of what we've been through. But your exuberance, I can tell. I think the most important thing that happened this season was what happened in Chicago. The head coach, Dan Campbell, I think if you can hear it in his voice, it was slipping away. And they came back home and he said, we gotta get back to who we are. Opened up competition in practice again, and you're seeing the results. Sense of urgency. You could hear the urgency in his voice after that game. And by the Tuesday that he was on the air with you guys, he was collected, PC, different man. But because of his authenticity, this thing was getting away from this team at that point in the season, and teams galvanize themselves and going on. The best thing for this team right now is they're as healthy as anybody in this league. Stay that way. And we might see the impossible.
Believe in the impossible. Or believe in the invisible. Isn't that what Rod Marinelli said? Oh, God.
You blame me for bringing up the acronym.
Well, hey.
You brought up Rod Marinelli twice today, I think.
No. Just
one. Rieger did yesterday. That's two straight. I know Marinelli's come up the last 2 days, right?
Okay, yeah, I just brought it up. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. The flip side is what was on display last night downtown. We'll get into that. 97 won the ticket. All right, 248-539-9797. I do want to mention this because I was away when, unfortunately, this happened. Condolences. We lost, everybody knows. Ken Calvert passing away last week was just devastating to his friends, people who have known him over the years as the great broadcaster, the great PA announcer for the Pistons during the bad boy days, and just a friend of ours that great guy, really good friends with Jamie from their days at CSX. So to Ann Calvert and all the friends that Ken Calvert had over the years, condolences. This one really stung a lot. Anyway, speaking of his Pistons, unusual segue, but that said, the Pistons lost again last night. As most people know.
Really?
Yeah. But they did cover 118 to 112 to the New Jersey, the Brooklyn Nets. It was a weird game that set history with 27 straight losses. 28 will be coming up against the Boston Celtics.
Yep, with Thursday night, right?
I'm not giving them percentage chances of winning that game, 0.0. It's really, really sad. I mean, Cade Cunningham had a really good game after playing, I should say, at a really good half.
Yeah.
Because he was like non-existent in the first half. And you need your great players to play great all the time. He had 41 points, 15 and 21, 9 rebounds, 5 assists. He was really good. But he still, as good as he was, missed 2 free throws in a row down the stretch. He had a ridiculous turnover where they got caught for 24-second violation where he didn't know that he had 1.9 seconds left and he didn't even get a shot attempt. Monty Williams screwed up when they're down 5 and instead of riding Cade, he calls a play for Alec Burks, who was not having a really good game. And it just was a typical thing. They went up, I believe it was 97-92 with like 7 minutes left in the game. And Bally's puts up a freaking graphic that says win probability. Pistons 51, Nets 49%. And I said, that's it. The game's over. And the Nets won on a 13-0 run, and the Pistons tried to recover, and they couldn't. And I feel bad for the players. No, I don't feel bad for millionaires, but you know what I'm saying. Because most of them, they are trying their hardest. They just have a bad roster. It's put together poorly, without thought, or I should say without good critical thinking of what you need in today's NBA. The coaching, they're not getting what they paid for. Some of this is on him. I'm not saying fire the coach, but it's just been an organizational failure, and it's an embarrassment to drive into work on this, and here in WWJ on the CBS National News, after all, stuff going on with Hamas and this and then, oh, by the way, in Detroit, and they play a cut from, the Yes Network with Ian Eagle, the voice of the Nets. The Detroit Pistons lose 27 in a row. It's like,
I heard it in 3 different places 10 minutes into my commute coming in. I heard on WWJ at 4:30. I heard it on CBS Sports Radio that we broadcast overnight, doing a topic, worst teams in sports history, all tied to the Pistons. It's just.
By the way, the Lions 0-16 is worse. However, like I mentioned, Monty Williams.
What about 2-80? 2-80 or 0-16?
0-16 is worse.
You think so?
The zero, yes, the zero just, if you can't win one game, I don't care. 0-16 means it's 0.0.
If you lose 80 games in a season, I think that's worse than losing 16. I'm not great with math, but I think 80 is worse.
Yeah, but 2 is better than 0, right?
My point is, if you have so many chances,
I can't believe
over
we're
the course,
arguing about this.
I know this is the point we've reached, Stoney. But you said Monty Williams isn't going to be fired. You're not arguing to fire the coach. He won't because he just signed that deal.
Right.
But if this was a situation where he hadn't been paid the most of any coach in basketball, a team that has lost 27 in a row, that's typically fire the coach territory.
Yes.
The guy who has been here longer, the general manager, we are way past fire the GM territory. And yet they just continue to operate as though this isn't happening to them. As if, hey, we've got flexibility and great young pieces, and we're not going to sink the ship. The ship is at the bottom of the ocean. This is as bad as it's ever been in the history of the franchise, and the only person who doesn't get it is the owner.
And we'll get to his ridiculous comments in a second. The only reason I think, I could be completely wrong here, that Troy Weaver still has a job is because some of the moves that have not worked out were done by people above him, meaning either the owner or Arn Tellem. Because, and coincidentally, we'll get to those words that you spoke of. Arn Tellem's name was not mentioned.
You think he's going to be the change here?
Maybe.
Speculative.
I have no idea because I just thought it was kind of weird that his name was not mentioned at all. We'll get to those quotes in a second. I do want you to hear from the head coach after last night's game, thanks to Bally Sports Detroit. Here's Monty Williams. And finally, if the losing streak has weighed on his players. Now, I'm sure when, I'm not even going to use the word you'll probably use, they do win a game.
If.
Yeah, that's the word. All of a sudden, you know, the cliche monkey off the back, and whatever, they will be lifted and they'll be playing a lot freer. But it's just awful. I know you talk about the comments of the owner, Tom Gores. Now, as you know, I was on vacation and I couldn't believe what I was reading over my phone. I was like, oh, wow, Gores spoke.
Hey.
Okay, good. It's about time. However, and I don't know who told him to do this. I don't know if it was Pistons PR, which I doubt. I think it was more the Platinum PR people. That he only spoke to select media, meaning the beat writers. I have no idea if the columnists, I'm sure Keith Langlois of Pistons.com was included. I don't know who else was in there. But on a Friday, on a holiday weekend, that's when this interview is done or dropped. Makes no sense. But what really rankles people is that the owner seems out of touch with what his main responsibility is. It's great that the Pistons are leaders in this community. I'm not being facetious about that. It's really cool what they do. That has been there since he took over. That was one of his main deals when he took the team. And I get it. But to say, basically, except for winning, everything's been great. Excuse me? Except winning? What are you here for? You're here to win. You should be up there. If you're going to speak, you should say, this is unacceptable. I apologize to the fans of Detroit. This is not why I bought this team. It's been a complete embarrassment. He's got to own up. It's his ball game. It's his ball. And I don't care whether he lives in Beverly Hills, California, or he lives in Beverly Hills, Michigan. It doesn't make a difference. It's his team, and it's his job as the owner of this team, the caretaker of the franchise, to make sure that this is not a freaking embarrassment. And since his ownership, this organization has been an embarrassment. And I can't say it any nicer.
The quote was, if you put aside winning, we've made a very big difference in the community. One problem, this is not a charity. This is a professional sports team. You could do a lot in the community and not own a sports team. You could be a philanthropist, a billionaire with Michigan roots that gives back whenever you want, however you want, and it would be well received. Mm-hmm. When you own a team, you are judged by the performance of that team. It's not a charity. You're charging money to go into these games and putting this product out there. And Stoney, you said he seemed out of touch. You know, he was in town, I believe, on Wednesday, didn't end up doing this until Friday. I wonder if he felt compelled to do it because of that Jazz game Thursday night.
Maybe.
But my
where
point
the
is,
sell the team chants were at its loudest.
Yes, and that's what led to the comment about the community and all that. But it feels like he's doing this because he has to, not because he wants to. It's not like he was personally embarrassed by the play to where he came out and said something. It felt like reactionary. He wasn't proactive. Yet in his comments, he says, we're diving in pretty hard. We're probably 2 weeks ahead of you guys. Tom, it feels like the opposite. It feels like you're late to the party, the last to arrive, if at all, to what's going on to your team. And you say change is coming, but I'm just saying in terms of Monty and Troy and all that stuff, they'll be in place. So then you're not serious about this. And that's why, Stoney, as much as it hurts the development of the young players, as much as I see Cade wearing it, right, he was almost tearing up against Utah at the end of the game, as much as it grinds and wears down the players, I'm rooting for losses because this guy still doesn't get it. The fact that it's headlines everywhere and he still doesn't get it. Stoney, I am rooting for it. I know that's a black mark, but something's got to change. And apparently 27 isn't enough. It's going to take 28. It's going to take 29. It might take 80. What's it going to take, Tom? Fire your GM who has buried this roster. Fire somebody. Do something. Don't do this. The news dump on a Friday night holiday weekend with an extended into Monday Christmas. Don't do this to select media under the cover of darkness. That's soft. That's weak. And if you're going to do it, say something. Because Stoney, what did he actually say?
Nothing.
Change is coming without anything specific. We're working on it. Community and stuff. The one thing that he said that everybody's mad about is when you put aside winning. Don't even do it. Don't even speak.
Right.
I can't believe I'm saying that because we were begging to hear him speak. Don't even speak if you're going to say that. Save yourself the time.
Besides winning. I mean, I know it's cliche, but hey, Mrs. Lincoln, did you enjoy the play? Hey, Jackie, how was that parade in Dallas? Seriously, what else is there to do? There is no... Show me the law that says a professional owner cannot be great in the community and have a winning team. You can do both. It's not against the law. 97 won the ticket.
All right, here we are. Piston basketball, 27 in a row. Stoney, you're not rooting for it like me.
No.
You don't want to see them
No.
break the record set by the Sixers way back.
Yes. Those fabulous Philadelphia 76ers of my youth. I went through this once as a kid.
How does it feel the second time around?
It's not too good. It's not too good.
What were they, 9 and
9 and
73?
73.
Yeah.
The 9 and 73ers with Fred Carter.
And you are of the belief that this team will win double-digit games this year?
I don't know. I think they'll win at least 7.
Okay.
And then we'll go from there. But
See, I really think right now I would, if I had to give me a range to pick, I think somewhere between 10 and 13. Like I do think they at some point we're legitimately going to flirt with the 9 and 73.
I need you to understand that would mean that they win 8+ games. They have won, what is it, 4 of their last 60
since the trade deadline,
Yes.
I think. Right?
Yeah.
Something
I know that
They
And
are
it sounds
pacing.
crazy, but I still think they have a pretty long homestand in January. Some friendly teams come in here. We've already done that bit. I do think that it's the NBA, okay, and you just find wins in this league because other teams are load managing.
Tom,
I know it's
Tom, that
happening.
makes sense. It makes total sense. You get team maybe resting their 2 best players, playing on a back-to-back. Oh, wait, that was Utah last week.
They're playing
But
games.
yeah, but
They
you're-
will win. Some of these games they played against the Jazz and last night the Nets they will win these games against a couple teams coming up here.
But
I
you're
think the
forgetting
problem
one
is-
thing. You're
yes.
forgetting one major thing. And you said it, you read the quote. Change is coming in 2 weeks. So somebody's coming here to change this.
I don't know if he said 2 weeks, but change is coming.
You know, Stoney made the point earlier. The team is whole, really, for the first
Right.
time, and they have been playing. You got to say, if you're looking for something to grab onto, my God, you're asking me to be positive.
Yeah.
They are playing a little bit better, and I always go back to one of the things I was fascinated with when the Bulls set the record back in the day, 72-10, and that's been broken by Golden State since. But at one point in the season, the Bulls were 41-3, and I'm like. I was like, this isn't mathematically sustainable. And I really don't believe, deep in your heart, you believe it's 0.0, don't you, that it's 2-80?
I don't think it's 0.
That's unbelievable.
Oh, come on. Really?
Guys, you said like, hey, some nights you're going to catch someone on an off night. I feel like they already have several times over where several stars sit and it doesn't matter. And you know what dynamic has set in now? The other team late in the game
They
doesn't want to be the
Right.
team.
That's
so
true.
even if they sleepwalk through 3.5 quarters, they go, hold on, this team's not going
All
to play
right.
any defense. We can't
Jim,
lose to them.
You do forget one thing. They do play the Spurs twice.
Right.
So you think they can at least get one of them, right?
Well, the Spurs were on a long losing streak. They lost 18 in a row, and then they did this crazy thing.
They won a game.
They won a game.
Yeah, I know.
They beat the Lakers, didn't they?
I think you're right, yeah. They're on fire in that game.
Some ticket text. Selling the team isn't going to make them better. How about telling him you want him more involved? No billionaire is going to sell a cash cow. No, I don't want him more involved.
There's
that
almost
that
a
doesn't bother me that he doesn't seem to know much about basketball. That's okay.
But did you read? He's also apparently talking rotations with the coaching staff. There is a sweet spot about more involvement. It's like enough to where you care and you're active, and when things get bad, you step in, but not so much to where you're sitting there with a whiteboard on the phone going, I think we should run some more horn sets. You don't want that.
Is Sheila going to Campbell and saying, we need to get J-Mo involved?
Yeah. Gordon says, Jerry Jones, can someone tell Gores you don't have to own a team to do good things in the community? You can continue to do these things and sell the team to someone who cares. Eric in Madison Heights says, Stoney, you're alone here. 2-80 would be far worse than 0-16. I completely disagree. You think the loss number is more important than the win number.
Well, it involves a 79-game losing streak, Stoney.
That's so.
That's like DiMaggio-esque.
I know.
By the way, we were looking up cross-sport losing streaks just to get some perspective,
Yes.
because the belief is the Pistons will lose the next 2, which would be,
Definitely the next one.
okay, at least the next 1. And if they lose the next 2, they would have the NBA mark regardless of multi-season.
Yeah.
In sports, the only other thing we could find comparable is in hockey. In the 1980-81 season, the Winnipeg Jets went 30 games without a win.
Right.
There were ties, but
Correct.
they went winless for 30 games in hockey, the Winnipeg Jets.
Yes.
Now, if the Pistons haven't played an overtime game, isn't that what you looked up earlier?
Yeah, they also
'Cause you're
have-
looking to see if they could have tied.
Yeah,
if they didn't
technically like a tie. Yeah.
Yes.
Those shootouts in the NBA.
Shootouts in the NBA, yeah.
Layup lines.
Yes.
Well, they wouldn't win the shootout from 3.
Change is coming. Vegas Pistons?
No.
No. I don't care how bad it is. You never want to see one of your teams leave. Never. Unless, no. Never.
Yeah, what was he going to say?
I don't know what he was going to
I was going to
say.
say, unless you guarantee me you have a new team right away that year. I don't want to go through the Cleveland where you didn't know. No, never.
No, not from. I mean, this is a proud franchise.
Right?
Won 3 championships in my lifetime. It's pretty sweet.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, because we were debating a little bit.
Yeah.
What's worse, 0-16 or 2-80?
2-80.
Thank you.
You're right. I guess I'm on an island here. To me, the 0. If you can't win one game.
Yeah, but you only get. I mean, that year you only had 16 of them. And
Right.
in the NFL, we can agree it's pretty hard to win in the NFL. I can understand. They get some bad. We've seen some bad teams. It's hard to go 0-16. It's only been done twice. But the NBA, in today's NBA, with load management and just the constant barrage of injuries and everything, I mean, people will sit out games all the freaking time.
I know.
You've got golden opportunities to win that are presented. You've got teams that are flat out offering it. Just take it today. All right, we're just going through the motions. Take the game. We got a big one tomorrow night. We're not worried about this one tonight.
I'm just doing
Have at it.
simple math, the percentages.
Well, I hate math, so
Me too.
I'll
Believe me.
I'll go with the
Hey,
2-79 or whatever.
Stoney, if they played 82 games, the Lions, what do you think their record would have been that year?
Wow. I don't know. 0-82. I don't know. They probably would have won one. They had some close games. The Pistons have had a few close games.
Yeah.
You know what would be parallel? If Cade Cunningham, if Pistons are up by 1 with like 10 seconds left, he gets the inbounds and steps out of bounds like Orlovsky did in the end zone of
It
Minnesota.
would be similar to it for sure.
Well,
It's
they had a little moment last night. They had a fast break, and Alec Burks threw it into somebody's face. I can't even remember who it
Yes,
was
and
now.
hit him in the head.
And then the New Jersey transitioned and got a 3.
Or Brooklyn, yes. I did the same thing.
I tell you, man, the last like 30 seconds of the game last
I
night
know.
were so bad.
I know.
I mean, you're down by 5. They call the timeout with 37 or whatever left, and they inbound the ball, and Cade Cunningham was just red hot, and it's Alec Burks that takes this long 3-point shot. I am so damn frustrated with the NBA's insistence on saying you have to shoot 3-pointers. When you're losing like the Pistons are losing, just give me 2-pointers all day long. They're better shots. You make them a much higher percentage, and I'm not going to be frustrated watching the team launch 3-pointers and miss them.
Unless you're Jaden Ivey, you can't make an 8-footer.
Well, that's a whole other issue with Jaden Ivey right now. He's completely lost. But I mean, I'm sick of it. I'm over it. And there are only like 2 or 3 guys on the Pistons that should have the green light to shoot a 3-pointer. Everybody else, nope. Sorry, you're wide open for a 3. Congratulations, pass the ball.
What do you guys have coming up next?
I will be discussing the Pistons game last night because I think it's probably the last time for us to offer up any kind of passion for the team because now the record is theirs. It's theirs
22-8, baby. They were up 22-8.
I know. We're up by 14 points in the first quarter.
Yeah, no.
It's basketball. A game of streaks, as I've been told. We'll also talk a little bit about the Lions and you see getting healthier. Does that mean getting better?
We hope so. Carson Anderson coming up next. Gator Elodie, 97.1 The Ticket.
All right, I'm going to start the show as a miserable person because that's what I am right now. I'm absolutely miserable. And no, it's not entirely because the Pistons lost their NBA record-setting 27th game in a row to start the season. Although it's not to start the season. They did start off 2-1, and now they're 2-28. It's not that. That doesn't help. But I don't know what happened to me yesterday. At some point, I noticed that my back was starting to bother me. And then last night, at some point, it became bad. Like bad where it's my lower right part of the back is achy to the point where I can't get comfortable. And then it shoots down, the pain shoots down the side of my right leg. Just the upper part of the leg. I am miserable. Tried going to bed early last night. Watched the Pistons game. Was watching the news a little bit afterwards. It's like 11:15. I'm going to bed. Tried to go to bed. I think I fell asleep somewhere around midnight. And I woke up at 4:30 and could not sleep. Rolled around, flipped around, did everything I could not sleep. And then it's 6:50, and normally I get up much later than 6:50. I just said, screw it, I'm up. Take a nice hot shower, focused one of the jets in the shower right on my lower back, hoping that's going to help out. It didn't really help. Came into work earlier today. I was here in the station, 8:15 or whatever time it was, and I immediately went over to the to the back of the building where we have some Planet Fitness massage chairs. Went and sat in one of those for I think it was 10 minutes. Turned that thing on, and it felt great. I mean, it was really kneading in there, and I'm like, oh, that feels good. It feels good. But unfortunately, it comes to an end, and then you got to get up out of the chair. And I was starting to walk. I'm like, I feel better. I feel better. And then 10 minutes later, yikes. Now, normally I have a trick that helps with back pain. When I've thrown my back out, wrenched it doing something stupid, like, when you get old, anything can do it, like putting on a pair of socks. Normally, when it happens like that, I use the football method. And I've passed this on to anybody that'll listen that has a back problem. I said, listen, here's what I do. If I have lower back pain, I take a football and I put it between my back, I'm doing right now, and the back of the chair, the seat of the chair, and it kind of compresses everything. And I can lean into it. And it does give really, actually feels pretty good right now. And it gives some relief. But this is a different kind of back pain right now, and it's really pissing me off. So anyway, for those that are watching on Twitch, you can watch the show. We live stream it on twitch.tv. Search for 971 Ticket, and you can see this. But I just placed the football behind the back, and I'm leaning on it. So I'm miserable, but I'm trying to get through it. I'll be okay. There are far greater issues going on than my back, so I'll be all right at some point. I'm just not happy about it. Anyway, what we do have to talk and complain about are the Detroit Pistons. Now, this may be the last time we discuss the Pistons for a long time, until a trade is made, until some sort of change is made, until the team owner comes out and speaks publicly again. I don't know. This feels like this is going to be a while before we talk about the Pistons again, because frankly, they're miserable. They're a lot worse than my back is. Watching the game last night, and I think there were a lot of people watching the game last night. I'm not sure what people were watching for. I mean, you're watching for one of a couple reasons. I'm not sure what the majority of people fell into it last night. I watched because I wanted them to snap the streak. I wanted them to win. I didn't want them to have this all alone, because it sucks to have that all alone. I mean, this is the scarlet letter, man. You don't want this. And here they are. They're playing, and I can't really fault the players. They're playing their asses off, right? They're just not talented enough to close out games. They don't have any veteran leadership. They have no veteran leadership. I think they've got a good coach, but this coach is tasked with a near impossible job, which is trying to turn this team into a winning team when you don't have the veteran leadership. And these guys are learning it on the fly, but they're so young. They're in their third year, most of these guys, or less, when it comes to the core group. It's tough. I feel for them. They get to a 14-point lead, but it's in the first quarter, and that's going to change because that's basketball. That's how it works. And it changed. It flipped by the quarter. Pistons led by 6 after the first quarter. Well, then then it goes to a 7-point deficit at halftime because they give up 36 points to Brooklyn in the second quarter. Pistons come out firing in the third quarter, outscore them 31-27. And then they get outscored in the fourth quarter 40-27. They tried. Cade Cunningham put the team on his back in the second half of the game. And he was brilliant in the second half. Scored 41 points. What was it? 37 of them in the second half or whatever it was? Problem was, where was he in the first half? Well, in the first half, he's trying to get other players involved and to varying degrees of success. Certainly in the first quarter, it worked. Jalen Duren was working. Hey, welcome back, Jalen Duren. But then it kind of, blows up a little bit in the second quarter because they bring out a bunch of bench players and they're not getting the job done. Everything's going to hell in a handbasket. And then they come out in the second half and they play better in the second half, but not good enough. And actually, they outscored Brooklyn 58-57 in the second half. I should say, 58-57. But it wasn't good enough. And at the end of the game, you're seeing a lot of weird things happen. Alec Burks launching a long 3-point shot when you're down by 5 with 34 seconds left or whatever it was, after Cade Cunningham had been driving to the lane and picking up easy twos. And the Pistons were hacking away at Brooklyn. They'd go to the free throw line, and the Nets weren't making their free throws. They made 27 out of 43 free throws. It's less than 63%. That's not good. You can play that free throw game, and it was actually working in the Pistons' favor. So that was a mistimed three. Although, it came out of a timeout. I'm assuming that was the play that was called. So I'm scratching my head on that. And then he had some back-to-back really strange passes that took place where guys weren't ready for it. And you had a missed free throw by the Nets, and it wasn't rebounded by the Pistons. And it's just it was just too much. Everything coming together, and they just don't have the right team. And it's unfortunate, too, because it seemed like there was a good crowd there last night. I don't know what the percentage was, what the actual, how many people were actually there. What they're going to say, attendance-wise. They're going to say it was pretty packed because the tickets sold. And according to that, there were over almost 20,000 fans. Under capacity, 97% of capacity. I don't know how many were actually there, but I'm guessing it was still pretty packed because it looked that way. And it seemed loud. But this is the question I want to ask the people. 248-539-9797. What are your feelings now? Now they own the record. It's all theirs, right? Pistons have it. They're not getting towards the record. They're not sharing the record. They have the record. It's all theirs. And by all counts, it looks like they're going to expand on this 27-game losing streak. And who knows when it's going to end. 248-539-9797. Same number to text us as well. What are you thinking right now with this team? Was last night that was the peak of your interest in the team? They didn't win the game. They lost. They have the record, and now you're done. Or are you like, okay, maybe this is something to build off of. I'm watching because of Cade, or I'm watching to see the young guys play. Jalen Duren comes back last night. His first game back, he grabs 15 rebounds. He scores 12 points. There's something there. Are you watching to see who gets traded? What are your thoughts on the Pistons? Because it's hard for me to really even compartmentalize it right now, other than to think that for me the passion's gone. It kind of reached its It's Acme last night and just died. And it died with the loss. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. Now there's one of the highlights. Unfortunately, not enough for the Pistons. I mean, Cade Cunningham was great last night, and he had played a phenomenal second half of the game, which begs the question: where were you in the first half of the game? But hey, 15 out of 21 from the field. He knocked down 3 of 4 3-pointers, 8 of 10 free throws. The 2 misses were in the second half, but 80% free throw shooting you'll take. 41 points for the game. He was a plus player. When you look at the starting lineup last night, just looking at a box score of the Pistons game, Jaden Ivey was actually plus 12. Cade was plus 5. Jalen Duren was plus 8. Isaiah Stewart was plus 12. And Bogdanovich was minus 3. All that adds up. When the starters were out there on the court, they were winning. They were playing winning basketball. They did a great job. Problem is the bench. And this is where veteran leadership needs to come in. You have guys that know what they're doing, can hang on to a lead or whatever. And maybe the solution is you don't do a full-on, hockey line shift change. You sub in a guy for a guy. Not 5 for 5 or 4 for 4, whatever the case is. Because the bench guys weren't getting it done. Asar Thompson was the best of the bench guys. He was minus 5. Knox and Sasser were both minus 11. Wiseman was minus 12. And Alec Burks was minus 25 in 26 minutes played. And, when they say the other guys were the 2 guys were minus 11, they did it in 12 minutes and 10 minutes. Okay. So I'm not just pointing it out for Burks being the minus 25 in 26 minutes. Wiseman was minus 12 in 12 minutes. These guys were all minus a point for every minute they were on the floor. And the starters were all plus. And I guess for people that are just diehard Piston fans and they're living through this and it's killing them, and I get it. It's an awful start, and you don't know when it's going to end. It's going to end when the season ends. They're not going to go, winless the rest of the way. I think there are some things to be, I guess, I'm not going to say excited, but I think there's some things that are encouraging. Like getting Jalen Duren back is going to help this team. They're a better team with Jalen Duren on the floor. And maybe he gets more involved offensively. Maybe it becomes the Duren and Cunningham show, and Bogdanovich knocking down long shots. But this team doesn't have veteran leadership, and this team cannot handle the basketball. The turnovers, it wasn't an excessive amount of turnovers, but when they happen excessively. You can go a whole quarter without committing a turnover, and then the next quarter you commit like 7. It was not good for them last night. Anyway, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. And same number to text as well. I was asking you folks out there, what are your feelings on this team? Is it done now? I mean, was the crescendo built last night? That was it? That was the big finish? Because it was the game that could have gotten them the all-time record and has now. Now they have it. It's theirs. Are you done watching? And if you went to the game, were you going there to see history, or were you going there because you wanted them to win the game? And I get the feeling people went to see the team win the game, not to watch history. If you had to happen to be there for it, great. You got a story to tell people, but that's not why you went. You went because you love basketball and you wanted to see them win. Let's go to the phones, and we'll start with Kevin here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, Gator. Hey, first of all, man, I hope your back and your leg feel better. I know how it is to have achy points in your body while you're working. So I hope that feels better.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Secondly, I'm a diehard Pistons fan. I went to the game on November 10th, and that was Game 7 of the losing streak. And it was probably one of the first games I've ever been to where the atmosphere was just not great. I didn't really have the word fun didn't really come up in my summary of that night, which was really strange for me because I've never had that experience at a Pistons game before. And I'm scheduled to go to the January 12th game against the Rockets. It's the twin bobblehead night. We'll have Amen and Asar Thompson's bobblehead twins up for grabs. But all that to say is that I'm very apprehensive as a fan right now, and I'm not used to that. Going into this season, I probably would have guessed that we would have had close to 30 or so wins. And so to see like just all this happening this fall has just been really depressing. And so yeah, I don't really know what the antidote is to this situation.
Yeah, I don't think anybody
I don't
does.
really know
I don't think anybody's got there's no antidote to it. It's just, I mean, you got to deal with it, and you need, I mean, it's simple. You need better players, but you have to find the right mix. And thanks for the call, Kevin. I appreciate it. They've got young talent on this team. There's no question. Cade Cunningham is a talent in this league. There's no question that Jalen Duren has talent. You can't question that Jaden Ivey has talent. But for whatever reason, his second year in the league, he looks lost out there, and I don't know what's going on. But they need to figure out how to get him straight and get him right, because he really is talented. But beyond that, there's not a whole lot there. Steve Yzerman did this with the Red Wings a couple of years ago. You know, first couple of years on the job, there weren't a whole lot of moves to look like to make this team better. And then made a conscious effort by bringing some, as Doug and I like to say on the show, brought some adults in the room. Went out, got some free agents with experience. They weren't guys that were going to be there for the long haul, but they were guys going to teach the young guys how to play. And they were guys that were going to at least help this team win more. So you can get the sense and the feel of what it is, what's it like to win games. And they started to. And then last offseason, they really added to this team. And they brought more adults into the room. But not only were they adults in the room, they were talented players. And the team is much better now than what they were a year ago. And some of those players are signed to longer contracts than just the one-year deal. You know, you're sprinkling them in while you're also integrating some of the younger players. And there is still plenty more younger talent on the Red Wings organization that they're going to be bringing through in the next few years. So that's how you do it correctly. The Pistons don't have those adults in the room just yet. What they have are cast-offs from other teams that were high draft picks that never panned out, and for whatever reason they think that, oh, maybe they'll pan out here in Detroit if they get their opportunity. And the answer has been a resounding no. That's not how it's worked. And it's been brutal to watch so far. Paul is next up in South Lyon. Paul, welcome to 97 on the Ticket.
Hi, how are you, Gator?
All right, Paul.
Well, you know what? I think I went through the same exact thing you're going through a couple weeks ago. Sounds like I'm not a doctor, but it sounds like you got a pinched nerve, bro. What I did is I went to chiropractor, and then I took Epsom salt bath and then ice. And then there's a couple stretches you can do to relieve you. You just got to Google them because it's hard for me to describe.
Yeah, no, I got you, yeah.
But, yeah, it's a pain in the butt, I'm telling you. But I hope he gets better, buddy. But as far as the Pistons go, if they're not competitive, it's embarrassing, and I can't even watch them. I mean, we were so spoiled for so long, but it's not even about that. I mean, there's teams like New Jersey Nets have never won anything. They're more competitive than Pistons. So it's very frustrating to watch. So anyway, buddy, have a good day.
All right, thanks.
And good luck on your back.
Thanks, Paul. I appreciate it. Paul did the same thing the guys did in the morning show, so he did a couple times. Brooklyn Nets, though, used to call him New Jersey Nets for years, right? But yes, the Brooklyn Nets. And they had the chances last night. They just couldn't close the deal. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. How do you feel about this Piston team at this point? Are you done? Are you apathetic? Are you still passionate about them? Does it bother you that they own this record outright by themselves? I mean, the comments from the owner from late last week where he kept bringing up community, is saying there are things that are important other than wins. And do you have a solution? I'm all ears. I don't know how they do what I know what they need to do. I just don't know how they can do it. You know, how do you acquire those adults in the room from teams that don't want to give up those players? It's tough to do. 97.1 the Ticket. Well, the Pistons end up losing the game 118-112 to the Brooklyn Nets. It's an NBA record 27th straight loss. If you look at their upcoming schedule, unfortunately for them, they take on the Boston Celtics, maybe the best team in the league. That's tomorrow night. But Saturday night, they're back home, and they'll take on Toronto. And Toronto is not a very good team, certainly better than the Pistons, but they're 11-18. And on the upcoming schedule, they do have some winnable games, at least games against teams that aren't very good. We understand the Pistons are the worst team in the league by far. But there are some winnable games coming up. Utah, I mentioned Toronto. I believe Sacramento, they're having not Sacramento, sorry. I was mistaken with Sacramento. San Antonio is what I meant to say. San Antonio is terrible, and if Wembanyama is out, then, hey, you really should have an awesome opportunity to win that. But it's pathetic when you start picking out, bird dogging the games that you think they have a chance. That's the sign of an awful team, and that's what they are. They'll win more games this year. They're not going to go 2-80. That's not going to happen. But they're also not likely to win, say, 15 games this year, which is absolutely pathetic. And it doesn't look like there's that one, once-in-a-lifetime player, once in a generational player available in the draft either. And not that you're guaranteed it, because, of course, there's the lottery, and we know how that works out with Detroit teams. Although the Pistons did win the lottery a couple years ago to get Cade Cunningham. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. Let's get back to the phones. And here is Jordan. You're next up, 97 the ticket. Hey, Jordan.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
So I'm home for the holidays. I haven't been to a game since the Palace was the Pistons' home. And my brother told me Saturday, hey, let's go see history. So we went to the game last night. And a couple of observations. I guess it's probably because it's the holidays, but a lot of young kids at the game. So they're probably going, and as young Detroit fans, they think the Lions are the good team of the city.
Yeah. Well, they are.
They probably think, Lions are the best team in Detroit. Red Wings are okay. Tigers are bad. Pistons are horrible. And they don't know any different. Also, at top of the hour, you guys are talking about 2-80 or 0-16 would be worse. I would say 2-80 is worse because the Pistons won 2 of their first 3 games.
Yeah, right.
So they would have a 79-game losing streak. And then at the start of next season, the talk would be if they lose the first 3 games, they could have an 82-game losing streak, which is the length of a whole season. So that would be pretty historical
that would
in a
be,
very bad way.
Thanks for the call, Jordan. That would be absolutely painful if that were the case. And that was the topic at the end of the morning show about the guys asked me in a crosstalk, would you rather go 2-80, or which is worse, 2-80 or 0-16? The Lions team that went 0-16. I said 2-80 is far worse. It's far worse because you have so many more opportunities to win a damn game. I mean, if they lose 79, it's not. I can't even entertain that. That's not even a thought. They can't lose 79 in a row. They've lost 27 in a row. I don't know if they're going to lose 29 in a row because of Toronto's game on Saturday night. This team will win some games. I know Doug's I think he's got a lunch bet with Kang that says the Pistons are going to win 3 games in a row at some point this season. Now, why would you say that? Because the odds are that's what's going to happen. It's hard to go an entire NBA season and not win 3 in a row. Though I wouldn't be betting with Doug on this one. I do think they're going to win a couple games in a row at some point. Maybe I'll do a separate lunch bet with Kang for a 2-game winning streak, a modest 2-game winning streak. But it's brutal. It's just brutal. Tom Gores, I know the people want him to sell the team. He's not going to sell the team. That's not going to happen. He said change is going to happen. But said something to the effect of, let's not kick everybody off the boat or something like that. I forget what the analogy was that he used. And thinking it's a process, it's going to take some time. And I'm like, this team is not going anywhere in the ship that's built right now. You're going to have to change the craft and change the personnel that gets on the boat. It's just not working. Something else after the game last night, I was watching the coverage on Bally's and saw the post-game press conference with Monty Williams, and one of the things he said was about Cade Cunningham and how proud he is of Cade Cunningham and how he's turning into a very, very good young player. And he said, what I'm really proud of is, what he just said to the team in the locker room. And, about holding everybody accountable, making sure people don't lose interest, talking to his teammates, don't lose interest, let's keep it going. We got to pick each other up and we'll get through this. And I'm thinking, yeah, that sounds great. After you've lost like 6 in a row, that's when I want to hear that. Maybe after you lost 10 games in a row, if you haven't brought up the speech yet, okay, sure. How about 15 games? At 15-game mark, if you hear something like that, all right, okay, sure, okay, better late than ever, I guess. How about 20 games? After 20 games, you hear a speech like that, is it going to get you inspired? Probably not. 25 games? Maybe not. 26, when you tie the record, do you have a speech like that after, hey, come on, guys? But after they break the record, and it's theirs to own, at 27 games, now we're hearing of the speech that Cade Cunningham gave to his teammates. And Monty Williams is talking about how proud he is. Look, I certainly hope, and I would have expected that at some point Cade Cunningham spoke his mind prior to the 27th loss in a row. But I don't know if I would bring that to the attention of everybody after the game like last night. Because if it took 27 games before somebody stood up and spoke, then we got bigger problems. Then there was absolutely no leadership, let alone veteran leadership. There's just no leadership on this team. But I question whether anybody even cares at this point. Now that they've got the record, will there be any interest at all in the Pistons? A great crowd last night, but are we going to see, more than half-filled crowds the rest of the way? I don't know. You people can answer that. You're the ones going to the games. You're the ones buying the tickets. 248-539-9797. Susan is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Susan.
Hey, so I was just thinking that perhaps, as you alluded to, that they need some experienced player to come and bring them together, be some kind of glue for the team, and maybe they could give the speech that, hey, all is not lost. And just in reference to your comment on, could they lose all the rest of their games, in the 0-16 reference to the Lions, my mom asked me when it was halfway through the season and they had lost all their games, being the Lions, I mean.
Yeah.
She said, do you think it's possible that they would lose all their games? And I said, well, it's possible, but it's not plausible. But then they surprised me and lost all their games. But they switched ownership, and then there was some changes in personnel, and all of a sudden, and I say all of a sudden, but over the course of, several years, we now are back to where we're a winning team. And I think that the Pistons could go in that same direction. But I do think that they need some experience on the lineup.
Well, and thanks for the call, Susan. They definitely do. And I don't know how they get it. Years ago, when they had Derrick Rose and Blake Griffin on the team, those were kind of players that would bring adults to the room, and they were a better team. They went to the playoffs. They got swept, but it was, just a quick fix to get them. And you hope that it was going to be this quick fix, teaches guys how to play better, how to play like winners, how to win in a league that's tough to win. All professional leagues are tough. And that, when the quick fix was done, that they would move on from those players, and they did, and hopefully be in a better place. They're not. So they got to try to do that again. They got to try to find more players of that ilk. Derrick Rose had still a couple good years after he left the Pistons. So you're not looking for guys who are at the end of the rope like Blake Griffin kind of was. But something like that. Players in their, say, late 20s. Guys that came from winning organizations. somebody that has the winning attitude. It would be helpful until you acquire more actual talent for this team in the long haul, which happens through the draft or happens through you would hope free agency, but last time the Pistons signed a free agent of note, who knows when that was, right? It's been a long time. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Got a lot of texts we want to get to. Got your calls we want to get to. Pistons are on our mind. They lost an NBA record 27th in a row. It's amazing when you look it up. If you pull up, their schedule on ESPN.com, for instance, and you start looking at it. Wednesday, October 25th, start the season off with a loss against Miami. Boo. Then, hey, back-to-back wins. There it is. Back-to-back wins. It happened once. Charlotte and Chicago. And then it's just a bunch of red L's after that. 27 of them. Absolutely unbelievable. Where are you at with this team? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Got a lot of ticket texts coming in. I absolutely want the Pistons to move their franchise to Vegas. I would rather be like Pittsburgh and have an NFL team, a Major League Baseball team, and an NHL team with no NBA team. The NBA is garbage. Well, I wouldn't say the NBA is garbage. I think that the product we see here in Detroit is not very good, but I wouldn't say the league is garbage. I'm not a huge NBA fan, but I mean, I'm in the minority on that. I think the National Basketball Association has become the second most popular sport in this country outside of football. Seems that way. Have an MRI, Gator, and you're going to find a herniated disc in your lumbar area. I've had surgery twice in 29 years. It's worth it both times. Don't wait until you're older. Welcome to the wonderful world of sciatica, Gator. Try moving your oversized wallet to the other side. All right. Yeah. Try yoga. It helped me. Happy New Year, Scott and Carlton. 2 things, Gator. 1, do you ever get stones? Because that can cause back pain. No, I don't ever get kidney stones. Knock on wood. I hear that's incredibly painful. But if it's real bad, a back muscle, heat is the last thing that you need. Heat makes it swell more by drawing blood to the area. You need ice. Yes, I've done some quick research, and ice is in my horizon, as is some kind of stretching routine. Hey, Gator, the football you're using, is it properly inflated? That's from Dennis in Dearborn Heights. It is not properly inflated. It's quite deflated, actually more deflated than I would like it to be if I were actually throwing it. But it's inflated enough to do the job that I need it to do to give me some temporary relief. All right, back to the Piston text. Pistons leading scorer and veteran leader was out all season. I know Bogey is ugly, but I didn't know he was invisible. Well, I don't know if I'd call him a veteran leader. I mean, he's a shooter. That's what he is. He can shoot. I don't look at him and see this guy that's leading this team with, whatever he says, or leading by example. Just goes out and plays the game. I suppose it's by example to a point, but Alec Burks should be waived today. Minus 25 in 26 minutes. Took that terrible 3 with 30 seconds left, and then laughing and smiling after the game was over while Cade looks broken. Get him out of here. That's an unnamed texter. Yeah, all that. A bad look last night, but I don't want him scapegoated. I think there are a number of Piston players that are on the roster right now that probably shouldn't be on this roster and probably should be moved away. But you're not going to get anything for them. But maybe get him off this roster. We need King James. Go Pistons. Really? Is that what you want? You want LeBron James? I'll tell you who's not going to come here. LeBron James. You think he wants to join this team? Come on. Seriously concerned Gores is going to try to move the team to Vegas. That's from Jerry. I don't see that happening. I don't think Detroit would let him do that. Gator, is the Washington Generals' 2,495 game losing streak at risk? The answer is no. It's not at risk. I'm on the Costa train waiting for it. 2-80. Ooh. Yeah, Jim and I did a show a couple weeks ago, and that was his take. And it wasn't a hot take because Jim actually believes that this can happen. He actually thinks the Pistons can lose out the rest of the season. And after watching him lose 27 straight, hard to argue with him. Other than just simple mathematics and things happen and look, blind squirrel finds a nut, broke a clock is right twice a day, whatever you want to say, right? They're not going to go 2-80. It's just not going to happen. Now that they own the record, it's time to make a run at the playoffs. Congratulations to the Pistons. We own the record. That's from Don. Yes, now they can get that back to the business of winning now that they've owned this horrible record. And this is a terrible one. A terrible cross to bear. You don't want to be part of this, and now they are. Now you are. And is this rock bottom? I imagine they're going to have at least one more loss that comes tomorrow night against Boston. Then after that, I think they got a chance to win some games. And maybe we'll say that tomorrow is rock bottom, although I think last night was rock bottom. And you can only move up from here. We'll see. 248-539-9797. John is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, John.
Hey, Gator. Love the show. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Same to you.
Hey, so touching on these Pistons, yeah, it's unfortunate to watch them. But one thing I feel like a lot of people haven't mentioned, call me sour if you will, but the amount of money that my friends and I have won knowing that the Pistons are going to lose their game is outstanding. Just referencing back when they were playing Washington at home at the end of last month, there was talk, I think we were like 2-15 and they were a game ahead of us. We got killed. We lost, I think, by like 18, 19 points at home.
Yeah, I mean, they lost by 19 points, and that dropped the record to 2-15.
Yeah, and then that was what? That was halfway through our 27.
Yeah, that was the 14th loss in a row.
Yeah. So right there, I mean, when that game happened, my buddies and I were talking, like, if they lost like that to a team that's just as bad, what are they going to do to the teams that actually have a better record or a 50-50 record? And sure enough, we've been riding the Pistons losing train. Christmas was good this year, put it that way.
All right. Well, I'm glad you benefited out of it. Thanks for the call, John. I appreciate it. Yeah, look, this is the thing. When you're bad and you're looking at other bad teams and you say that's a winnable game, you know what those other bad teams are saying? Oh, thank God we got a winnable game. Happens in every sport. That's what you're thinking. Like when you're bad, that's how you approach things. When Michigan State was getting ready to play teams like Indiana or Nebraska or Rutgers or whatever, Spartan fans like myself were thinking, oh, thank God we got a chance to win a game. And those other fan bases were going, oh, thank God we got a chance. We're playing Michigan State. I mean, it's just how it is. And I'm sure Toronto was going, oh, thank God. Saturday night in Detroit, we have a chance to win a game. And the Pistons are going, thank God, Toronto's in town. We got a chance to win. We'll see how it shapes out, but it's ugly right now. Nobody's happy about it. Kurt, you're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Kurt.
Good morning, Gator. Hey, sorry to hear about your back. I hope you do find that relief. I'm personally a chiropractor guy, so anytime something goes weird in my neck or my back, I'm seeing my chiropractor for an adjustment, and would encourage you to do that. Look into that if you haven't done it before. Hey, I wanted to say, last night, something came up on my app from ESPN about the Pistons and the record, and I haven't watched the Pistons games probably since 2004 when they won the championship.
Wow.
So I turned on and listened to on XM radio. Was surprised to hear that Mark Champion is the play-by-play guy. Good to hear from Mark again. Haven't heard from him since
Mark's awesome.
Lions Day. Yeah, great voice, and I forget who was the color guy with him last night. Was it Mahorn?
Yeah, Rick Mahorn. It was happened to be Rick Mahorn bobblehead night last night, I believe. They had bad boy bobbleheads, and Rick was one of them.
So you can tell from my surprise and the Pistons are irrelevant for me. The ticket is Michigan football, Lions football. It's Tigers and it's Red Wings, and who cares about the Pistons?
Well, unfortunately, I think you're going to be joined by lots of people with that sentiment now that they've got the record. I think the interest in this team is probably cut off at this point because, you were either watching for the car wreck, which was last night, to set the record, or you're watching because deep down you're a fan and you just want them to win and just stop the losing. But the good news is we do have better teams to talk about. And we spent the first hour of the show talking about the worst of them. And it might be the last time we talk about the Pistons for the rest of the season until we have some significance of like a trade or a firing of some kind, some sort of acquisition, or dare we say, hey, they finally won a game and we could talk about it. But I think we're done for a while. But the better news is we've got a team that has a chance to be the number one seed in the playoffs. And that's exciting. We'll talk about the Lions next on 97.1 The Ticket. And welcome to Hour 2 of the Karsch and Anderson Extravaganza. Scott the Gator Anderson with you today. Doug will be back next week. Obviously, we have vacation time in December. This is what we do. And hopefully we'll hear from Doug on Friday, though, to give a little preview of the Michigan-Alabama game from the Rose Bowl on Monday. That should be fun. And then we'll be together starting, I think, next Wednesday when he comes back from Pasadena. So that should be good. But until then, love to talk with you folks out there. 248-539-9797. Same number to ticket text as well. And as we put the Pistons in the rearview mirror, we look forward to what's happening Saturday night in Dallas, the Lions and the Cowboys. And there's a lot on the line. The Lions are hoping to at least get a number 2 seed. And if they get a number 2 seed in the playoffs, they can guarantee that by winning the last 2 games of the year. Winning at Dallas, coming back home, winning against Minnesota, the Lions would be guaranteed to have the number 2 seed. And for those that have said it's impossible to get the number 1 seed, no, it's not. All that has to happen is they win those 2 games. And it's not easy to win those 2 because Dallas is undefeated at home. Really good football team at home. Dak Prescott's outstanding at home with a quarterback rating of 122. Not an easy task, but they can get it done. Let's assume that happens for the sake of argument here. Then all that has to happen is that San Francisco would have to lose one of their remaining 2 games. Not likely to happen this weekend, as San Francisco will be taking on I believe they're taking on the Commanders. Yep, at Washington. They do have to go cross country to take on the 4-11 Washington Commanders, but it's not like Washington's world beaters. But they do have to play the Rams to finish up the season. And the Rams are playing really good football right now. And they're looking to make the playoffs. They're 8-7 this year. They've got a game against the Giants that could put them at 9-7. And, a game against San Fran to finish up. Hey, they could find themselves in a dogfight in that last game of the year. But none of that matters if the Lions don't take care of business against the Cowboys. And obviously it's a massive game for the Lions. I think we know that this team kind of lives or dies based on what Jared Goff can do. And for the most part, Jared Goff has been very good for the Lions, particularly at home. And even when he's playing it indoors, he's a much better quarterback. And last I checked, Jerry World in Dallas is indoors. Yep. In fact, I'm getting confirmation of that. Having been to the Super Bowl there years ago, it's indoors. It's a massive stadium. It's an incredible sight to behold. If you've never been there, I fully endorse going there to check out a game there. It's fantastic. It's just a massive, massive stadium. But the Lions look like they're going to be healthy going into this game. When I say healthy, I mean on the offensive line. And we talked about it a little bit yesterday. This team is 6-0 when the offensive line is healthy with all their starters. That means Ragnow at center and Glasgow at right guard. Penei Sewell and Taylor Decker at the tackles and Jonah Jackson at left guard. When that sets up, they're 6-0, and they average over 30 points a game. Well over 30 points a game. That's good news. I just saw this tweet from Doug Farrar. And Doug is the NFL editor with USA Today. And he says the Cowboys play the NFL's highest rate of man coverage, though they zoned up more against the Dolphins. All 10 of Jared Goff's interceptions this year have come against zone coverage. So here you have the Cowboys who play the highest rate of man coverage, not zone, against Jared Goff, who struggles with zone coverage. Seems like that could be an advantage if the Cowboys continue to play the way that they've played. I doubt that you're going to see a massive flip over to zone, though you may see more zone coverage from the Cowboys than they typically show. But this could bode very well for the Detroit Lions and giving the offense a chance and giving Jared Goff a chance. Goff has gone the last 2 games without interception, knocking on wood. That's good. And half of his interceptions came in 2 games against the Bears. He threw 5 picks against the Bears. Only once this season has Jared Goff failed to throw a touchdown pass. That was early in the year against Baltimore. He's got 27 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, almost 4,000 yards passing. He's completed almost 68% of his passes. And he's got a quarterback rating north of 98. All very good numbers for Jared Goff. And if Dallas goes man-to-man, I feel pretty good that Goff can play just fine. The question with the Lions really comes about the defense and how the defense is going to stack up against Dak Prescott and the Cowboys offense. Fortunately, the Lions have been very stout against the run. Unfortunately, teams have been able to throw the ball quite a bit against the Lions. We saw just last Sunday that Nick Mullins threw for over 400 yards against the Lions, albeit with 4 interceptions, but Nick Mullins is not a very good quarterback. He also had a couple of great receivers to work with. Now, when you take on the Cowboys, you got to worry about CeeDee Lamb, and you got to worry about some others. They've got a pretty good tight end there, and they're committed to running the football also. And Dak Prescott is a mobile quarterback. He's not a running quarterback. He's a mobile quarterback. He can find himself out of trouble and take advantage of what's in front of him, which could be some open space. So the real test for the Lions is going to be, can they stop Dallas's offense? That's the way that I see it. How do you see it? 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. I'm worried about number 11 on defense. Micah Parsons, I'm worried about him for sure. But really, it's more about the Dallas offense against the Lions defense. Can the Lions hold the Cowboys to, say, 20 points or 21 points? Can they hold them to 3 touchdowns? If they can, I think the Lions have an excellent chance to win. But if Dallas starts getting up in the 4-touchdown range, then that's going to be trouble. And I do worry about Micah Parsons being the pass rusher extraordinaire that he is. He can get after the quarterback. But also, as I laid out the scenarios for the seeding, have you given up hope as a Lions fan that this team can actually take the number 1 seed? Are you conceding that Saturday's game could be a loss and that they're not going to get the number 2 seed? They're just destined for the number 3 seed? Have you made those concessions? Or do you think they really do have a chance at the number 1 seed because they can beat Dallas? And then San Francisco and the Rams, hey, whatever happens, happens. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. Want to gauge your concern there. And what kind of concessions you've made as a Lions fan getting ready for the playoffs. Because now we know obviously the team's in the playoffs. They clinched the division on Sunday. First time in 30 years. We know all that, right? And it's all over. Everybody that's getting in front of a microphone from that team, from the organization, is saying that the thing they have to worry about now is complacency. That's their biggest obstacle. Their biggest opponent right now is not being satisfied and fat and sassy with winning the division. You've got other goals to reach, and you've got a game this week that can help you get to those goals. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. There's Dan Miller on the call. I always like to hear that. Lions, NFC North champs, getting ready for the Cowboys on Saturday night in Dallas. Lions win that, they got a shot at the number 2 seed. They would just have to beat Minnesota, and it's guaranteed. If the Lions beat Dallas, they have a shot at the number 1 seed. They would then have to beat Minnesota and hope that San Francisco loses one of their final 2 games against either at Washington or home against the Rams. Maybe not likely, but listen, why is a 2 seed important? The 2 seed's important because you would have an opportunity to host 2 playoff games. If you win the first, you host a second one. And the number 1 seed, obviously it's important because you would have the opportunity, if you win your first game, to then host. Well, first of all, you get a bye, which is huge. Then you host a game, and if you win that game, then you host the NFC Championship game. Good God, we just said NFC Champion. I said NFC Championship game in a discussion about the Lions. That's crazy. That's crazy when you think about this. That's how far and how fast this team has come in just a few years. 248-539-9797. Jack is in Fraser. Next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Jack.
Hey, Gator. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Hey, I'm very optimistic. I'm glad the defense is starting to get a little more, trying to get pressure in different ways. I have no problem with Goff whatsoever. My issue is the love fest for Aiden Hutchinson. I just don't understand a guy that's averaging less than 3 tackles a game. Max Crosby has 82 tackles, 13.5 sacks, and 20 tackles for loss. Hutchinson's numbers are about half of that. He plays at least 80% of our plays. I didn't call earlier because you seem to be the only guy that might listen to this aspect. I'm wondering what your thoughts are.
Well, I think Aiden Hutchinson is a really good player. I think you bring up a comparison to Max Crosby. I think Max Crosby's better. I think Max Crosby's amazing. What Hutch does, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Yeah. I like Aiden Hutchinson. I think Aiden Hutchinson can be better. He doesn't get home. That's the problem with his pressure. He gets all the pressures in the world. He gets more pressures on the quarterback than any player in the NFL, but he doesn't have the sacks to back it up. He's only got 6.5 sacks this year. He's only got, as you mentioned, the 7 tackles for loss this year, which ranks 29th in the league. Those numbers aren't very good. The pressuring is. Unfortunately, what good is the pressure if the quarterback then steps up, gets out of the pressure, and then throws the ball downfield? And that's what's happened to them. He is desperately needing somebody on the other side of that defensive line. Hopefully that comes in the form of James Houston for the playoff run. I hope that's the case. But if you're trying to say that Aiden Hutchinson isn't a good football player, I'm not going to listen to that. If you're going to say that Aiden Hutchinson might be overrated and he's not as good as, some of the other top players in the league at that position, like a TJ Watt or a Max Crosby or Micah Parsons, I'm with you. He's not. Yes. But he's also in the second year of his career, and those guys are much more veteran players.
Yeah, it's the former, Gator. I agree with you. He's not a bust by any means. He's got time to grow. I agree. The problem with you just brought up James Houston. Earlier in the year, they changed his role, which made no sense to me at all, putting him at outside linebacker, putting him in pass coverage. Use him for what he is. He was a constant threat to the quarterback. Why did they change what they were doing with him?
Well, thanks for the call, Jack. I don't have a problem with what this coaching staff wants to do with this group of players. They're the NFC North champs. They seem to find a way to put these guys in the right position. And maybe what they wanted to do was experiment with James Houston and see, hey, can he handle more responsibility where he can see the field and be an every down player as opposed to just being a pass rusher, albeit a very good and very productive pass rusher. And you only find that out if you put him in the game situations. And it's not like he was out on the field a ton in the first 2 games. So that might be overblown a little bit. And when he comes back, if he's able to come back, hopefully it's, just come in on pass rushing downs and there you go. I'm all for it. I don't need to see James Houston drop into coverage and try to pick up a tight end or the running back out of the backfield. I want him pinning his ears back and getting after the quarterback. That's what he did last year with 8 sacks in 7 games. But, I wouldn't fly off the handle, and you weren't, but I wouldn't get too frustrated or too upset with what they were trying to do in the beginning of the season, if they're trying to see, can we give him more responsibility? Can he respond as well as he did last year to when we activated him past the halfway mark and he was phenomenal? What if we give him more snaps? I mean, if you're going to give him more snaps, it's giving him opportunities in running situations, and maybe in some of those running situations they have passing the football, and you've got a different responsibility altogether, which is to go into coverage. And maybe the end result is, yeah, no, we're good. He's a pass rusher. 248-539-9797. Kevin is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, Scott. Good morning. Happy holidays.
Good morning to you, and thank you.
Answer your question about going for number 2 and possibly even number 1 seed. Yes, why not? All top 4 teams in the NFC have all had their stinko games, or in the case of the Niners, they lost 3 in a row. Niners looked like garbage this past weekend against an inferior team. The Eagles didn't look all that great against the Giants and haven't been playing well at all, especially when you got to change DCs at this point in the season. So,
yeah, I mean, the Eagles lost to the Jets earlier this year. Right? And Dallas lost to Arizona. Yeah. I wouldn't say that Baltimore's an inferior team to San Francisco. I think those are both two pretty good football teams. Baltimore presented a lot of problems, and Brock Purdy couldn't handle it. He threw 4 picks. I wouldn't say that Baltimore's inferior. Baltimore might be the best team in football, but I get the point. I
believe they are.
The point is you can lose games. No team is undefeated, and no team is undefeated for a reason. In Baltimore, for whatever the reason is, they've struggled with some teams this year as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's up for grabs.
It's wide open. Anything's possible. It's wide open, and I'm
glad to make.
I'm Lions fans, and we're all frustrated. We've all seen everything go cow, whatever, for years, and we always think the worst. But anything's possible. Saturday night's huge. They win Saturday night. My goodness, who knows?
Yeah, exactly. And thanks for the call, Kevin. I'm glad you said it, because it doesn't just have to be me. When you say it, other people will think it too. Anything goes in the National Football League. There are no givens. There are no certainties, right? Did you think Kansas City was going to lose to the Raiders at home? That happened. This late in the season, nonetheless. That happened. Did you think Cleveland was going to be a 10-win team with Joe Flacco coming off the shelf a few weeks ago? Huh? The NFL is strange, and it's wonderful. And there's not one team that you can say, oh, that's the best team in the league. Can't do it. There's a group of teams out there that all have a chance to win the Super Bowl. They can all go on a run. Are the Lions one of those teams? Do you feel that the Lions are one of those teams that can go on a run in the playoffs and actually win the Super Bowl without having to have something massive happen to another team's quarterback? 248-539-9797. Clark is next up at 97 on the ticket. Hey, Clark.
Hey, good morning. I just want to make 2 brief points, and I'll let you have it. I think Detroit can beat Dallas this week. They can play loose, having already clinched the North, so it's not a must-win game in terms of winning the North. That's out the way. They can play loose and beat Dallas. And I like Shannon Sharp's analysis about Dallas. Their scores at home are inflated because they get a lot of scooping scores and pick sixes, but their offense doesn't put up a lot of points. So if we protect the ball and protect Goff, I think we can go in there and stun Dallas. I think they're kind of real. Now, let's see what your take is on that.
Well, I think Dallas is a better offensive team than you give them credit for. I mean, Dak Prescott, and between he and Cooper Rush, they've thrown for over 4,000 yards this year. They have 30 touchdown passes. Okay, they've have over 1,700 yards rushing and another 13 touchdowns. They score more than just because their defensive scores. It's a high-powered offense.
It is, but if you can hold them to field goals, they're going to get their yards. If you protect the ball and hold the field goals, I think Detroit has a good road record too. I mean, I might be a little over-optimistic, but I like their chances going into this game. Dallas needs it more than they do, so Dallas is going to play tight. We're already in the playoffs. That's just my take.
All right, thanks, Clark. I appreciate it. Yeah, both teams are playing for something. Both teams have really good offenses. And I think the key for both teams would be just what you said. If either team can hold the other to field goals instead of touchdowns, you probably have a good chance. And that's something the Lions had actually done a decent job of over the last couple of years, was keeping teams out of the end zone, maybe more so last year than this year, and having them settle for field goals. If you could do that against the Cowboys, that'd be huge. Because the Cowboys have actually been more prolific in throwing the ball into the end zone than the Lions have. 30 touchdowns to 27 touchdowns. But running the ball, well, the Lions have more rushing touchdowns than the Cowboys do. So overall, I think the Lions have more touchdowns than the Cowboys. But nonetheless, two teams that can put points up on the board, two teams that are playing for something. And for Dan Campbell, that's been his task this week, starting yesterday, is to get this team to forget about winning the North and focus on beating Dallas. And maybe that's why he did something yesterday and said some things yesterday to try to get this team to think about Dallas and show that he's thinking about Dallas. And we'll get to that next. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. Well, I think for the Lions to have success Saturday night against the Cowboys, we're going to need to see a pass rush that's generated from the front four and not just coming from the linebackers or from the secondary. And that's kind of what we've seen the last few weeks. They dialed up the safety blitzes. Melon Fonwo has flourished with that. Brian Branch got in the backfield. So we're seeing that, which is great because they come in awfully hot. But you're taking chances when you do that. And when you have a veteran quarterback like Dak Prescott, who's able to identify that, you're putting your corners on an island. And when you've got receivers like CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Cooks, and others, it's going to be tough. Ferguson, their tight end, is awfully good as well. So that's why I'd like to see more of a pass rush come from that guy, Aiden Hutchinson. We had a caller call a couple calls ago that called him out a little bit and said there's too much of a love fest for Aiden Hutchinson. He's not productive enough. And I would agree to the point that he is beloved here. Now, is he worthy of that based on his production? Probably not, but we know why he's beloved here. He's a homegrown guy. And he is somebody whose motor is always going. And look, me as a Spartan, I'm a big fan of Aiden Hutchinson. I think he's a hell of a player. And he's only in his second year. He's only going to get better as he gets more experience. And I'd like to see, like everybody else, I would love to see these massive pressures on the quarterback turn into quarterback sacks. And maybe it's just a couple of simple tweaks and adjustments that he'll learn. And all of a sudden he ascends to the level of someone like a Max Crosby. That'd be fantastic if that were the case. And I think it's in him. I'm not putting him past him. I think he's got plenty of room to grow. And he's a good player right now. But he's got room to be even better. 248-539-9797. Same number to text us as well. And we got these texts. What planet am I on? Used to be the Pistons, the Wings, the Tigers we'd fall back on. Now it's the Lions? Pinch me. Yes. I spent the whole first hour talking about the worst team in the history of the NBA. And now we're moving on to teams we care about. Because the Pistons are done. They're in the rearview mirror. Detroit is undefeated in prime time. I think that's true. Tons of primetime games this year. And it's fun to see them in another one on Saturday night. Here we go again in Dallas. Are we going to see flags picked up again? Is Jerry entertaining the refs? Is the fix already in? Well, I think that's same old Lions mentality. That's the SOL mentality that creeps in and says something like that. No, I don't think the fix is in. No, I don't think they're going to get screwed. Look, every game you're going to see some calls that don't go your way. You're going to be upset by them. Will it be an egregious one? I hope not. I think that this team has turned a corner, and you can see it where they're not getting burned by calls like that. I'm knocking on wood because nobody wants to see it revert and get back to that. I mean, Sunday's game against the Vikings was the ultimate setting for SOL to creep back into the picture. Blocked extra point. Gives the Vikings that little opening there where they scored a touchdown the last drive. They win the game. There's a sack, a fumble, and they don't pick up the ball. They try to return it instead of just falling on it. I'm sure John Kaminsky's heard enough of that. And that if this opportunity presents itself again, he'll fall on it. Makes it 3rd and 27, and they converted a 3rd and 27 to get 28 yards to Jefferson. SOL would have said that they would have scored. And they throw the ball up for Jefferson in the last drive. They had a chance, and it gets picked off. Melon Fonwo with the interception. You know, that's how things have changed. They don't get burned by the SOL stuff. As a caller put into the pregame show on Sunday with Jim Costa, said the difference is the SOL, the Lions were finding ways to lose. Now the Lions are finding ways to win. And that's what they do. And it's been a lot of fun to watch that switch happen. Brian is in Detroit. Brian, welcome to 97 The Ticket. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Gator. Happy holiday season to you.
Thank you, Brian. Same to you.
isn't the Lions and Michigan in the same boat? The regular season really don't matter. These next few games for the Lions don't matter. Both those organizations need playoff wins, Michigan and the Lions. Because if they don't get it, Gator, it's a big disappointment. So I don't really care about the Lions, how they perform this week. It's all about that playoff win at home, that playoff game at home. That's what they need more than anything. To sit here and talk about getting some other seed and all that, they need a playoff win because, Gator, if they go to the playoffs, just like Michigan, and they don't get a playoff win, was it really a success this year?
Well, I think in terms of just a success, I think it would be because it's year 3 and they won the division and it means something. But I get your point, and I'm kind of with you on it. It's successful, but it doesn't satisfy me. I want the playoff win too. I desperately want a playoff win, but the meaning of the number 2 seed though, which means you might actually host another playoff game. That bodes very well for a team that plays awfully well at home.
Yeah, for the Lions, I'm a little nervous because, Gator, if they end up playing the Rams and the guy you trade to get a Super Bowl and he come back and knock you out the playoff, Gator, that's a heartbreak right there. So the playoff win is all that matters, not Dallas, not Minnesota at the end. The Lions and Michigan need a playoff win. I don't care what you got to do to get it. Michigan still in signs. Lions coming up with miracles. They need a playoff win because neither one of those teams get one, it's not a good season, Gator. It's just not. Because we've been talking good, big, and bad about both those organizations. And to not have a playoff win is just a disappointment. Love your show, brother, and you take care of yourself.
Thanks, Brian. Happy New Year to you, and I appreciate it. Yeah, I think if you look at it with both, and he brought it up, with Michigan and the Lions, I think they're in different spots. Because the Lions, it's not like the Lions have gone to the playoffs the last 3 years and lost in the first round. They haven't been to the playoffs in years. And they hadn't won the division in 30 years. So, and I'm not setting the bar low. I want and expect this team to win a playoff game. I don't care who it is. I hope it's, Doug and I are on opposite ends here. I hope it's the Rams. I want to see the Rams come into town. I want all the smoke. Bring it on. Doug talks about the Real Housewives and all that kind of thing and bringing Andy Cohen in and watch what happens next and all that. And yeah, I want it all the storylines. Matthew Stafford, Kelly Stafford, Jared Goff, Sean McVay, Brad Holmes. I want all of those talking points. And I think it would be fantastic. And I'm not afraid of the Rams. Go ahead and beat the Rams. And Brian's right. Winning a playoff game is what matters. But I think setting yourself up for the best chance of success, if you can do it, do it. You're not going to lay down on Saturday night. You got a game to play. You got things to prove to yourself. And if you win that game, you're not resting players the last week of the season. You're trying to win that game so that you could get at least the number 2 seed, and maybe it's a number 1 seed. Now, the difference between Detroit and Michigan, the Wolverines, with what they've done, is the Wolverines have been to the playoffs. This is the third year in a row they're going to the playoffs. And the first 2, they fell in the first round. Now, they're favored this time. They were favored last year too, but they're favored this time. But it's against an Alabama team that, talking to Michigan fans, and I know they don't like that matchup. And it's not that they think that they're going to lose. It's just you get a pit in your stomach because how Alabama's handled Michigan in the past in recent games where they've matched up. And it shouldn't, because it's a different Alabama team and it's a different Michigan team. And I would think that when you talk about who needs the win more, I don't know. I think they both need it badly. I would guess Michigan probably does because they want to validate a step further than where they've gone. Reportedly there's a contract on the desk of Jim Harbaugh. If they win, does that mean he wants to sign that contract and let's go? Or would he accomplish what he needs to accomplish and then go back to the pros and try to win a Super Bowl? I don't know. Obviously, the playoff win means a ton for Lions fans, right? There are more Lions fans in the state of Michigan than there are Michigan fans in the state of Michigan. It's just a fact. And thinking about how desperate we are to have a playoff win, to stop talking about, the last playoff win from the 91 season, the 92 playoffs. I got it. Yeah, we know. We want to end that narrative. It's like people that are in their 30s and 40s don't want to hear about the 84 Tigers anymore. They're tired of it. The Tiger people like myself that would talk about it because, hey, I was at game number 4 in the World Series. It was great. You're like, yeah, whatever, dude. We want our own championship to remember and talk about. I think every Lions fan wants to start fresh here and come up with a new win. It'd be great, and they have the opportunities. But are you more like Brian, where you're like, hey, just win a playoff game. I don't care what happens the last 2 weeks of the season. Just win a playoff game. Or do you want to give this team the best chance possible? Get that number 2 seed so maybe they can host 2 playoff games. Or is that getting greedy? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Well, that's how it ended on Sunday. Interception of Melon Fondo. His first career interception was nice play. Stepped in front of Jefferson on a wobbly pass and sealed the deal for the Lions. And Nick Mullins was, I don't know what you call him in that game. 4 interceptions, 400 yards passing. Interesting. We had a ticket text that says Nick Mullins had a ton of yards by throwing a bunch of prayers up that Jefferson miraculously caught. I don't think those yards as damaging as some. That's from Steve. I would agree with you. I mean, there were a number of 50-50 balls that Justin Jefferson he's just better. He's the best receiver in football. No other way to put it. And he made some phenomenal plays and kept them in it. In 3rd and 27, and he makes that catch. That's fantastic for the Vikings. Albeit it wasn't long after that he throws the 4th interception of the game and ends it that we just heard. So, too bad. Some other ticket text coming in. Here we go. I'm sorry, I already read the one about Dallas. So let's get back to the phones anyway. 248-539-9797. Greg is next up here in 97 on the ticket. Hey, Greg.
Yeah, Gator. Hello, enjoyed your show very much. Gator, I have a question here regarding the Lions playoff spot.
Yeah.
Now, the understanding is, I understand San Francisco loses both of their last games. Lions wins both of the last games. They're the top seed. But how does Philadelphia enter into the equation? Philadelphia's got the same record as San Francisco and the Lions have.
It's the strength of wins or a strength of schedule. Somehow there's a strength of schedule that's figured in there that the Lions, if they beat Dallas, it would help them have a better schedule strength than what Philadelphia would. So it's a tie-breaking situation that Philadelphia is lost in the wash when it comes to the tiebreakers.
Okay, but could the Eagles still win their division if they win the last 2 games, over Dallas?
Well, they win the division if they win their last 2 games, or if they win their next 2 games, because they have one more win than Dallas does right now.
Okay.
So, Philadelphia can win. They're leading the division right now. They're 11-4. Dallas is 10-5. I don't know what the tiebreaker is between Dallas and Philadelphia. I have to check that out further. But yeah, I'm not concerned about Philadelphia. Doesn't concern the Lions at all.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Gator.
You bet. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. I have to look at the scenarios a little closer to see what goes on in the NFC East, if Dallas can overtake Philadelphia or not. And obviously they can. If they win out and Philadelphia loses out, Dallas would have more wins and they get it. But what's the tiebreaker there? Juan is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Juan.
Hey, what's up, Gator?
Not much, man.
All right. I'm just calling, man. I got something I want to say to all the fans. I hear a lot of fans over the last several weeks how they act like Dallas, San Fran, and Philly is so much better than the Lions, and which is crazy to me because I understand we all have the same record, but don't no great teams lose 3 in a row, which San Fran and Philly does. Don't no great teams. All right, Dallas is not that good on the road to me. So to me, I could actually argue the Lions are better than those 3 teams because Lions haven't lost 2 in a row all year, and that's extremely hard to do in the NFL. So I understand, we just used to losing, but at the same time, if you look at the whole season, we had ups and downs. We lost to the Bears. Like you said, they lost to Arizona and the Jets. But my thing is, we're good. We're not getting the credit within our own fans, to me, that we should. We get a lot of golf criticism, which I don't see too many quarterbacks that's better than golf in the league. I understand he had 10 turnovers or whatever. So I think we just got a losing mentality in any little thing. We try to take it and say, well, see, I told you. But when we win, it's like, so I just want to say, don't know great teams, and I'm referring to San Fran and Philly, lose 3 in a row. If you're a great team, like a juggernaut, like they try to portray these guys, you don't lose 3 in a row.
Well, you have to look and see why. And thanks for the call, Juan. You have to see why they lost 3 in a row. They had some big injuries happen for them to lose those 3 games in a row. Specifically left tackle. When Williams went down, that really kind of crippled them. And then they suffered injuries to Deebo Samuel was out, and I think McCaffrey missed a game as well, if I'm not mistaken. They had some pretty significant injuries during that stretch. And yet one of the games they lost was just a horrible loss. I mean, to a bad team that they shouldn't have lost to. It happens. It happens. I think the point is there's not one team that has separated themselves as being the absolute best team in the NFL this year. You don't have that, that 15-1 team going into the last week of the season. You're not going to see that. We're not going to have a 15-win team in the NFL this year. And it's okay. Each team has their own flaws. Jared Goff is one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL this year. He's had a great season. And he's going to add to it. And that's going to be fun. But he's got flaws. Like every quarterback has flaws. As great as Dak Prescott has been at home, his quarterback rating is 122 at home. That's outstanding. He's been okay, less than mediocre on the road. His quarterback rating is in the 80s. Same thing with Jared Goff. Jared Goff at home is great. Quarterback rating over 100. On the road, it drops to the 80s. It happens. Brock Purdy threw 4 interceptions on Sunday. Or was it Monday? Threw 4 picks Monday. I mean, he was having a great year, and then that happens, and everybody's talking about how he's out of the MVP race, and now it's Lamar Jackson's or it's Dak Prescott's. Well, how does the narrative change this week if the Lions beat the Cowboys? Is Dak out of the running? What happens if Baltimore struggles in their matchup? Does that change the MVP talk again? Of course it does. You have a favorite each week, but it's flexible. It changes all the time. That's just the NFL, man. And Baltimore's got a tough game against the Dolphins, and they don't. If I'm not mistaken, I think they've lost their last couple of games to the Dolphins. So maybe Miami has Baltimore's number. We'll watch. It's a fun. This is the fun time of the year. And this is the time of the year that I think if you're a Lions fan, like we are, and this is a good Lions team, but we don't know how to react to a good Lions team because it's been so long since we've had a good Lions team, that because we don't know how to act, we revert to our damaged past and assume the worst. You assume that the worst things are going to happen. Oh, we're going to revert to, Jared Goff's going to throw too many interceptions. He's going to fumble the ball. They're going to have to win these games on the road, and they can't do that. Or, they're going to get screwed by the officiating. You start to throw out the SOL stuff. Don't. We need to learn to embrace the fact that this is a good team. And maybe we don't do that until the Lions win that playoff game. Maybe that's what has to happen. For all of our psyche in general, right? That needs to happen. Win the playoff game and everybody's going to relax a little bit. But until then, everybody's kind of looking around like, I'm not sure what I should be doing here. As we joke on the show, it's like, I don't know what to do with my hands. You steal the line from Talladega Nights. I don't know what to do with my hands, Ricky Bobby. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. And welcome to the afternoon portion of the Karsch and Anderson Show right here at 97.1 The Ticket. We take your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Doug will be back next week. Obviously, he's gearing up for the Michigan-Alabama game at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, and he'll be back after that. And we each take our vacation time in December, and this is what's happened this week, and looking forward to getting back together next week. But until then, love to talk to you folks out there, having a great time. We're talking about the Lions, and I'm getting excited for this game on Saturday night. I don't typically enjoy the night games when our teams are involved, but if my team's involved and they're on the road, I'm all about it. I just rather it not be a home game when it's a night game on the weekend. I'd prefer not to have that. I don't know why that is. I don't know. I feel like it's like I can have a party or have people over and enjoy the game that way. If it were a home game, I'd be at the game and then have to deal with traffic and all that afterwards. And I don't want to do that. I just don't want to do that. Let's go back to the phones. Keith's in Clinton Township. Keith, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Keith.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Happy holidays to everyone at 97.1 and all the Lions fans. I'm just ecstatic that we are where we are today. I bought my first season tickets in 1994. My dad, when I was a kid, would take me to Briggs Stadium. I mean, I've been a Lions fan my whole life, and I was just happier than heck to get up this morning and see that the Lions took $498 out of my checking account for a playoff game. I mean, I was really excited about that, and I still am. I can't believe we are where we are, and it's a great feeling. I mean, I really don't care where we go from here. I'm happy I'm going to end up at a playoff game.
Yeah, I mean, that was a realization that kind of hit me on Christmas night. You know, we're done opening gifts. I had the family over and made dinner for everybody and just kind of relaxing a little bit afterwards, watching some football. And it dawned on me that not only are they in the playoffs, but they're hosting a playoff game, and I get to go to it. I'm going to go to the Lions playoff game this year. That's amazing.
My daughter bought me a Barry Sanders hoodie for Christmas, and I almost started to cry. I mean, I was almost in tears when we won the NFC North. I was almost in tears over this. I mean, that's how much and how this has helped, I think, our community. Detroit's a great place, and we do deserve this. And Dan Campbell and that team has just knocked it out of the park. I mean, they have done more for this city this year than I don't know how anybody could have a bad 223 this year now.
Yeah,
I mean, it just has done a lot for.
It's been awesome, Keith, and thanks for the call. I appreciate it. There's more to come. The story isn't done. The goals haven't been reached yet. You know, this is the first step. Get to the playoffs is the first step. Clinching the division, yeah, that's part of it. That's reaching a goal. But now you refocus your goals and look at the next one. Can they improve their seeding? You know, they'd like to do that. That's what they're going to try to do. They got a game in Dallas. They can improve their seeding. If they beat Dallas, they beat Minnesota, they get the 2 seed. You know, with an outside shot of getting the number 1 seed if San Francisco loses one of their final 2 games. You know, but we as fans, I think there's a growing feeling that fans don't care about the seeding. Fans care about the playoff game. Win the playoff game. Win the playoff game. And we can walk around town without pants again if that happens, right? But you win that, and whatever happens in the second playoff game happens. But win the first one. If you're hosting a second one, great. But getting to a second playoff game would be massive for this team. And to think about it, you know, Dan Campbell, it's a guy from Texas, right? This is a guy from Texas and played at Texas A&M and drafted into the NFL, plays a number of years in the NFL at tight end, and played on the Lions for a season. He knows what it's like. In the short time he was here, he knows what it's like. I think it would have been a tougher sell to have him as the head coach if he hadn't done time in Detroit, so to speak. You know, if he hadn't paid his dues. Because having coaches come here that had no ties, they don't know the history. They don't know how desperate the fan base is to see a winner. They don't know how much the fan base truly loves this team. And it all started with Sheila. It started with Sheila Ford Hamp. when she took over and she made decisions, nope, we're done with the Bob Quinn, Matt Patricia stuff. Get out of here. We're going to do it a different way. And she got the right people around her, the right people advising her to try to find the right way to do it. And when they brought in this guy from Texas to coach this team, and he came in with that press conference about biting kneecaps, I think it rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. But I think more people enjoyed the candor and appreciated him. And once the link was made, and oh, by the way, he had played here in Detroit, you thought, okay, maybe a lot of this could be false bravado, but he did play here. He was part of some of a pretty bad team. So he should know. And I think that goes a long way. Goes a long way towards the fans buying into what Dan Campbell was saying. And I think it goes both ways. And then Dan Campbell's approach with Brad Holmes, they're of the same like mind of how they wanted to build this team, and they built it the right way in their mold. And, it's no longer a salesman job. The job is his. He's got it. It's a winning team. It's unbelievable what this team has done in the short amount of time that they've been in charge. And he said something yesterday, that I wondered if this was going to bother Lions fans or not, because he was talking about how Dallas is going to be honoring former coach Jimmy Johnson. And Dan Campbell talked about how he loves Jimmy Johnson. He's a huge Jimmy Johnson fan. Obviously, he was a Cowboys fan growing up. And he said he actually studied how Jimmy Johnson coached because he thinks that highly of him. And I started to think about this when we talked to Jared Goff yesterday, and I asked him about the whole Dallas question, Dallas being America's team. And it seems like there's no fence sitting when it comes to the Cowboys. You're either a Cowboys fan or you're not. You either love America's team and them Cowboys, or you hate them and you resent the fact they're called America's team. Jared Goff said, I guess he goes, I really liked Troy Aikman growing up, and Tony Romo. I think he said Tony Romo. But being a San Francisco fan growing up, he should probably dislike the Cowboys. Here's Dan Campbell. He's coaching the Lions, but he kind of, he loves Jimmy Johnson. Are there actually Cowboy fans in Detroit? I wonder that. I used to be a Cowboys fan, but that was because of the team they had in the 70s and the 80s, not because the team that won 3 Super Bowls in the 90s. I didn't like that team. I liked the other one because that was the first team I started watching. The first Super Bowl I saw, Dallas beat Denver 27-10 in Super Bowl 12. That was the first one I watched. I was a big Tony Dorsett fan, Randy White fan, Roger Staubach. Loved that team. And back then it was you were either a Steelers fan or you were a Cowboys fan outside of being a Lions fan. And I was one of in the minority. And as time grew on, and then you had the rivalry with that Cowboys team in the 90s because of the Emmitt Smith, Barry Sanders thing, then it totally flipped and I dropped the Cowboys like a bad habit. When they moved on from Tom Landry, I moved on from the Cowboys. So now I have this healthy dislike for Dallas. Are there Cowboy fans here in Detroit still? And why? I mean, after the playoff game from several years ago, where they picked up the flag, that whole bit, are there still Cowboy fans here in Detroit? Just curious about that. 248-539-9797. Back to the phones we go, and Mike is in Royal Oak. Mike, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Mike.
Gator, happy holidays to you.
Thank you. Same to you.
I've noticed something. I wonder if anybody else has too. 3 names come to mind: Bugs, Houston, and Melifanu. And what I'm seeing is those guys were held back by Campbell. It seemed like at the beginning of the year, Bugs was held back. Last year, Houston was held back. This year, it seems like Melifanu was held back. And then he unleashes these guys, and they go nuts. I wonder if that's a coaching strategy of his. Just curious if anybody else noticed that.
I think what his philosophy is, you got to earn it and practice in order to be activated. And that was the problem with James Houston, because apparently he wasn't too remarkable in practice when they first had him, and he got better and better each week. And eventually they got to the point where, we got to get this guy on the field, see what he can do. And obviously 8 sacks in 7 games was great. I don't know what happened with Bugs. There was a while there where he was just in the doghouse. I don't know if he just wasn't getting along, or whether he was upset with the playing time that other guys were getting it over him. And but yeah, he's become a pretty good run stuffer and a guy in the middle of that defense. Melifonwu, I think, had some injury issues too, though, and I think that's really more what kept him back than anything else was injuries. But Aaron Glenn did just say this morning, in fact, Colton Pouncey from The Athletic had this quote. It says, Aaron Glenn on Ifeatu Melifonwu says, if he understands exactly what he's doing now. So maybe coupled with the injuries, that he didn't know exactly what he was supposed to do. And you're not going to get in the field at that position, like safety, if you don't know what you're doing. Now he does, and it's paying dividends. And he's looked great the last couple weeks.
Yeah, when they get out on that field, they mean business. And it's like, that sounds like a little motivational coaching.
Yeah, it does. And it's
from the outside.
Gotta like it. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, and Aaron Glenn has taken a lot of arrows this season with the Lions defense. It's a lot of risk and reward with this Lions defense. They're still trying to find the right mix of players. It'd be nice if guys could stay healthy. They haven't played this defense. The defense hasn't played as it was constructed before the season because of injuries. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Emmanuel Mosley, they haven't played. They played very little, right? And those were two huge pieces added to this team through free agency, along with Cameron Sutton. Those guys were really going to make a difference, and they haven't had the opportunity to because of the injuries. James Houston, we're looking forward to what he was going to do opposite Aiden Hutchinson. And when the draft came around last year, people were saying, we need another edge rusher, And I'm like, well, no, they don't. They've got James Houston. They don't need to draft one. Draft something else, another position need, but not edge rusher. Well, they didn't draft edge rusher. And then a couple games into it, Houston, breaks his leg and he's out for most of the season. And they've struggled to find their replacement since then. So it's too bad we'll never this year see this team play with all those guys together. But we will see them play with most of them together. Sounds like C.J. Gardner-Johnson could return perhaps this week. We'll see. James Houston, it looks like they're going to start his clock real soon, maybe this week. We'll see. I'll look for the reports from practice today. And he wouldn't be playing this week against the Cowboys, but at least activates him for practice time. Maybe he'd play in the last week against Minnesota, or at least ready to go for the playoffs. But Mosley looks like he's done. Aleem McNeil is another one that needs to come back, and he has to sit out at least another week, I think, before they can activate him from IR. But getting these guys back all helps the defense significantly. And all the woes we've seen from this defense over the last several weeks, where people were really complaining, and some people were even calling for Aaron Glenn's job, relax. Things could be changing quickly and for the better. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Lions have gotten a tremendous amount of production out of their 2 running back set that they have with Montgomery and Gibbs. It's been fantastic this season. It's been better than what we saw last year, which was really good with Jamal Williams and DeAndre Swift. They moved on from those running backs, brought in these 2, and it's great. I think this is going to be a nice duo for years to come. And I think it was time to move on from Swift last year. When they did so, I thought it was the right move, get a draft pick for him. It was right to move on from Jamal Williams. Outstanding running back in short yardage situations, but didn't have the breakaway speed, didn't have that game-breaking ability. Was going to get you, 3.5 to 4 yards every time he touched a football, and was going to score every time around the goal line, but that was about it. Well, Montgomery has averaged 4.7 yards a carry this year for the Lions, and carrying the load with a bunch of touchdowns already. And then his tag team partner being Jahmyr Gibbs, the rookie, who's averaging 5.7 yards a carry. That looks great as well. Some news on the NFL. It's kind of breaking here. The Denver Broncos are doing something really strange. This is a story from NFL.com. The Broncos are benching quarterback Russell Wilson for the remaining 2 games of the 2023 season to preserve financial flexibility for the team this offseason. NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport reported on Wednesday, per sources. Wilson has $37 million in 2025 salary that vests in March of 2024. And if he suffered a serious injury, it would complicate matters, per Rappaport. So now Jarrett Stidham will be the starter for the Broncos' Week 17 home game against the Chargers. The Broncos technically remain in contention for a playoff spot at 7 or 8. I should say the record of 7 and 8, but they sit at number 12 in the AFC standings after Sunday's loss to the Patriots. So it looks like the Broncos are tanking. Now, they still tell you, no, we have full confidence in Jarrett Stidham, but do you? They're benching Russell Wilson, presumably, so that they can waive him after a certain date in 2024. So it's not going to be as big of a cap hit. They don't want him to get hurt, because if he gets hurt, according to this story, it complicates matters. That's odd. Really odd. Did the Lions end Russell Wilson's run? Was that it? Effectively? I mean, I know they lost the 2 weeks in a row there when they lost last week to the Patriots, but Lions kind of got that started, right? They'd won 6 out of 7, and then they lost to the Lions. And now they lose to the Patriots. It's interesting. This is where you see the football is clearly a business. So will Russell Wilson be quarterbacking somewhere else next year? More than likely. That's kind of strange. 248-539-9797. Back to the phones we are. And Shane is next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Shane.
Hey, Gator.
Hey.
Merry Christmas to you. Happy New Year to the 97.1 family.
Thank you very much.
I want to start. I guess I called in when we were talking what's better, winning the playoff game or locking up a higher seed. But to me, with San Fran's help, if we were able to get the number 1 seed and secure that bye, I mean, you're clinching the conference, not only the division, right? And getting that bye is almost like winning a playoff game to me. Obviously, it's not going to hit the heartstrings like it would in Detroit, right. But I mean, it's pretty great, right?
No, it would be great if it's in play. I mean, it's realistic. It's not easy to happen because San Francisco's really good, and they'd have to lose one of their final 2 games, and they play Washington. But they finish up against the Rams, who are playing awfully well right now. So it's not impossible for San Francisco to lose one of those final 2 games, and it's not impossible for the Lions to win their last 2 games. I mean, it's there. I love the idea of getting that because of what you just said. It's the bye week. It's getting everybody healthy. And that's what's most important for the Lions. We keep the offensive line healthy, we know they win games. You get an extra week to
right?
What's that?
And for them, right? If we were able to get that seed and get that bye, I mean, how many times in the wild card do we see upsets, right? So we're automatically going to get that lowest seed, or highest number-wise.
Yeah.
And, I mean, we could still play someone easy to try to secure our playoff game. No game is easy, right?
Well, no game's easy,
so I'd
right.
rather have that bye and have that divisional at Ford Field.
Well, and thanks for the call, Shane. This is one of the reasons why Dan Campbell is refocusing their attention on the Dallas game, as he should. But it's about, can they get to the number 2 seed? You get to the number 2 seed if you beat Dallas and then you beat Minnesota, you're guaranteed the number 2 seed. And then whatever happens with San Francisco might give you the number 1 seed. Now, I'll be happy either way. I'm already happy. I'm already satisfied with the fact that they're going to host a playoff game and they've won the division. All right? All I care about, honestly, is that they're healthy in that playoff game. That's what matters most to me. Have your best chance to win that game by staying healthy. Your offensive line is healthy. There's no regression with Frank Ragnow's his foot injury. There's nothing to worry about with Jonah Jackson's ankle or shoulder or Taylor Decker, anything like that. You don't have to worry about that. The offensive line's good. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear that C.J. Gardner-Johnson's ready to roll. He's healthy. That James Houston's ready to join this team and wreak havoc on the defensive line. That Aleem McNeil has been ready to go, but because they put him in IR, he has to miss the 4 games, but he was ready to play a game ago. Okay, I want to hear all that. I'm here for it. That's what matters most to me, is the health of the team going into the first playoff game. Be nice if they beat Dallas. Be nice if they somehow got the number 2 seed. If they went out, that'd be great. But it's not my first priority. My first priority is health, and I'm sure that's their first priority too, but they are trying to adjust their goals. Tommy is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Tommy.
Hey, Gator, what's up, my man?
Not much, man. How you doing?
Great. Hey, yeah, you know what? I agree with caller Brian from a few calls back. They have to win this first playoff game. It's imperative, Gator. It's a must. I always listen to the morning show. They're always like, "Oh, if they lose a playoff game, is a season of failure." And they're like, "No, I wouldn't call it a failure. I'd call it a major disappointment." Well, what's the difference? It's like they have to win the first playoff game. That's a stepping stone. And whether it's the Rams or I know they're trending towards the Rams, maybe the Seahawks. I don't want to see either of those 2 games because I don't want to see Stafford. That would be total SOL. If Stafford comes in, he's like, "Oh, I'm coming home. No pressure." The Rams would be the wild card team. They come back. Stafford comes back to Ford Field and beats the Lions. Oh, man.
Yeah, Tommy, you're running scared, though.
I know. It's you're
going to be upset with those guys.
And on his late night show would be like he'd be playing SOL, his theme song, all night long. And but no, you know what? Bring it on. Like John Jansen said, you know what? He hates Sean McVay. He thinks he's a little weasel. I do too. And in Seattle, well, Seattle's just got their number.
Well, they have, but maybe the third time's the charm.
You got Pete Carroll chewing his gum, pacing up and down the sidelines. It's like for some reason they just beat the Lions. But maybe this year's different, Maybe this year is different.
Well, it certainly feels, and thanks for the call, Tommy. It certainly feels that way, that this year is different. It feels like this regime has brought in a whole new attitude. They've changed the culture completely. And the last vestige of any kind of negativity comes in the form of, in eradicating it, comes in the form of winning a playoff game. Yeah, it's vitally important to win a playoff game. I'm not scared of the Rams. I'm not scared of Seattle. I love the Lions' chances playing at home, beating anybody. It's a good football team. It's a really good football team. That's why I keep talking about the health, though. That's what's most important to me. Stay healthy. You're going to tell me the offensive line's healthy and they got a couple of these other guys on defense back and we're ready to go? They're going to win the game. I'll be chesty about it. I'm not chesty about their chances against Dallas this week. I'm not. I'm more focused on what's going to happen 3 weeks from now. And yet I should just continue to enjoy the ride. It's the roller coaster of the NFL season. I feel like right now, the Lions are kind of playing with house money the last 2 weeks of the season. They've got 11 wins. They're locked into the 3 seed at the worst. They're going to host a playoff game. I'm going to that. I'm going to be happy as hell. It's house money from here on out. It can only get better with wins. Now, I'm not going to wood because you don't want any injuries, but This is where we're at right now. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. More Lions talk and where you feel about this team as we head into the big game against Dallas. Do you dare to dream about the number 2 seed, or do you even think it's possible to get the number 1 seed? Can San Francisco falter down the stretch? Is all that playing to your head, or do you not care about any of it? You feel like I do. It's house money. I just want to move on to the playoffs, and let's get that win. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. One of 2 touchdowns Jahmyr Gibbs had in the game on the ground. He had 100 yards from scrimmage in the game. I can't say enough good things about Jahmyr Gibbs. I love seeing him on the field. His speed is fantastic. When he's got open space, he just takes off and goes. 5.7 yards per carry his rookie season is fantastic. I know some fans, a large percentage of fans, not happy with his selection at number 12 overall when they traded back. And I think a lot of those fans have converted and say, I'm fine with it now. Think about what would have happened had Seattle not taken Witherspoon. How does that change things? Because he went the pick before the Lions. By all accounts, it sounded like the Lions really liked Devin Witherspoon, the defensive back from Illinois, who's now with the Seahawks. Would the Lions have traded back still? Probably not. They'd probably take Witherspoon, and who knows what happens at that point. Everything happens for a reason. They have their fallback plans, and their fallback plans have worked. Brad Holmes has been phenomenal in drafting, finding players late in the draft, hitting the players early in the draft. Now, has he missed on a couple of second-round picks? Okay, fine, but I don't. If you're making up for it by getting a third-round pick right, or getting a fourth-round pick right, or getting a seventh-round pick right, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's been great to see what he's done to help rebuild this team with the talent, and to see Dan Campbell and his coaching staff coach it up. And here we are. The fruits of the labor are in. They've won the NFC North in the 3rd year that these guys have been around, and we're excited to be hosting a playoff game. They got a big game Saturday night in Dallas. This team can still go on for bigger and better things, and they're going to try to. Just stay healthy. Please, God, just stay healthy. Tom is next up here at 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Tom.
No, yeah.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, Gator. What's going on, man?
Not much, Tom. How are you?
All right, here calling from sunny South Florida. Sorry to rub it in, guys.
Yeah. Well, it's 50 degrees here, so you're not really rubbing it in.
Oh, but here, man, nobody's focusing on here. What if we lose to Dallas? Even though they lost to Miami, the 1 game back in the standings, we go into Dallas, we lose. Do we have any control of the number 2 seed at all?
If they lose to Dallas, I don't believe so. No.
Okay, behind the standings. Then we go into the next week. They have Philly. We have Minnesota. So how does that game factor into us still having? I understand what you said, Gator. We care about playoffs. We care about just getting there, getting to the game. However, we're there. We've earned it. I want that number 2 spot.
I'd like the number 2 seed as well. And to get it, you got to beat Dallas. So go beat Dallas. It's not the most, like I said, to me, the most important thing is just be healthy going into the playoff season. That's most important. Would I like them to get the number 2 seed? Yeah. Am I rooting for them to play their hearts out and win on Saturday night? You bet. Right? They're 6-point underdogs going into this game. I think there's a lot of people that don't think that they belong in the same category as a Philadelphia, a Dallas, and San Francisco, because all 3 of those teams have shown points this year where they've been pretty dominant in the way that they win. Dallas, in particular, has blown some teams out, and I think a lot of people look at that and say,
especially at home,
yeah, especially at home, but especially against bad teams, which people don't want to look at. And they've lost to a bad team. They lost to Arizona, which is not a good team. Thanks for the call. But they sure took care of business against a bad team like the Giants. They beat them twice, a combined 89-17 in those 2 games. They've beaten Washington. They beat them 45-10, and they'll face them the last game of the season. And they take care of the bad teams. Beat Carolina by 23 points. Just go through it. They beat New England by 35 points early in the season. They beat the Jets by 20 points early in the season. But they're tough at home. We know they're tough at home. Among all those cupcake games, they've also got a big win over Philadelphia when they played Philly at home, 33-13. Right? They beat Seattle at home, 41-35. A shootout there, but enough to get past Seattle. It's a dangerous team. The Cowboys are a dangerous team. They put points up offensively and defensively. They got a defensive back that has 5 pick sixes this year. He's got 5 in 1 year. Dak Prescott's thrown 30 touchdowns. They, as a team, they've run for 1,800 yards and 13 touchdowns. They're getting it done in all facets. It'd be a nice win for the Lions, for sure. 248-539-9797. And let's go to Alandis is next up here at 97 on the ticket. Hey, Alandis.
What's going on?
Not much, man. How are you?
I'm all right, man. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Same to you.
Let me get my first point across. To the Pistons. Sorry that happened last night. I was pulling for you. Cade Cunningham, if you're listening right now, tell your agent to get you out of Detroit. You'll make a great bet. You know, you and Anthony Davis on the Lakers. Oh, my. All right, let me get on to the 49ers and his Lions. Most of these Lions fans are calling in. We're afraid of Matthew Stafford coming home. We're afraid of Seattle. Let me tell you something. The 49ers will win the number 1 seed. Nobody going to touch them. The only people that can beat the 49ers, and I'm admitting it, that's the Baltimore Ravens. The Baltimore Ravens. And we're going to get a rematch with them in the Super Bowl. But we will take care of Washington on the road. Are you kidding me? Chase Young going home? That's a given. And then Matthew Stafford, sorry, we're going to beat you. So there it is. Come on to the Lions fans. Come on out west. You think you got the talent? Only people that hurt us is running quarterbacks. Jared Goff is not a running quarterback.
All right, I'm sorry. Are you talking about San Francisco right now?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks. Don't really care. When you want to talk about the Niners, you go ahead and do it the next show. I don't really care about the Niners. This is a Niner radio. I don't care. Your team lost 3 games in a row in the middle of the season. Okay? Yeah, you had some injuries to deal with, but you still lost those 3 games, including to the Vikings, by the way. You lost to the Vikings. You lost to Cleveland early in the year with P.J. Walker at the helm. P.J. Walker, who threw no touchdowns and 2 interceptions in the game, and yet they still won the game. So your Niners might be the best team in the NFC. I wouldn't discount that, but the word is might. I don't know how much separation there is between the Niners, the Eagles, the Cowboys, and the Lions. I don't know. When the Lions are healthy, an offensive line's ready to go and healthy, they're 6-0. And they score points in bunches. So we'll see what happens. I'll cross that bridge when we get to it. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, the ticket. Well, we know how it ended. Lions win it, and they win the North with it. It was great. It was fun the end of last year watching the Lions end Aaron Rodgers' career in Green Bay with a loss at Green Bay. That was fun in Lambeau. That's when I knew that this team was different. This coaching staff was different. They got them motivated to play a game in Green Bay when their season was ended just minutes before. You know, when Seattle beat the Rams and ended the Lions' playoff hopes, that game meant nothing except for personal pride. And those guys went out there and they played their asses off at Lambeau Field, won in dominating fashion, and then ushered Aaron Rodgers on out. That was great. That signified this is a different team. When nothing didn't mean anything to them, it meant everything to Green Bay. Green Bay needed that game to make the playoffs, and they didn't get it. And now we've seen this season. And I remember at times we were talking about this team and, hey, they should win the NFC North division. We kind of agreed on it. We all agreed on that, right? Aaron Rodgers not in the division. Jordan Love's going to be okay. He's going to have some growing pains. Justin Fields is still Justin Fields. He's going to have growing pains. Both of those teams will show some improvement, but they're not ready to take over and be challengers just yet. The Vikings were going to come down from being a 13-win team last year. They won every close game that was there. But once Kirk Cousins got hurt, I mean, they were 4-4, I think, when he got hurt. They were done, right? It was just a matter of time. But people still weren't sure when the Lions were. I mean, maybe it was going to have to come to the last week of the season for them to clinch. You know, people were still nervous, clutching their pearls. Oh, we have to wait till the end of the year? No, they handled their business with 2 weeks to go. That's why I say right now this is kind of like house money. As much as I'd love to have the number 2 seed locked up, it doesn't mean as much to me. What matters is the health of this team. 248-539-9797. Bonifacio is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Bonifacio.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Not too bad. No, I was just calling because earlier in this segment you asked if there was any Dallas Cowboy fans still in Detroit.
Yeah, I was curious about that because it seems like everybody has a strong opinion on the Cowboys. You're either a Cowboys fan or you hate the Cowboys. And given the history with Detroit, I just can't imagine there are too many Cowboy fans here in Detroit.
Yeah, unfortunately, my mom is a Cowboys fan. She grew up in Texas, so
well, that makes sense.
She's a member of America's football team, so the household has a little grudge right now. But
so, how long has she lived in Michigan?
She's lived in Michigan. Well, the oldest is 25. So I would say like 25 years. Yeah, 25 years.
25 years. And she has not bought into the Lions. She's still a Cowboys fan, huh?
Yeah, I mean, what is it? If the Cowboys aren't playing, she'll cheer for the Lions because, like, me and my brother are Lions fans. So if they have a bye week or something, she'll cheer for the Lions.
Yeah, but what's she going to do on Saturday night?
Saturday night, it's going to – what is it? She was actually thinking about – because her family still lives down there. She was actually thinking about taking a trip down there, but she couldn't get the time off of work. So, what is it?
So, bottom line is she's still rooting for the Cowboys against the Lions.
Oh yeah, probably till the day she dies.
All right, fair enough. Well, hey, look, she's from Texas, so I guess that can be understandable. I mean, if I packed up and moved to Chicago and lived there for the next 20 years, I'm still going to be a Detroit fan. I'm not packing up and moving to Chicago. That's not happening. Lived in Chicago for a couple of years when I was a youngster, a tyke, a little one. Cleveland for a year and a half or so, Chicago for the next 2 or 3 years, and then to Detroit. I've been a Detroit fan since I can remember rooting for sports. Mirage is next up here at 97 on the ticket. Hey, Mirage, how are you?
I'm good, Gator. How you doing?
All right, thank you.
First-time caller here. I was just calling to see how cool would it be if the Lions were to match up with the Rams, beat them, former quarterback, and then probably go up against the Eagles. Former coach, Patricia, and then line up in the Super Bowl with the Browns' former coach, Schwartz. I don't know is that possible or what?
Sure, anything's possible. It's not probable, but to get to that kind of scenario would be really interesting. I'd love it. You have kind of like a concert shirt. You have a victory tour around there with the dates on the back of it. But it's definitely not probable. I like the idea, and thanks for the call. I have no problem with the whole Rams-Lions talk in the playoffs. I embrace it. I know Doug doesn't want to deal with it. He wants to embargo any talk unless we have to, if it actually takes place. But until then, he doesn't want to talk about it. He doesn't want to deal with the soap operas that's going to take place. With all the storylines, there are a million storylines. And yes, the NFL is drooling over this because it would just make their day to come up with all these stories with Stafford coming back to Detroit, and you got Jared Goff against his former coach who left him for dead basically and traded him away. And there's a lot going on. Brad Holmes coming from the Rams organization, and here he is building up the Lions. There's a lot there, and I'm here for it all. I'd love it. I embrace it. Doesn't bother me in the least. I'm not afraid of the Rams. I'm not. Maybe the Lions don't win it, but I'm not afraid of it going into it. No need to be. Got some ticket texts have come in. Gator, a huge part of SOL is the Lions' inability to line up and beat winning teams. We've done it once this season with 2 more chances remaining. Can you handle the truth? Yeah, I can handle the truth. And I think part of that is truthful, that the Lions haven't had many wins against winning teams. But they did knock off Kansas City to start the season. When they beat Green Bay, I think technically Green Bay was a winning team. I'd have to go back and look at that to see if that was the case. When they beat Denver, Denver was a winning team. And they'll have an opportunity against Dallas. So we'll see what happens there. I think there aren't many good teams in this league. And you look at what Dallas has done. How many winning teams has Dallas beaten this year? They've got a win over Philadelphia. They got a win over Seattle. And is that it for winning teams for them? They beat the Rams earlier this year, but the Rams were not a winning team when they beat them. So, same boat, Dallas and Detroit. Let's go. Let's move on. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number, same number to text us as well. Gator, I would enjoy 2 home playoff games, but it's exceeding expectations. I listened to all the preseason calls, so for me, a playoff win with the promise of next season, that satisfies me. That's from Scott and Troy. Record against common opponents would be better for Detroit because of the Dallas win. Yes, this is the tie-breaking situation. The caller nailed it when you played the excuse game for the other teams with injuries. That was never acceptable for the Lions over the years, and like we didn't have any injuries either. Exactly. That's why anybody that wanted to dare mention injuries in the Vikings game, I wasn't going to hear it. I don't care. Every team has to deal with injuries. Every team does. And so you battle with it. Vikings play without Kirk Cousins. Yeah. And then they lost TJ Hawkinson, who's gone for the year now with a torn ACL. They lost Hawkinson in the game against the Lions. They lost Jordan Addison in the game against the Lions. Okay. Yeah, that's some big losses. And Lions played without a bunch of guys and have continued to play without a bunch of guys. You do what you do. It's the National Football League. Winning ain't easy. You take it, you say thank you, and you move on. They're the champs. They're the champs. That's all that matters. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket.
Well, the Pistons officially own the single-season losing streak record in NBA history now following last night's 118-112 home loss to the Nets, despite Cade Cunningham's 41 points. Detroit is at Boston tomorrow night with a chance at further infamy. A loss there would equal the NBA's mark for longest ever losing streak over any span. 28 consecutive losses set by the Cavs across the 2014-15 and 2015-16 seasons. The longest losing streak in the history of North American professional sports is well within grasp, too. That stands at 29, set by the then Chicago Cardinals of the NFL from 1942 to 1945. The Lions are back at practice today in Allen Park, preparing for Saturday's primetime game at Dallas. It's a chance for Detroit to keep pace with the 49ers and Eagles in the race for the NFC's number 1 seed and lone first-round playoff bye. The Lions have just an 8% chance at taking that spot, according to ESPN, with 76% odds of earning the 3rd seed. And it'll be a matchup of teams trending in opposite directions tonight when the Red Wings visit Minnesota. Detroit has lost 8 of 10. The Wild have won 3 in a row and 6 of 7. You can hear it all here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:35. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome back. Final hour of the Carson Anderson Show. Scott the Gator Anderson with you today. Taking your calls at 248-539-9797. Your texts as well. If you want to live stream the show, you can certainly do so. Download the Odyssey app today. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. Download that app and you can take us anywhere. You can listen to us anywhere in the country and other countries too. It's pretty cool. Plus, they have the rewind feature. So if you want to go back and listen to something you said a day ago, you can go back 24 hours and check that out. Now, if you want to live stream the show with video, go to twitch.tv, look for 97 The Ticket, and you will see the show on Twitch. Also on YouTube, and search for 97 The Ticket. So those are the ways to get caught up on the show and what's going on. Look forward to talking to all you in all different areas. But we've been talking about the Lions and the game this week, and I kind of feel like the rest of the season here is just they're playing with house money for the regular season. If they get the 2nd seed, great. If they, beat Dallas, great. Love it if beat Dallas. And then let's say you get the 2nd seed, it's awesome. If somehow San Francisco loses to the Rams at the end of the season, you end up with number 1 seed, that's even better. But I'm okay with where they're at right now. The biggest thing I want to protect against is injuries. And you can't do that. I mean, it's hard to, it's just, that's in my mind, that's all it is. Just be healthy, just be healthy, just be healthy. I don't care if they win or lose the next 2 games. That doesn't matter to me. It's not going to change my opinion one bit on what this team is. The only thing that's going to change my opinion on what this team is going into the playoffs is how healthy they are. That's it. So I'll reserve the right to change that opinion based on the health as we go into the playoffs. But right now, knocking on wood, it's a healthy group. Looks like it's a healthy group going into this week's game at Dallas and taking on the Cowboys at Jerry World. 248-539-9797. Stan is next up. Stan, welcome to 97 The Ticket. Hey, Stan.
Hey, how you doing? I got 3 points I'd like to make. Everybody seems to be overlooking the fact that Detroit can be number 1, the number 1 seed, if simply one thing happens. San Francisco, if they go 1-0-1 and Detroit goes 2-0, Detroit's the number 1 seed, regardless. All San Francisco has to do is tie 1 game, not win 2 games. And Detroit's the number 1 seed. And then, for people to say that the 1 playoff win is all they want, that's not good enough. They're set up right now, 2 wins minimum should be the bar. I mean, to say 1 playoff win and I'm happy? Oh, no. You're not going to be in this position that many times. So the bar should be minimum 2. Get to the championship. Get to the NFC championship.
Well, aren't you hoping that the bar is set for this team for years to come to compete for that?
Yeah, but I'm talking about this year. We're talking about this year, here and now. If they take care of business, go 2-0, they can be the number 1 seed. The Rams can tie. No, I'm aware. I know. I've said this before. We've laid out the scenarios. It's possible they can get number 1 seed.
It's possibly get the number 2 seed, and it's highly likely they just end up with the number 3 seed. But it doesn't matter because they'll be hosting a playoff game, and that's really what matters most.
One shouldn't be the goal. It should be 2. You should have 2 as a goal, to host 2 and have home field advantage with that crowd going crazy.
The goal is every year, and thanks for the call. The goal every year is to win a Super Bowl. That's the goal of every team in the National Football League. All 32 teams, their goal to start the year is to win a Super Bowl. Now, for some teams, it's more realistic than other teams. And I think for the Lions this year, when they set the goal to win the Super Bowl, it was probably somewhat realistic. And as the season's gone on, and you see the landscape of the NFL and how not one team has really distanced themselves and proven that they are clearly the best team in the National Football League, yeah, I think the Lions are in that mix of teams. I think they have the 6th best odds to win the Super Bowl, like 12-1 or something like that. Maybe it's 16-1, something like that. But they're in that group. They've got a chance, but I'm not going to. I mean, I think some of this is futile. What's the point in bringing up these ultimatum type statements? It's unacceptable if they don't win 2 playoff games. What does that mean? You're going to stop being a fan? Or you label this season as a failure if they win 1 but not 2 playoff games? Seems kind of harsh. And this is the first year they're entering the playoffs in years. I'm not just happy to be there. Don't confuse that. I expect them to win a playoff game because they're hosting a game. My expectation is to get the 1 win. What happens after that? We'll see. You can't predict the future. You don't know how healthy the team's going to be. You don't know where they're going to be playing. If they're playing at home, I like their chances playing at home in a second game, if that's what's going to happen. If they're playing on the road, different story. Just because we have seen how this team has played on the road. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. But we're talking about playoff teams now. We're not talking about the bottom half of the league teams here. We're talking about playoff teams. And we'll see just how good this team really is and how much farther they have to go. Every year, you need to look to improve yourselves. And we thought the Lions made big improvements in the offseason, and some of those guys have hardly played at all because of injuries. So that's why I look at it that way and say it's so important to stay as healthy as you can going into the playoff season. Some more ticket texts coming in. With Mosley, we've also had multiple games without David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs, and we still have not lost 2 games in a row. This is true. The Lions have had, it's more than just the guys who've been out for a long time. It's guys that have missed time here and there. I think St. Brown has missed a game also. And then there are some other guys that, some players that are important players of this team that have missed time, but maybe you don't think of them as being important players because not the big name guys. But I think not having Brock Wright, that hurts the team. I like Brock Wright a lot with what he's got. Let's go back to the phones, and we've got Jake in Southfield who's next up here, 97 The Ticket. Hey, Jake.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Okay, let me get straight to the point. Any Lions fan who wants the Lions to play the Rams in their first playoff game is absolutely crazy. Because I'm just getting nervous thinking about it.
Why?
I think the Rams are playing great football. Stafford, on his mind, he's going to walk into Ford Field and say, yeah, let's beat them up.
Why are you afraid? I don't understand why you're afraid of this. You don't think the Lions are good enough to beat the Rams?
Honestly, I'm nervous.
Well, being nervous is fine, but you don't think they're good enough?
I think I do have some confidence, but it's against the Rams.
So?
Matthew Stafford will have his mind to beat. If Matthew Stafford loses that game, he would never let it go. I would rather the Lions play the Eagles. I know that's a little far-fetched.
I don't understand this. I don't understand this mentality, Jake. Matthew Stafford did nothing with the Lions in the playoffs. He was 0-3 as a Lions quarterback in the playoffs. But because he's with the Rams, he won his Super Bowl with a great team there. They don't have as good a team this year that they did when they won the Super Bowl. Lions have a better team. Why are you afraid of them?
They've been winning straight games.
So is the Lions. The Lions have 11 wins.
But did the Lions? I'm a Lions fan. I don't want to sound like, but did they win any good team?
How about the Super Bowl champs? Beat them first week of the season on the road at Kansas City. Did that happen? Yeah, that happened. That happened. Don't be afraid of the Rams. If you're afraid because there's storylines, really? Don't be afraid of the storylines. You want a storyline to combat that? How about the storyline that Jared Goff's got a giant chip on his shoulder to beat his former coach that ran him out of town? How about that one? His coach who benched him before the playoffs began his last year in Los Angeles because he was healing from a surgically repaired hand, then has to come crawling back and say, hey, Jared, we need you to play because your backup got hurt. And Goff and the Rams win that game in the playoffs. Now, admittedly, he didn't have a great game, but they did win, and he was the quarterback. And then he gets traded as part of the Stafford trade. You don't think Jared Goff's got a chip on his shoulder? I think it's a massive chip, and I'm loving it. I'm not a big Sean McVay fan. I can respect that he's a good offensive mind, maybe even a great offensive mind, but I don't like Sean McVay. I don't like how that whole thing ended up there. That he threw Jared Goff under the bus. When times got tough for the Rams and they had some injuries and they lost some players and other players moved on and they didn't replace them well enough, well, who was to blame? Hey, let's find a scapegoat. Let's make it the quarterback. Well, I like that quarterback is our quarterback now. He's had a hell of a season so far. And him playing at home, that would be fantastic. I'd love it. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Yeah, for a 3rd and 27, they would convert on a pass to Justin Jefferson, who was unbelievable in that game. And then just a couple plays later, Melifonwu made the interception to seal the deal for the Lions. Because that's the way this season has been. They've won the games and found a way to win the games that seemed like they couldn't win them. They found a way. Or games in the past that they would find a way to lose, they didn't, which is exactly what happened Sunday. In the past, they would have lost that game. A blocked extra point. You give the Vikings a chance to come down the field at the end of the game. Throw a 50-50 ball up to Justin Jefferson in the end zone. You know you're going to lose that. Nope. No, I don't know that. This is a different team. Different circumstances. You know, this team had a couple of heartbreaking losses to the Vikings over the last couple of years, and you know, they kind of exercised that demon a little bit on Sunday. Nice to see. I'm excited about the playoffs with this team. The caller that called the Cowboys America's team, that's when I started hating that team from Texas. That's a ticket text. Yeah, I don't remember the first time I heard that. Like I said, in full disclosure, I loved the Cowboys growing up, but it was the Tom Landry coached Cowboys that I enjoyed, because the first team I remember watching on TV was the Cowboys in the Super Bowl against the Broncos. 18 years and counting, Gator. I moved here when I was 21. In 3 years, it'll feel weird to say that I've lived here longer, but I can't give up on them now. That's from Mitch in Chicago. So Mitch, who grew up in Michigan, moved to Chicago, has lived there for the last 18 years, is still a Detroit fan, which I would expect. Ridiculous. The same old 11-win, division-winning Lions is ridiculous. Yeah, it's kind of fun to say that. Can you imagine how insane a Dan Campbell halftime speech in the playoffs would be? I imagine it would be pretty fired up. I imagine that the post-game speech after a playoff win would be even better. Because sometimes coaches just take different approaches. They don't speak at halftime. They'll let the players say what they have to say. All depends. But yeah, I'd love to be on a fly on the wall. And my guess is that they'll have some cameras and microphones rolling when that happens in the playoffs this year, and we'll be able to see what that is like. I'm sorry, but the Rams are the one team I don't want to play. They actually manhandled the Ravens. That's a 6 or 7 seed that could make the Super Bowl. Every team has had their awful games this year. Every team has had one. So I don't care. I just don't. Are the Rams capable of going on a run? Maybe. I don't think it's all that probable. I think the Lions are certainly more capable, and I'm not afraid of playing the Rams. I'm just not. The 49ers have 10 starters on the injured list this week, including their left tackle and quarterback. They can lose to the Commanders this week. What good teams did the Rams beat? I had to look at the Rams schedule and see who they beat, but apparently Baltimore was one of them. So there you go. As far as the players on the injury list, it's early in the week, and the 10 players that are listed are all listed as questionable. Until those questionables go to doubtfuls, I'm expecting them to play, because that's just how it is. You know, in the same kind of disclosure, looking at the Lions list of players, how many they have on. I mean, every team has got a ton of players listed on the injury list. The Lions do as well. And only a couple of those are questionable. Brock Wright and Taylor Decker are both questionable, which means they're probably going to play. The other guys are injured reserve guys. So the Lions don't have as many on that list as it stands right now. But again, wait and see what happens today from practice and who sits out, and you'll see that list grow. But hopefully they get C.J. Gardner-Johnson back. Hopefully we hear some news about James Houston, that he's been activated and able to practice. I wouldn't expect him to play, not this week, but hopefully ready to start practicing and get ready for the playoff run. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Let's go to Nate, who's next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Nate.
How you doing? Happy holidays, Gator.
Thank you. Same to you.
Yeah. Look at here, Gator, man. I am just ecstatic about what's going on with the Lions, man. I'm telling you. And I agree with the caller, I think a couple of callers ago, that said that, we should win all these next 2 games. I fear no team, man. I don't have any fear about anybody that we'll face, man. And we building something good here. I know that was coined years ago and it was at the wrong time, but right now, and this is true, we're building something good here, and it's going to be good for many years to come. We're going to be a dangerous team to face. And that's what I need to say, Gate.
Yeah, I think they're done. And thanks for the call. I think they are a dangerous team. I don't think teams want to play Detroit. They certainly don't want to play Detroit in Detroit. I'll tell you that right off the bat. And if this team, I keep saying it, and I'll keep saying it until it's otherwise. If the offensive line is healthy, it's a scary offensive team. Because how do you stop them? If you're another team, you're the Cowboys this week, and you want to win this game badly because you want to win the division, and you can't do that unless you win this game. How are you going to defend what the Lions can present offensively? They got a healthy offensive line that has helped this team to throw for nearly 4,000 yards while rushing for nearly 2,000 yards at this point. They have a dynamic duo when it comes to the running game. Passing game, they can hit you with speed. They can hit you with possession receivers. They can hit you with a tight end. I mean, the only thing they can't do offensively is have the quarterback take off and go. That's the hole in the offense. And it's not even really a hole. I mean, it's a skill that some quarterbacks have. Jared Goff doesn't have that skill. That's okay. He makes up for it with his accuracy. He's completed 68% of his passes this year. He's in the top 5 in a bunch of categories in the NFL for quarterbacks. I think he's the 6th rated passer in the National Football League right now. If you're Dallas, you got a lot to be concerned with the Lions offense. That doesn't mean that the Lions are favored. They're not favored. Dallas is favored, and they're favored for a reason, because Dallas playing at home is awfully good. They're 7-0 at home. I think they're 15-1 was a number I heard over the last couple of years at home. They really enjoy home field advantage, to be sure. And Dallas makes plays with their defense. They're opportunistic, and when they pick passes off, they take them into the end zone. 5 pick sixes this year for the Dallas Cowboys. And Micah Parsons, as a pass rusher, is going to be after you all day long. The good news for the Lions, they've heard this before. Oh, Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa, they play for the Chargers? Is that okay? Whatever. They handled him. Wasn't a problem. Now they've had some problems with some other guys, but when the line has been healthy, they really haven't had a problem. So I like the chances of Penei Sewell winning the vast majority of those pass rush battles against Micah Parsons, because Penei Sewell is a beast at right tackle. They want to throw him on the left side, have him tangled with Taylor Decker. Okay, Decker's really good left tackle. And if they're going to come after him in the passing game, well, maybe the Lions run the ball, because they run the ball very effectively. They average over 140 yards a game. They're in the top 5 rushing teams in the league. They're really good, really adept at this. This is a different Lions team that we've talked about for years. This is a fun team to talk about. Let's go pick up Stoney, who's next here. 97 to take it. Hey, Stoney.
Hey there. First off, I want to say yours and Doug's show is my favorite show on 97.1, and I listen because I drive all day.
Well, thank you very much.
Over all the other shows. And then, so, of course, Lions fan, I would love to see them win versus Dallas. I don't think they'll beat Dallas. If they don't beat Dallas, do you know what the percentage is that they would face the Rams?
I don't know. I mean, it's dependent on what the Rams do. It's dependent on what the other teams, what Seattle does, and the other teams in the NFC South, if they can all win. Is there another team from the South that makes the playoffs? I think there's a lot to look at with that. This still has to play out the last couple of weeks, but it looks pretty much like the Lions will probably be taking on a Rams team or a Seattle team.
Now, see, I would love to see – I'm not afraid of the Rams. I think the Lions beat the Rams 8 times out of 10. But I would love to see Goff beat his old team and Stafford lose to his old team. Like, are you leaning towards that, or do you lean towards going for the higher seed?
I don't care who they play, honestly. If it's Seattle or the Rams, I want to embrace the Rams possibility. I know that Doug doesn't want to hear all the storylines. I do want to hear all the storylines. I'm all for it. I think it would be fantastic, and I think it'd be an awesome way to slam the door shut on SOL forever if they were to win that playoff game. It'd be great.
That's my same thought too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I'm not afraid of it, and thanks for the call. With Seattle, does Seattle have the Lions numbered? They might. I don't know. But the fact that they've seen them a couple times now, hard to beat them 3 times in a row with the same kind of personnel. I'd like their chances. And again, it'd be a playoff game at home. I like the Lions playing at home. Now, will they get a second playoff game at home? Probably can't happen unless they beat Dallas on Saturday. But that's not, I mean, if it's me, that's not the focus. I mean, you have to focus. I mean, if you're Lions, you got to focus on the game. I mean, you can't play scared. You can't play timid. You're going to have to play to win. So they're going to try to beat the Cowboys. They're not going to rest guys. They're going to try to beat the Cowboys. Now, if things go sideways and let's say they're getting smoked, I imagine they'll start resting some players. And then maybe you won't see too many starters going in the last game of the season. But the game Saturday night does mean something. And they are trying to get the number 2 seed. But they really can't get it unless they beat the Cowboys. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. I'm talking about a lot about the Lions today, and of course, why wouldn't we? I mean, this is a team that's now the NFC North champions. Got a big game Saturday night against the Cowboys. It's a game with playoff seeding implications. I don't know if it have a playoff feel to it, but it's got the playoff seeding implications. Lions are locked in right now, no worse than the 3 seed. And they have a chance to improve to the 2 seed, but they can't do that unless they beat the Cowboys, and they have an outside chance of getting the number 1 seed if they win out and San Francisco simply loses one of their games. The Niners play Washington this week. They cross the country to play them in Washington, and then they'll return home next weekend and play the Rams. So it's quite possible, the Lions take care of business, that they could end up with the number 1 seed. I'm not saying it's probable. I'm saying it's possible, and it's not like a 1% chance type thing either. I think there's a legitimate shot here. But that doesn't. I mean, that's going to play itself out as far as I'm concerned. I'm interested to see how they play against Dallas. I mean, Dallas is a good football team, particularly at home. They're devastatingly good at home. 7-0, score a bunch of points at home. And it's a real test for the Lions. And we'll see who suits up on the field for the Lions defensively, if we're going to get C.J. Gardner-Johnson back, if he's going to be ready to go. Time will tell. And if the offensive line, are they healthy? Are they intact? It seems like it by the injury report from yesterday. Seems like they're pretty healthy. So we should see a pretty good football game on Saturday night. I'm excited for it. I'm here for it. I'd like to see it. But a lot of people are talking about the possibility of what happens in the playoffs. Do you play the Rams? Are they going to play the Seahawks? I don't care. Doesn't matter to me which way they go. And it doesn't bother me that there be all the storylines about the Rams. If that happens, so be it. Because right now, I kind of have this feeling that they're playing with house money the rest of the regular season. The goal is accomplished. You're going to host a playoff game. Mission accomplished. You won the division. That's the first goal. The next goal is to win a playoff game. Great. The goal after that would be win a second playoff game. Now, do your odds increase if you're hosting a second one? Absolutely. And you can't really talk about that unless you beat Dallas on Saturday. So how much emphasis are you putting on that game this week? Dan Campbell seems to be putting a lot of emphasis on that game this week, and perhaps rightfully so. Let's go back to the phones, 248-539-9797. And Alex is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Alex.
Hey, Gator. Happy holidays. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you. Same to you.
Yeah, so if Matthew Stafford and the Rams are walking in, I am licking my chops, and I want it. And the reason being, and anybody who's afraid of that out there has to ask themselves, are the Detroit Lions a cute story? And it's a great story, but are they a cute story, or are they a legitimate playoff team? And this team was built to take on anybody. And I guess if you ask the captains on this team, they're not afraid of playing anybody, and neither should be the fans. So this team, you grab your lunch pail, grab your helmet, let's play ball. And I think the more the better. Matthew Stafford, I want him knocked on his butt relentlessly throughout that game. So I'd love the Rams.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of it. I'm here, and thanks for calling, Alex. I'm here for it. Bring it on. And it's, to me, I mean, the Stafford intrigue is a huge part of it. But to me, the bigger intrigue is watching Jared Goff wanting to light up his former team. You can talk all you want about Stafford, and I heard some people this morning calling into the morning show and kind of discounting what Stafford's interest would be. Like, he'd be okay if he lost to the Lions. And I'm like, no, I don't think he would at all. Guy's a competitor. You get a taste of success. You win the Super Bowl. You want to win another one. You don't want to be, it's a cute story in there in Detroit. You have warm, fuzzy feelings. I'm sure there are some warm, fuzzy feelings about coming back to Detroit if that happens. But he doesn't want to lose. He wants to win. Nobody on that team wants to lose. And particularly Matthew Stafford. Because this would be an opportunity for him and the Rams to prove that he can win a game at Ford Field in the playoffs. We never had a chance to play at Ford Field in the playoffs because the Lions never hosted. And now they do. So to me, the bigger, better story is Jared Goff against the Rams. It's not Stafford against the Lions. Call me crazy. Tony is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Tony.
Yeah, hey, Gator. Yeah, so I think the Rams. Not necessarily that I'm scared, but I think that the Rams are the worst matchup for us because forget about Stafford playing in Detroit. He's just a quarterback playing at a high level right now. They have a running game playing at a high level. They still got Aaron Donald on defense. I just think that they're playing the best football. Forget whatever games the Cowboys won or Niners won or Eagles won in the first half of the season. That's all ancient history at this point. It's who's playing good now. And right now, the Rams are playing the best football, I think, maybe aside from the Lions. And the Lions have played good football for about 2 weeks. The Rams have been playing good football for about 6 weeks.
Yeah, they've won 5 in the last 6 games.
Maybe they knock out the Niners and help us into the number one because, they're just playing that good, I think.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no question the Rams are playing pretty good football. They won 5 of the last 6 games, and that's great. But before that, they lost 4 of the previous 5 games. But it's what have you done lately?
That's old.
Yeah, it is old. Yeah. But it's a long season. And once you get to the playoffs, who knows what happens? And I just like the Lions' chances. It doesn't bother me at all if it'd be the Rams. Not even a little.
I do too. It's just I think the worst of the options. But I think the Rams they're a live dog in San Francisco the last week of the season. So if the Lions beat the Cowboys this Saturday, I mean, look out. I mean, that number one is not going to be it's going to be real interesting, I think. So we'll see.
I love the finish of the season. Thanks for the call. The finish of the season is always fantastic in the NFL. All these teams are vying for to try to make the playoffs. You got teams jockeying for position in the seeding of the playoffs. It's just all types of fun. And when you look at the NFC and all these teams that are trying to get in there, we'll see who gets there, right? Right now the Rams they have the 6th spot. Seattle's in the 7th spot. They have the same record, but the Rams have the tiebreaker over Seattle based on the head-to-head win percentage. The Vikings are still in it. They're trying for it. You got another team from the NFC South, like the Falcons are 7-8. So are the Saints at 7-8. They trail Tampa, who's 8-7. I imagine there's some cannibalism that's going to go on there as those teams are going to have to play each other. But this is the fun part of the season where everybody's playing each other at the end, and we'll see who's left standing. I'm very happy the Lions clinched. I'm very happy it doesn't have to come to this weekend at Dallas for them to win the game so that they can clinch the division and host a playoff game. I'm even happier that it's not having to come down to the last week of the season where everything's on the table, all the marbles in a last game showdown against the Vikings. I'm so glad that didn't happen. And it didn't happen because this team did what they needed to do on Sunday. They won the game. You can say it was ugly. You can say that the Vikings were ravaged by injuries. I don't care. It happened, and the Lions clinched with 2 games to go, and this is why it's huge. Because now we don't have to sweat it out. We don't have to bite our nails about it the rest of the way. This is the fun time. I can actually enjoy the game on Saturday night against the Cowboys without having to sweat it out. It's going to be a fun game. Gary, you're next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Gary.
Hello.
Hey.
Yeah, all the heat is on Dallas. Being Jimmy Johnson Day, odds are you're going to lose the game at home. And I'd love to see a pissed-off Jerry Jones on a big day like Jimmy Johnson Day.
It'd be nice.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Gary. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, an unhappy Jerry Jones makes everybody happy, I think. 248-539-9797. More of your calls in Texas. We continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. That was funny. He's gone. It was literally tripped up. It was too bad because I think we all felt the same way. We saw him go around that left edge. That's his touchdown. No, he got tripped up. Damn it. It's okay. Lions win it. Division champs. Kings of the North. Looking forward to the Dallas game on Saturday night. And I'm looking forward to watching it really without any trepidation at all. It's house money for me. I don't love to see them win. That's great. But they don't have to, which is it's kind of cool. They don't have to win the game. They've already won the division. They're going to host a playoff game. That part's taken care of. Now, if they can win the game, awesome. And then they have a shot at being the number 2 seed if they win out against Minnesota. They do that, even better. But I'm okay. I'm okay with having 19 on a dealer's 6. I'm okay with that. Now, would I like 20? Sure. 21 would be even better. But I'm okay right now. Let's go back to the phones and pick up Ron, who's next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Ron.
Good morning. Good morning. Or good afternoon, Scott.
How are you?
Great. Hey, listen. I was talking on the phone. There's a cop riding right along the next side.
Careful.
Side makes. Anyways, hey, congrats. You're doing a hell of a job all by yourself. I normally work during this time frame, but I'm off this week, and to handle this show 4 hours, you're doing one hell of a job, and I hope your boss is listening because.
Well, it helps to have a support staff, and it helps even more to have people like you call into the show to make it flow.
Yeah,
so thank you, Ron.
But Scott, listen. You don't have a second banana laughing at all the lame jokes. You don't have the silly drops, and most of all, you do not insult.
All right. Well, let's move past that, Ron.
You don't insult local college.
I appreciate it, but let's move on here. What do you want to say about the Lions?
Okay. What I want to say is two things to almost guarantee a win, and this is to follow the Philly and the Frisco game plan: run the ball and no turnovers. If the Lions do that, brother, we're gonna be celebrating on Saturday night.
Yeah, it'd be nice, and thanks for the call. They can run the ball. You can do that, and you can run against Dallas. Dallas isn't in the top half of the league in stopping the run. They don't give up a ton of yards. I think they give up 114 yards a game. Lions average 143 yards a game. But there's a disparity there. You can control a little bit of the game on the ground. And when you look back to that opening drive the Lions had against the Vikings, it was like 14 plays, 75 yards in 7.5 minutes or almost 8 minutes. That's crazy. But that's what they're capable of. When you've got the healthy offensive line with guys that love to road grade, it's great. When you've got a dynamic duo behind the quarterback, doesn't matter who you throw in there, if it's Gibbs or if it's Montgomery, and when you hand the ball off that you're guaranteed positive yards, it helps. When you know that their averages are 4.7 and 5.7 per carry, that helps. Now, they can't just run the football. You're going to have to throw the football around too. Otherwise, teams will key on it. But this is the thing. Running the football allows you to do play action passing, which is definitely one of the strengths of Jared Goff. The other thing is the Cowboys are a team that likes to run a lot of man-to-man coverage. And as Doug Farrar pointed out from the NFL Network or USA Today, as he pointed out earlier in a tweet, the Cowboys lead the league in man-to-man coverage. Jared Goff has thrown all 10 of his interceptions this year against zone coverage. And the Cowboys had run more zone than they're used to against Miami, but they're still more a man-to-man coverage team. I like those chances. I think the Lions offense is going to be able to score some points. The one thing that concerns me most about playing the Cowboys on Saturday night is number 11. It's Micah Parsons. I don't want him to wreck our quarterback. I don't want to see that. I'm knocking on wood. I hope it doesn't happen because he's so damn good. He's relentless. He's a menace. Now, they've dealt with guys like that before. Lions have played against Max Crosby, beat him. Lions have played against Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa, beat him. They played against Danielle Hunter last Sunday. What did Danielle Hunter end up with? Bupkis. Didn't get to the quarterback. So they are capable of stopping the pass rush. And if they're able to give Goff time, he's going to find his guys. If Dallas is going to play the man-to-man coverage, fine, so be it. If you give Goff a lot of time, then here comes Jameson Williams. Then he becomes a real threat. And that can be a lot of fun. And that's what we've seen the last couple of weeks. They've used him a lot more. He's got, 9 catches in the last 2 weeks. He's been targeted double digits. They're starting to use him more. Don't be surprised if he gets an end around early in this game. Adding to that running attack, it's not just Gibbs and Montgomery, but you've got Jameson Williams to worry about. Khalif Raymond, he runs it a little bit in the end arounds, and same thing with St. Brown. It's a good football team, and they're going to play a good football team on Saturday night. John is next up here in 97 on the ticket. Hey, John.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I'm just calling. I just want to first say I'm super proud of the Lions. Everything they accomplished this year, if they do nothing else, they accomplished something they haven't done in the last 30 years. So I'm proud of this team altogether, from the GM to the running backs, everybody. They just did an amazing job this year, so I'm proud of them. The one thing that makes me nervous, not only for this year but for the future, is I think the Achilles heel long-term for us is Jared Goff. His numbers on paper are great. I mean, he's the third leading passer in the league currently. Great completion percentage. All the numbers say he's good, but if you watch football, any type of football, watch him drop back. And that's the reason we can't use JMO to break the defense over the top, is I don't think he can throw long. Most of our passes are over the middle, kind of 10, 15-yard ins, outs. Other than that, we don't throw many fades in the end zones. We don't throw anything over the top to JMO. If it is, you've seen it. It's underthrown.
Do you think the Lions have had a problem scoring this year?
Not at all.
Okay,
Not at all.
then
No.
What's the problem with Goff?
I'm just saying numbers-wise, I'm saying there are no problems. But if you watch football, his wind-up.
Well, we all watch football here, man. He's got, and thanks for the call, John. He's got holes in his game, but he's a top 10 quarterback. Now, am I ready to hand him a $50 million a year contract? No.
Yes.
I'm not yet. I can wait all next year to do that.
You're fine, Gabe. I'm just busting your balls.
Thank you.
What's going on?
How are you, Michael?
Holidays.
Happy holidays to you.
I'm great.
You have the whole family came over for you?
We're good. Oh, yeah. And we were all pro Lions. My mom even was into it.
Mama V was into it.
I just feel so bad for them. Close quote. I go, all right, well then let's get the win. No, we're going to talk Lions, but I have to open up. It's the gift that keeps on giving. Got to open up with it.
It's so brutal. I mean,
it's great. It's fabulous.
I think you get today's show out of it, and that's it.
No. This is going to keep going because we're doing Children's Night at LCA. I don't know if you want to join. Do you know what Kids Night is?
Well, when kids under 10 go to a game?
No. We're getting David to find 100 impoverished children that we're going to outfit and sell the team T-shirts. And I want to see the people at LCA throw children out of a game. Like, I want to see the set of balls you got to have to tell a kid to take a T-shirt off.
Because what would the T-shirt say?
Sell the team. It's going to be brought to you by Greater Life Church. We're getting the logo on there, the whole bit. I'm absolutely using the church to shield the effort. We're doing Kids Night. It's going to be amazing. We've been talking about it for 2 weeks, that if the streak got to 30, we'd target a game in January.
I don't know if it's going to get to 29. I think they have a chance to win Saturday night.
Against Toronto?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's the NBA. Oh, hell, the other night,
That's
the Hawks didn't even want to be there the other night, and they still couldn't win that game.
I know. But
Tom Gores with his mystery Q&A at midnight on a Friday.
That was an interesting one.
No, I gotta go through all the comments.
Was that a Zoom chat?
Well, yeah. Did you like that last night?
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't want to panic. Well, I'll tell you what. I guess neither did the fine china on the Titanic. It's still there now, dude. You're
just on the bottom of the ocean.
You're 2-28.
I can't even.
This guy's he's a space cadet.
I've had people ask me like, "What's going on with it?" I don't know what to tell you.
What's going on
with the Pistons? Like, how do you explain
Easy.
Losing that. Like the over-under win total before the season began, I think it was 27.5.
Yeah, it sounds right. 26.5.
It's been adjusted now to 11.5.
Yeah.
I think it'd still take the under at this point.
I wouldn't laugh at you if you did.
I mean,
but we got to talk about
so
it. Because,
bad.
No, but again, I think Tom Gores is another lesson in being wealthy doesn't make you smart. And being wealthy doesn't earn you respect. Tom Gores is a space cadet.
I mean, if his goal was to be loved by the community because you're helping out the community and being philanthropic.
Don't take my first segment from me because A, you don't need to own a team to be philanthropic.
Thank you.
And second of all,
you're a billionaire.
All these things you're doing for this community make you money. That's not charity. We'll do it, and then we're going to hammer the Lions later on because it was a banner day. I'm super pumped for people, but I want to have a conversation, much like you did. I was listening driving in. How far can they go? And if they do what they did Saturday, people are not going to like my answer.
All right, Mike.
We'll talk about it.
Next up here, 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Applebaum and Stone. The NFC North champion Lions, how do you like the sound of that, are back at practice in Allen Park today, getting ready for their Saturday night showdown in Dallas. Detroit has a chance to stay in the race for the NFC's top seed and to win 12 games for the first time since 1991. Cowboys are a 6-point favorite, a line that hasn't moved since opening there over the weekend. 57% of public bets are on Cowboys to cover, 54% of the money too. Big news elsewhere in the NFL, where the Broncos have announced they're benching Russell Wilson for the final 2 games games. Sean Payton is going with Jarrett Stidham at QB to wrap up 2023, a move that could signal the end of Wilson's time in Denver. Wilson, who will be 36 next season, will cost the Broncos a $35 million dead cap hit next season, followed by a $50 million charge in 2025. Also in the NFL, the Packers have suspended former All-Pro corner Jair Alexander for one game after he crashed the coin toss Sunday at Carolina, misspoke to officials, and almost cost Green Bay a possession. The Red Wings aim to turn things around tonight in Minnesota. Detroit has lost 8 of 10. They'll be taking on a Wild team that's hot, winners of 3 in a row and 6 of 7. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket pregame coverage at 6:35. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, baby, we are ready to roll on a Wednesday. Jam-packed show for everybody. Hopefully you're relaxing. You're not at work. We got you till 6. And don't worry, we're going to continue the party that is the Lions at 3 o'clock. But I have to start with it. The Pistons made a bit of history, but that's not even what we're talking about. No, what I want to talk about is one of the oddest, cowardly news dumps I've ever seen. For months, I have asked for Tom Gores to speak, which I'm kind of regretting right now because anytime he opens his mouth, I feel like I'm just watching Succession and listening to Kendall Roy. It's just rich man word soup. But Friday night at midnight? Even Michigan thought that was a little much. They're the kings of the Friday at 5 news dump. But Friday at midnight, the owner speaks to, quote, select media, and you get a print Q&A that is all-time bad. And I'm going to go through this because at the conclusion of it, we dead cat bounced. And Tom Gores had his Donald Sterling moment. He had the moment. No, not the Anderson Cooper moment. I mean saying something that was utterly insulting. So let me take you through some of the Q&A because, guys, it was holiday weekend. Friday at midnight, I don't think you were on Freep.com trying to read this over. But us in the media, wow. This was the Christmas gift we all wanted. This was a Yule log soaked in kerosene. You ready? Here's the questions, and I'm going to read you some of the answers and then just verbally take this apart piece by piece. Because this is the lesson today. You want your lesson, Kenny? This is like when you enter the classroom. What are we covering today? And it's like the periodic table. Here's what we're covering today. Being wealthy doesn't make you smart. And being wealthy doesn't earn you respect. You're just rich. I truly believe Tom Gores is not a smart man. Not when it comes to owning a team. Not when it comes to public speaking. I mean, you might be smart setting up private equity deals, but that doesn't mean you're an NBA owner. You're just rich. And respect? Forget it. This cat has none. You think he's respected in NBA circles? Yeah, just like Robert Sarver, just like Donald Sterling, just like Glenn Taylor used to be. Stop. He's rich. But he ain't smart, and he has none of our respect. Here we go. There's an outside perception. There's a lot of voices moving in different directions within the organization. Well, it's not perception. Anyone plugged in knows that's been true. Does there need to be a one-voice mentality and not different agendas in the building? Mr. Gore had this to say. The voice, like I said, is Troy and I. We have a lot of people who are good assets and advisors. We have a focus on the rebuild. We've cleaned all that up in terms of contracts and adding young players. It's Troy and I. There are people who might want to go in a different direction, but the voice of it all is Troy and I. We're accountable for where we're at. Great, sell the team. Or fire your GM. More on that in a moment. Let's put that aside. Voices in the building? Yeah. There's been too many chefs in the kitchen from the day this guy bought the team. By the way, shout out Arn Tellem. Why is he still here? Him and his kid running pro player personnel. What does success look like going forward the rest of the season? We've got to get some wins. I'd say that's important. In other news, boobs are fun. Bigger picture. We have to make sure our young players, the core of our future, are growing and feel encouraged. The fans, I'd love to see the fans support them. Blame me. Support them. If we get the core continuing to grow, we'll find success. We have the flexibility to surround them with what they need. Do you? 2 problems. You have a horrendous general manager and no one wants your money. Let me be unequivocal. If you go to get a free agent that's an A-lister, a difference maker. Hi, it's Troy Weaver from the... These guys would rather retire than play for you. You're on a 27-game losing streak. You're radioactive. So the only thing you're going to get is someone else's problem. Introducing Zach LaVine. I'm sure that'll be the move. Let me go to the next one. In terms of changes you plan to make, do you want to hear rich guy word soup, Kenny? Tell me if this makes any sense. I think it has to be in the near future. Awesome. We have to have urgency. Oh, this is good. It's not going well. Nuanced. I'm apologizing to the fans. It's not going well. It's our job to create urgency around it. I don't think there's a timeline other than as soon as possible. We have to figure out how to right the ship. The ship's not sinking. You're 2-28. Pretty sure it's at the bottom of the ocean, and we're all dead. We have to right the ship, but something's not exactly right. We have to be honest with ourselves and not be stuck in a strategy. The worst leaders don't know how to adjust. We have to. We've had a lot of bad luck, tough schedule, injuries, young team, no excuses. Oh, really? Really? Do I need to make the example I always make when Rico's sitting here? It's like when a caller will call up and say, I'm not racist, but everything you're about to say is racist. I'm not making excuses, but here's a list of them. So he goes, without all that bad luck, maybe we win 5 more games. Congratulations on being 7-23. This man is a cartoon. But we're not set up right now to be a championship team. Okay. Moving along. I'm building towards it. Don't worry, Kenny. You've mentioned accountability, right? Didn't he say changes? Sense of urgency, right, people? Okay. It has to be me at some level. I was optimistic at the beginning. Maybe I missed something. If you want to shoulder it on anyone, it's on me. Well, we know it is. Sell the team. You're horrendous. You've been an abject failure for the best part of 15 years. And anyone running cover for this owner, and you know who you are in the media, don't you dare say, well, he spends money, so, things. Guys, he's horrific. If you can't identify the right people, it takes away you spending the money in the first place. William Clay Ford spent money for a long time. How'd that go? This man's an abject failure at owning a team. Full stop. Why don't you go do more private equity deals? You're good at those. And we have some of those later. Don't worry. Because apparently he's just helping Detroit for bleeps and giggles, not to get rich. We're more flexible in my time during ownership with the Pistons. Really? Did I wake up from a medically induced coma, or did Troy Weaver combined pay Marvin Bagley and Beef Stew $28 million a year? Flexible? Flexible. You have a 35-year-old wing on an expiring deal. Flexible. What's flexible about any of this? This roster blows. You have a bunch of money that nobody wants. Congrats. Talks about changes, yet Troy's safe. Arn Tellem's name not mentioned. Monty safe. Given there won't be any changes right now, what gives you the confidence in the front office? Firstly, I didn't say there wouldn't be any change. We require change. But you're not making any changes. The work is still there. We got to assess what's not working. I'm down to Monty and I talking rotations. Okay. When the coach is talking rotations with the owner, you can kindly sign me out. And then that brings us to the coup de grace, the Donald Sterling moment. Are you ready? How does it feel when fans are chanting, sell the team? Quote, they can say what they want, but that's ridiculous. Other than winning, we do a lot in the community. Other than winning, the only thing the average person cares about. We do a lot in the community. Players, the organizations, we do a lot. If you put aside winning, if you put aside the fact that Nona's dead, she'd be alive. If you put aside winning, we do a lot in the community. That means a lot to me. I understand that's only going to mean a lot to people if we win, but the underworking of what's happening with our community all of these years is there. We're doing multi-billion-dollar things outside of basketball. Oh my God. Those things make you money. You're not doing us a favor. And by the way, we live in Detroit, Tom. It's cold 8 months out of the year. So pardon me if I'm not impressed by a couple of slides you've built and a couple of parks. Nothing angers me more. See, this is Donald Sterling. I swear to you, this is how I felt. When Sterling uttered, what do these players want? I give them food and clothes and cars. That's what this felt like. What do these poors want? They're lucky I'm even in this garbage community. I do things and I buy poor kids toys. Tom, those are not mutually exclusive. You don't need to own a team to be charitable. And the minute you brag on your charity, it nullifies said charity. Second of all, your multi-billion-dollar deals, partnering with Henry Ford or building things or even moving the team down here was a tool in order for you to increase your wealth. I have always said this. I will not turn the Ilitches into heroes. The Ilitches have made billions off of this town. They have received tax breaks, abatements, cheap land, assistance, whatever it may be. So the idea that they do what they do because they care about you is a false narrative. Tom Gores isn't here to help you. Big deal. He hands out some turkeys. The guy's worth $11 billion. He's here to make money off this city. This city's a mark. What is a city that is in such disrepair and is so desperate for development that only two people have a seat at the table? Dan Gilbert and the Ilitches. Maybe I could be three. That's why he moved the team down there. You can't get anywhere in Detroit unless you're in Detroit. Give me a break. Outside of winning, look what I've done for you. What? You bought a trumpet for a poor kid? Wow, a Zeppelin. This is the equivalent. It's like a Kendall Roy character. If you watch Succession, that's who owns your team. He's not a serious person. Listen to this audio because this guy didn't even go to his own arena to watch his own product. Here's Tom Gores on Zoom telling the fans not to panic. This team is 2-28. You've owned it for the better part of 13 seasons. Nobody has lost more games as an owner in the last 13 years than you. You are 2-28. You have a core that no one is impressed with. You don't have a war chest. You owe the Knicks a first-round pick. They're going to get your second-round pick this year. This man is a cartoon character. He's a cartoon. It is an absolute embarrassment. And we're effed. Troy Weaver. You're ridiculous because I buy kids toys. No, us wanting you to sell is simple. You paid 3.25 on the in. You could probably get the better part of 1.5 to 1.7 on the way out. Kindly leave.
And you say things like winning is secondary. Winning, you just put that over there. Don't pay any attention to that.
Yeah.
What are you winning? What are you talking about?
I just partnered with Henry Ford, you poor idiots. And? Like, I must have missed where Tom Gores is like Johnny Philanthropic, where like Bill Gates is giving away his entire fortune when he dies. Did I miss where Gores is just giving away his billions? When there's an ROI, Tom, it's not charity. But hey, poor kids and toys. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the Lions later on. I have to start with it. They own the all-time losing streak. Tom Gores speaking was incredible, and I'd love your thoughts on it. This man is a menace in front of a microphone. It's delicious. What else is great? Old Nation Brewing. Holidays. A lot of people, they're still celebrating the holidays. Maybe you got the second Christmas celebration this weekend. Mix in some Old Nation beers with it. And they've got a full lineup. You can go to Beer Advocate, 97 ratings across the board. They're a top 15 regional brewery by Untapped. They're as good as it gets. Boss Tweed this holiday season, 9.3 ABV. That'll get you moving, that's for sure. So check in on Old Nation. They've got something for any situation. OldNationBrewing.com. That's OldNationBrewing.com. 21 and up. And as always, please drink responsibly. But wait, there's more. We are going to get to Lions later. I want to get to your calls. But can I add something? Did you guys hear Shams Charania this morning? Are you ready for this? So as obscene as it is that Tom Gores does a Friday news dump in front of selected media, you may as well have done the Q&A with the mascot. The point is, his comments are insane. Troy Weaver getting to make trades is insane. But Shams Charania is as plugged in as anyone. Him, Woj, Shams, whatever. Charania said this morning, I'm told the Pistons are going to be active for a power forward. Here are the names. You ready for this? Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby, Tobias Harris, or Miles Bridges. Now, work with me for a second. First of all, Siakam is a free agent. He is not taking your money. Plus, the Raptors haven't committed to him. So if they don't commit to him, they'll commit to Anunoby, meaning you got the player they didn't want. Then you come into the factor of, is he going to sign with you? I'd retire before coming here. Miles Bridges? Enough said. For a team that, quote, values the people as much as the player, do we want to bring that person here? And then Tobias Harris on an expiring. What would the point be of bringing them in? To win 15 games, not 11? What effing planet am I on? Which one? I mean, where am I? You are 2-28, and I'm listening to NBA insiders say that you're going to empower the man who built this team to make a trade? What are you giving up exactly? You don't have first-round picks to give up. If you do, you'll be gutted the next 3-4 years. What are you going to do? Give up Bogdanovich? You're going to give up Ivy? You're going to give up Asur? You can't trade Duren. And you're not trading Cade. You just told me, hey, it's good here. We're okay. Then what are we doing? Kenny, what planet am I on?
He did say changes are coming. That might be the changes he's talking about.
But then he proceeded to never say what. You didn't fire the president who hired his kid. You didn't fire Troy Weaver. You didn't fire Monty. And Lord knows you won't sell. What changes? You going to fire a video scout? Hey, Benny, you're fired. What's that going to do?
They're bringing back Mini Hooper.
Right.
It changes,
you know
man.
What? Kenny, ticket text, and we'll get to the calls. The idea that this team is going to be in the market to make an acquisition, and they are almost exclusively expiring free agents, tell me again what the point of that would be. Do you really think they're signing here? Oh, you're flexible. We can be nimble. Well, you got $30 million in corpse. 36, if I count Wiseman, of Beef Stew, Bagley, and Wiseman. Then you're going to sign Cade to a max. Then let's say you trade for Siakam. He's going to get a max. You know what you're not? You're not nimble, and you're not good. Sell the team. Yes, Kenny.
Tom Gores is worse than the Oakland A's owner. Sell the team. We're not winning, but at least I'm a generous man. What a joke.
Right. Hi, poor people. I once bought a poor child a Rubik's Cube. So don't tell me to sell my team.
Could you imagine if the Lions weren't winning? The Pistons' disaster would look so much worse than it already does. That's from Ron.
Imagine if Michigan football wasn't in the playoff. Imagine if the Lions weren't having their most galvanizing season in 30 years. The Pistons are getting cover run for them. And they're so egregious. The owner is such an embarrassment. The team is so bad, it's still national news. Do you know what one of the leads was on ESPN's First Take today? The Pistons. Why do they blow so badly? But hey, he bought a trumpet for a poor kid who hadn't taken a bath in 5 days. So I guess it's all good, right?
The scary part to me is Tom might actually believe all the things he says, and this isn't just owner speak. That's from Rob.
As Logan Roy told his children at the karaoke bar. You're not serious effing people. This isn't a serious man. Being wealthy does not make you smart. Being wealthy does not earn you respect. It just means you're really rich.
And the last one here. You can be charitable without owning a team. Sell the team. That's from John.
Thank you. Also a very nuanced point. Water wet, boobs fun. Let's go to the people. Dorian, 97.1. What's up, Dorian?
Hey, how you doing today? So yesterday was my first time down to the LCA. I never went down there, so it was a good atmosphere. 3 things that stood out to me about yesterday's game. Kay's good. He's good. That's probably the only piece that they should keep. Secondly, they cannot hit a 3-pointer. And third of all, they do not hustle on defense. Like when they turn the ball over and other teams on the fast break, they do not get back at all.
Well, it's worse than that because defensively they don't know where they're supposed to be. They're 30 games into the season, and their coverage assignments are a complete mess. You can watch it in the half court. They're switching when they're not supposed to. They're picking up the wrong person. They're not closing out. They're not hedging strong enough. They're a disaster, a total disaster.
They definitely are. They had a chance in the last few minutes of the game, but then those turnovers, they started turning the ball over inexplicably, and that was the game.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, and again, Dorian, I've done a bunch of segments on it. Troy Weaver, who's going to be allowed to shop, has built a team that in the modern era of the NBA makes no sense. Cade shoots 31% from deep. Jaden Ivey shoots 29%. Asur Thompson shoots 14%. Jalen Duren doesn't shoot the 3. You want me to keep going? They're the worst three-point shooting team in basketball. They take the fewest and make the fewest. It's preposterous. Preposterous. Let's go to Aaron, 97.1. What's up, Aaron? How are you?
Hey, brother, I love your show. You and Rico are the best. The word that sticks out to me from this, whatever it was, is flexibility. You have flexibility. You have no second-round picks. You haven't done anything to like make sure that you can pick people for this team over the next 5 years that make them any better. Flexibility. I got some flexibility for you. I'll put it right here. Sorry.
Take it easy.
Not going to go there.
No,
I'm trying to be FCC compliant.
Right, but that's my whole point. You owe the Knicks a first-round pick. They're already getting your second-round pick, which is a de facto first-round pick. Flexibility.
Yes.
I mean...
Flexibility, my balls, Mike.
I know. And here's what's going to happen. Aaron, here's what's going to happen, brother. My fear is it's going to be Blake Griffin Redux. They're going to do something egregious.
Can we... Yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, let's please go get another 38-year-old player on one leg that doesn't know his bleep from a hole in the ground to try and, shore up what is already a complete disaster.
Yeah, let's go get an impending free agent who will not want to sign here, or you'll need to sign him to a terrible deal. In the midst of a year, you go 7-75. But they're nimble. 248-539-9797. Don't worry, we're here till 6. We're going to get to the lines. But the Pistons have set the all-time mark, and Tom Gores has become the singular worst owner in sports. Period. Hey, you're an idiot if you tell me to sell the team because I buy poor people stuff, and I make money off their backs. Like, get out of here. Acting like you're fixing the city in a selfless gesture. You're here to make money, and that's okay. But you don't get to pimp that. We're telling you to sell the team because you are by far and away, now that Robert Sarver's out of the league, you're the singular worst owner in the league. Period. Get out. Hey, the amount of big truck accidents that result in a fatality, the numbers are outrageous. The attorney you need to choose has to have specialized knowledge to handle complex cases. You know the name. It's David Femininia. Him and his team have helped victims of truck accidents for over 25 years, and I'm also pretty sure he could do a better job than Troy Weaver. If you've been injured by a big truck, call 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavid.getpaid.com. Yeah, and by the way, just double checked on this. I mean, according to Shams, Pistons want Pascal Siakam. Oh, an unrestricted free agent who already makes $38 million a year. That means the Raptors will have held on to OG Anunoby, the guy they want. But if you want Anunoby, that's fine. He's got a player option for next year. Then he's unrestricted. Do you know what it would cost to acquire either of these? Like, I've seen some deals floating around for Pascal Siakam centered around Jarace Walker and 2 first-round picks. Jarace Walker was a guy some of you wanted the Pistons to take this year. He's a top 10 draft pick and 2 first-round picks. Then you'll bring in Pascal Siakam and pay him north of 30% of your whole salary cap in the same summer that you would extend Cade, all to be a 25-win team. To the people, we'll get to the Lions later. If you missed Goris's Q&A with, quote, selected media, the answers were insane. Insane. And this is just how out of touch he is. He thinks you, the fan, are ridiculous for asking him to sell the team because apparently he's fixed Detroit all by himself. Hairspray went to his head. Let's go to Tony, 97.1. What's up, Tone?
How's it going?
What's going on?
Not much. First of all, when it comes to the Pistons, they're like all the other teams in the state. They don't care about the fans. They don't care about anything but the money. As long as we keep going to the games, then people, we're going to bitch and moan and complain about how bad the teams are, but they're going to keep collecting money. Stop going to the games. That will ensure that they make some type of change, even though, it's not going to happen, but that's what we need to do. And I want to talk about the Lions real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
What I think they need to do is, instead of those short passes, I know it looks good and it got us to 11 wins so far, but deep passes is what we need. Dallas is going to key in just like all the other teams will key in once they figure it out that Jared Goff can't throw far. He needs to throw these bombs, and he's not going to be able to do that because
do you know who leads the league in completions over 20 yards?
Golf.
Thank you. Merry Christmas. I'm done with that topic. You're on your way to winning 12 games, you've won the NFC North, and your nuanced take is we need to throw more bombs and things. Take that to a different day part. I can't do that with you today. You're bumming me out. Let's go to Isaac, 97.1. What's up, Isaac? How are you?
Hey, Mike. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
I just wanted to say, I wanted to apologize to you because on Friday, I lied on the air. I said that I would be happy if Tom Gores came out and said something. And I am furious at his comments. He's disrespected this fan base to the point where I don't want to support this team. Yet, everyone goes to these games, and there were a lot of fans there last night. And I had to hear Jaden Ivey also say, who's with us? Did you see how many fans there were there, Jaden? I don't understand what this guy is thinking. We support these players because we want to see them succeed. We don't support the front office. That is who we don't support.
Correct.
So I just want to say that to Jaden Ivey. I'm sure he's not listening, but
no. But Jaden Ivey also picked a terrible night to talk. He was awful. But second of all, young man, you probably want to let the adults handle this one. Oh, we're going to see. I see who's with us and who's not. Dude, you're 2-28. You're lucky anyone watches you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And as far as Gores, look, sell the team is very simple. When you spend money, but you hire bums, that just takes away the fact you spent the money in the first place. Tom Gores is incapable of hiring the right people to run his team. Period. For years, we talked about we wanted the Fords to sell the team, knew that they wouldn't. When did things change, though? When they got a new owner. When Sheila Ford Hamp took over. And we'll talk about her later on the show. Tom Gores has hired the Ed Stefanskis of the world. He's allowed the Bartlesteins in here. He's allowed Arn Tellem to be a power broker. He's got Troy Weaver here. I mean, hiring this guy. Troy Weaver still hiding behind the love letter he wrote this summer. You brought in Monty Williams. I don't even think Weaver wanted him here. You did this. You've been an abject failure at everything you've touched in your 13 years owning this team. I don't care that you bought some poor kid a Rubik's Cube. Sell the team. Fans have every right to say it. And you guys were awesome last night. I hope LCA becomes an incredibly uncomfortable place. I hope you keep doing it. because you have every right to voice it. This man doesn't respect you. This man thinks you're nothing. He thinks you should sponge bathe his feet with your tongues, all because he's just decided to be here and do billion-dollar deals. I'm sorry, do those deals help you? What, so you can pay to live in his houses? Pay to enter those buildings? How do they help you? Outside, unless you're one of the impoverished families who got a toy, did Tom Gores pay your mortgage? Did Tom fix your car? I mean, what are we doing here? Did Tom single-handedly repair Detroit public schools, the underpaid teachers, and the dilapidated facilities? Did he just give the money away out of the kindness of his heart? Or does he do it because he wants to shine? I mean, how dare the Pistons and Bally Sports put out propaganda pieces about Tom at the holidays amidst the worst losing streak in NBA history? Goodbye. Nobody cares, dude. I'd rather be bored. I'd rather have kids staring at the wall than taking a toy from you. Get out. Leave. Or at a minimum, fire everyone and try it again. But to come out and say things aren't that bad, don't panic. You're 2-28. You're about to be 2-29 when you're the better part of a 17, 18-point underdog in Boston. And your great hope is going to be Saturday night against the Raptors. And I don't think the Raptors are that great. They're not. But who at this point am I picking you to beat? Who? Maybe the Spurs, January 12th? And at that point, who even cares if you win? This team now has a date with destiny to set the all-time futility over the course of a season. I mean, by the way, when this trade takes place, right, when they go shopping, pieces are going out the door. Oh, you think Toronto's giving you Siakam for free? No. No, I'm sure they'll take Ausar Thompson and turn him into an all-star. They'll take a couple of your first-round picks. They'll gut you. Oh, you're going to go out and make a deal with another team. Well, you know what they're going to ask for? Your only shooting. They'll take Bogdanovich with them. They'll take one of your young pieces. They'll take picks. Or you get what we like to call the penis cancer package. You go to a place like Chicago and you trade for the terminal illness known as Zach LaVine, who factually I can tell you his teammates hate his guts. If DeMar DeRozan had a chance to send him into space, he would. So you'll take Zach LaVine and that bloated contract and his selfish play style, because the Bulls are better without him. They'll give that to you for free. Stage 4 penile cancer. So that's the market you're in. Maybe we'll trade for Draymond while we're at it. 248-539-9797. Your call's next. And we will get to the Lions later on. But the Pistons setting all-time history. Tom Gores, just the lowest of the low. I mean, his comments, you can Odyssey.com rewind to the start. He thinks you're ridiculous for asking him to sell the team because he bought some homeless kid a bike. And he's spending billions in Detroit. Yeah, to make billions. Don't act like you're doing us a favor. Get the hell out of here. The man's delusional. He had his Donald Sterling moment. This was just another version of like, what more do my players want? I give them food and clothes and cars. Like, what do the fans want? I make billions off of the city. So, like, things. You're lucky I'm here. Hey, by the way, Kenny, a couple of trade proposals if you want to look around OG Anunoby, since apparently the Pistons are going to be shopping. One hypothetical trade has the Kings sending 2 of their starting 5 and an unprotected first-round pick in 26. So, who we giving up? Sham Charania says the Pistons want OG Anunoby, Miles Bridges, Pascal Siakam, or Tobias Harris. 3 of the 4 are expiring free agents, which makes no sense. The 4th one is young and has a player option that I don't think he'll be taking. We've arrived on planet Nebular. Now, before we go on the board, Kenny Ticket Text, I will extend the Pistons conversation because we have full lines. Between Friday night's news dump, yesterday's Zoom clip that Bally played, into the team setting the all-time NBA record, everyone's got a right to it. And the Lions, yes, it's a much happier story, and we're going to get to it. But this is the news today. The Lions played what feels like a week ago. Kenny, go ahead.
Why are we even talking about trades? Why is Troy still allowed to even touch this roster? That's from Stan.
Because I bought a poor kid a clarinet.
Bragging about flexibility is like a homeless man bragging he doesn't have a house payment. Hashtag sell the team. Did you?
I got flexibility, bro. Yeah, and you don't own a bed.
Did you see Cade Cunningham's face last night during the final timeout? He looked defeated and crushed. Feel bad for the guy.
He should. And you know what was even funnier? Rather than take the real issues at hand into account, where I can't ask Gregory to go with the owner, but you could bring up Troy Weaver. How about Bally in the postgame ripping Cade? Oh, he was too passive in the first half. You know, he didn't seem locked in. Do you people watch the game? Duran had a double-double and Bogdanovich was on fire and the team led for the majority of the first half. Of course, Cade deferred to his teammates. What are there, 2 basketballs out there? Then when they fell behind, he goes, all right, I'm going to have to carry us. 37 in the second half on 13 of 16 shooting. And we're making Cade the story? Go on the board. All right, got a couple of them for you today. Bowl games tonight. If you want the complete breakdown, they're on Cash the Ticket. Download it wherever you get your podcasts. West Virginia, 6-point favorite over what used to be North Carolina. Because that team is wearing the helmets, it doesn't mean the players are the same. Drake May opted out. Tez Watkins opted out. I believe all 3 linebackers have opted out. Bottom line, North Carolina doesn't want to be there. All their good players have opted out. West Virginia plays a physically bruising and taxing style of football. Tons of that power inside zone, running quarterback. Donaldson's a bowling ball. I like West Virginia tonight. And later on tonight, it's the same theory. Texas A&M. Coach is gone. Staff is gone. Quarterback's in the portal. Best receivers, Evan Stewart in the portal. Best D lineman, best player. Guys, chaos. Aeneas Williams, portal. Against an Okie State team where apparently Ollie Gordon's going to play. Who's Ollie Gordon? The guy who led the nation in rushing. I like Okie State, take the 2.5. Kenny, take me to the ice. What do we got, brother?
Would you like to mind meld? I have 2 actually that I don't particularly hate. I might just bet them in a few minutes here.
Let's hear it. What do you got?
I got the Lightning at home dogs against the Panthers. The Panthers objectively are better than the Lightning this year, but plus 110 for a once great franchise at home. That's where I'm leaning right now is Lightning plus the 110.
Don't love it.
And then you got Seattle traveling to, are they good? We don't know. The Calgary Flames. The Kraken, I think, are a little underrated this year. I think they have a lot of room for improvement. They haven't played as well as they probably should have.
Kraken's the pick.
Kraken, go back to that honey hole that we used to go to.
Kraken's the pick. Here's what else I like, Kenny. You got a nice differential. 19% of tickets make up 80% of the money. Let's go.
You tell me the Sharks.
No.
You're leaving.
No, you're betting the Kraken. You're going to bet West Virginia. You're going to roll it all. You're going to go into Okie State, and then you're not showing up for work tomorrow.
All right. I'm in.
I'm manifesting it. I want you to do well.
The Kraken is my play, officially.
Kraken's the play. I co-sign it. Mind meld. That's on the board. Your calls next, 97.1. All right, holiday season. Hopefully a little bit of time off, more sports. Play a little bit on FanDuel. $150 in bonus bets, any winning. $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. All you got to do is sign up with FanDuel. More ways to play, more betting markets, spreads, props, totals, you name it, they got it. If you cruise the NFL, they have unspeakable things you can bet on. I don't encourage it. I'm just saying, like, hey, this team's first drive will be a punt and their first drive will be a field goal. At that point, you may as well play the slots. But FanDuel offers it. It's FanDuel, official partner of 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by Applebaum and Stone. 3 quarterback changes in the NFL today, the biggest in Denver were Russell Wilson. That era may be over after 2 brief seasons. Sean Payton is going with Jarrett Stidham at QB to wrap up 2023, a move that could signal the end of Wilson's time in Denver. Wilson will be 36 next season, and he'll cost the Broncos a $35+ million dead cap hit if he's released after June 1st. The next year, it'll be nearly $50 million. In the nation's capital, the Commanders are benching second-year QB Sam Howell for veteran Jacoby Brissett. And the Giants are handing the reins over to Tyrod Taylor, who supplanted Tommy DeVito at halftime of the Monday night loss to Philadelphia. The NFC North champion Lions, how do you like the sound of that? They're back at practice today in Allen Park, getting ready for the Saturday night showdown in Dallas. Detroit aims to hold serve in the chase for the NFC's top seed and lone first-round bye, something ESPN says the Lions have just an 8% chance at earning. Detroit has a 76% odds at taking the 3rd seed. And it'll be a matchup of teams trending in opposite directions when the Red Wings take the ice in Minnesota tonight. Detroit has lost 8 of 10. They're facing a Wild team that's hot, winners of 3 in a row and 6 of 7. You can hear it here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pre-game coverage starts at 7:45. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? We made that song like 5 years ago, and he's saying the same things now. The man is clueless. Ahara Show. Spelled Harrrrrrrra. Hara. Hara. If you're wondering why are we talking about them and not the Lions, well, A, we're going to talk about the Lions the rest of the week, including later on in the show. We're going to talk a lot about U of M. But the Pistons made history last night. But the real story, because I wasn't here yesterday, was the cowardly outer space embarrassment that was the Friday news dump of Gores doing a Q&A with select media. Not on camera, not live, but a little private shindig. Here was the one that's getting all the shine. Regarding fans saying sell the team. And by the way, you guys were awesome last night. They can say what they want, but that's ridiculous. Other than winning, and we should win more. We do a lot in the community. We're doing multi-billion-dollar things outside of basketball. I understand fans being upset, but it's a ridiculous thought. Close quote. So, you wanting better for your team and wanting him to sell and make billions and just kindly do other things, including those multi-billion-dollar things in Detroit, you're ridiculous. You don't appreciate me. You don't look at what I'm doing for this poor town. Look how great I am. Yeah, multi-billion-dollar things outside of basketball, those things make you money. Last I checked, you're not Mother Teresa. So please, you want to do charity? Do charity. But charitable people don't talk about it. You playing that charity card? Stop it. It's grotesque. And acting like the multi-billion-dollar deals you're doing, like you're doing it out of the kindness of your heart, how about we check the ROI? You want to open your books, Tom? You want to open the books for what all that charity's doing for people? Big deal. You bought a bike for a poor kid. Congratulations. Kid doesn't have a house, but he's got a bike. I mean, please. You're damn right fans have a right to say sell the team. But Gores, also, you'll be happy to know, Tom Gores is talking rotations with Monty Williams. If you had that on your bingo board, you win. I can just tell you that's a road to nowhere. 248-539-9797. Losing streak hits 27. It's almost assuredly going to get to 28 in Boston. You come home Saturday night against Toronto. I mean, Toronto's terrible. Still a hell of a lot better than you. The other thing is, changes are coming. He just can't say what. And it won't be Troy Weaver. And Arn Tellum's name wasn't mentioned. So, I don't know. Are they firing a secretary? They're going to fire Benny, the video guy? Like, what are we doing? Firing Minnie Hooper? Because now, according to Shams Charania, the Pistons are going to be active in the power forward market. Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby, Miles Bridges, yeah, that Miles Bridges, or Tobias Harris. 3 of the 4 are unrestricted free agents. Because if you think Anunoby's taking the player option, you're insane. To stay here, Anunoby will opt out. And the one guy who's kind of signed, kind of has baggage. Not sure if you've been living in a bubble. I just want your thoughts on any and all of it. But you guys were awesome. Great work by you guys. It's loud. The national media reports on it. They pick up on it. Good. I hope it's every game. I wish the fans would unite and do it all game long. This man is a pestilence. Get him out. He is no different to me than Robert Sarver, than Sterling, than any of these other, the Dan Snyders of the world. He is an absentee owner, and when he gets involved, he's a human train wreck. Go look at his quotes. Here, want to hear from him? Here's the 27 seconds Bally gave you on some secret Zoom holiday message to the fans, who, by the way, he thinks are ridiculous people because I do charity and things. Here's Tom Gores on how we should approach the Pistons. I swear you could pull a clip from Succession and juxtapose Kendall Roy and Tom Gores. It's just word soup. That's all it is. It's rich guy word soup. Create a sense of urgency, but don't panic. Okay. Don't ruin the boat. You're 2-28. Things are pretty good. All-time NBA losing streak. You're 4-54 your last 58 games. You got the lowest winning percentage of any team in the league over the last decade, i.e. the time you've owned the team. This guy's he's a space cadet. Total space cadet. And by the way, he flew here but didn't go to the game. You know what I'd love to know? I would have loved to have seen the media last night ask the players. When did your meeting with Gores take place? What was said? Can you share any of it? Oh, I'd love to know. I'd love to know how Gores came into town quietly, met with a couple of players in Troy Weaver and Monty Williams, but didn't go to his own arena. Oh, wait, it's not his arena. They're a redheaded stepchild. 248-539-9797. Let's get to the people. Steve's in Detroit, 97.1. Stevie, what's going on, buddy?
Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Thanks for taking my call,
yes,
Mike.
Yes, sir, of course.
I called years ago when Gore took over the team, and I didn't trust him then. I didn't like him then. And to sit up here, and I can't stand somebody with diversionary tactics. And this guy is one of those people. He did the same thing right before he came in with the Blake Griffin trade. I'm glad you brought that up. He was talking the same community crap back then when he brought Blake Griffin in, and he's doing it now.
Yep.
It's like the reason why you're having a interview on a Friday night dump ain't because you're giving to charity, okay? It's like the house is on fire and you're like, hey, it's ice cream over here. Kids like ice cream. No, he's a distraction, and he's just, like I said, I can't stand somebody who has diversionary tactics. Oh, look at this over here. I'm giving to the community.
Yeah, but Steve, it's offensive. The idea that he thinks you're ridiculous for wanting him to sell, mind you, at a massive profit. Oh, because look what I've done for you people. Done what? You built a
But see,
park.
this is the same. This is the same thing he did before. He's done this before, right before the Blake Griffin trade. I'm telling you, if you look back at it, this is his track record. This is what he's going to use. This is the versionary tactic that he's going to use and keep using it until we get this guy out of here.
Yeah,
So,
he reminds me. He reminds me of the people in Succession. They're characters. They're caricatures of human beings. It's symptomatic of some of the uber wealthy. They're completely detached from reality, but they also have a God complex. He thinks you should kiss his ass because he's in your community. What? I judge you on wins and losses. I don't care if you cure world hunger. I want a Larry O'Brien trophy. You owning this team has turned them into the singular worst franchise in all of professional sports. Kindly leave. But I bought a poor kid a trumpet. I don't care. And your multi-billion-dollar deals, you're doing those for you. You're making money off those. Last I checked, I don't have to thank you for getting rich. Kenny, go ahead. What?
You said you judge him on wins and losses. He doesn't even judge him by wins and losses. He said so much in his little presser there. He said, you know what? Just take away the wins and losses. I've done so much for the community. He doesn't even judge himself by wins and losses.
No, it's Kenny. He's a cartoon. He's not a real person. He's an absurd human being. And this whole thing is absurd. So keep losing. Keep the pressure on. And now your takeaway is he's going to let Troy Weaver go grocery shopping. 1 year, 2-28. And I've given you the asking price for some of the players on their list. I got to tell you guys, I'm kind of, somehow I walked away feeling worse that he talked. Go to Desmond, 97.1. What's up, Des?
What's going on, Mike?
Desmond, how are you?
Listener, first-time caller.
Welcome.
Was calling simply because the whole boat analogy is starting to get on my nerves. Because it's like we're the Titanic. It's sinking. We're not the band. We don't need to stay on and continue to play while we sink. It's sinking. And I just got one stat.
Sure.
Over the past 13 years, this guy's on the team. We've had 2 winning seasons. Both were 8th seeds, and we got swept in the first round. You have to go back to 1965 to find more than 22 win seasons. 1965, and this guy's had 4 in the last 5 years. On the way to a 5th consecutive 20-win season. And you want to ask why sell the community? Frankly, the community he's talking about, he ain't doing nothing in Detroit. He's doing it on the outskirts of Detroit. So this community thing he's talking about, it ain't applying to Detroit. And he's so full of it because he had to handpick his little handpicked media, and, oh, hey, guys, be grateful Tom Gores is talking to the media. I mean, yeah, at 5 o'clock in the morning after he just got through cleaning his nose, yeah, be grateful.
Okay, Des, come on now. Come on, Des. Can't do that. Can't do that. Can't do that. Come on. Let's keep it classy now. I've said since the beginning, let's keep it classy. My goodness. 248-539-9797. You know what? Probably best if we just tell you about Moran Buick GMC. Let's move that along. Get ahead of the game at Moran Buick GMC, where they make car buying and certified car service a breeze. Hey, winter holidays, you're busier than ever. Get around town and do it the right way. The Acadia is $259 a month. The Terrain's $242 a month. And yes, they have Denali's in stock. Call them. Get a deal going. They're ready to go. Moran Buick GMC, and unlike other dealers, you get the free loaner car when you schedule a certified service appointment. It's MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade. All right, Kenny on the ticket text. Get to the Lions later. But I wasn't here yesterday, and I didn't get a chance to go after Goris for that embarrassment. I mean, that was cowardice. A Friday night news dump when it's the first time you've spoken all year. Whoever hides when the owner talks? Well, when the owner's a complete embarrassment the minute he opens his mouth. Oh, yeah. You think he cares about you? He thinks you're ridiculous for telling him to sell the team. It was the Donald Sterling equivalent of detachment of food, clothes, and cars. Him basically saying, what do you poors want? I do a lot for you people. Oh, like what? You built a park. Congratulations, it's cold 8 months of the year. I do multi-billion-dollar deals in this town. Yeah, that make you money. You don't get to call that charity. Unless you're spending your billions out of the kindness of your heart to help people? Ain't nobody trying to hear from you. Win games. Well, outside of winning, I do lots of good stuff. We don't care. Kenny, ticket text, what do you got?
The sell the team chants were loud at the game last night. You could hear it very clearly through even the Bally broadcast.
Yep, and it's only going to get worse. They lose in Boston. You got a Saturday night here against Toronto. Good. Do it up. Bring the kids. Put them in sell the team T-shirts.
And something to that, somebody said they should do what the A's fans did for that one game and just show up in mass and then just chant sell the team the entire time.
I'd love to see it, but you can't get 5 people to agree that pizza's good. You're never going to get 10,000 people on the same page because most of the people who attend those games, they don't even know the team's mired in a losing streak. They're there for the entertainment. They got free tickets from their office. They won the tickets at a raffle. Their brother-in-law invited them. You know, you got to really care to want to participate in stuff like that, and you're never going to get people on the same page, Kenny.
Boy, it looks like Monty Williams is here just for the money. He does not look like he even cares on the sideline.
He told you he was here for the money. He admitted it at the press conference. But Monty, I mean, case in point, Cade is on fire. And we're drawing up plays for Alec Burks late in the game? Contested jump shots? Like, huh? And defensively, listen, whether it's Monty, whether it's Jared Jack, whoever it is, defensively, this team is still clueless 30 games into the season. Blown assignments, miscommunications, late closeouts. They're really bad defensively.
Me and my buddies are all boycotting the Pistons. We're not showing up to any games until these, quote, changes actually happen.
Yeah, and again, if you want to know what some of the changes are, well, Gores couldn't tell you. I read you his quotes earlier. I'm not going to pain the 3 o'clock audience doing it again. You can use rewind. But Gores says there's going to be changes and things and stuff, but it won't be Troy Weaver. Doesn't sound like Arn Tellem. Lord knows he's not selling. So what are the changes? Shams Charania reporting the Pistons are active in the power forward market. Here are the names he's hearing. Pascal Siakam, unrestricted free agent. OG Anunoby, player option. Tobias Harris, unrestricted free agent. Or, wait for it, Miles Bridges. You're 2-28, and you're going to be trading for players that you have to beg to sign. Really? So think about this. Gores keeps pimping this flexibility line. We can be nimble. Well, first of all, your GM paid $30 million to Beef Stew and Marvin Bagley, who you could combine them in some Frankenstein experiment. They still wouldn't start for a playoff team. But his idea of flexibility and $60 million in cap space, you know what they're going to do? Max contract for Pascal Siakam and then Cade rookie extension. Congratulations. You built a 25-win team. It's his comments were absolute lunacy. Lunacy. It was something out of a Kendall Roy speech on Succession. Lunacy. To the people, shall we? Let's go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Hey, Mike, how are you?
Good.
So a few thoughts for this with me. My whole analogy of Tom Gores comes down to really one word, and it's Chauncey.
Chauncey family.
It was incredible. And I'm still laughing about it because I remember it like it was yesterday. Here, Chauncey Billups is going to be inducted into the Pistons Ring of Fame, right? Tom Gores is out there yelling Chauncey, and Chauncey's right next to him, like they've never met before. Gores is already 3 sheets to the wind. It's not, the game hasn't even started. He's bombed. He's got his little white dress shirt unbuttoned, like 4 or 5 buttons, rocking a wax chest and a California tan, and not even knowing the environment he's in, yelling Chauncey. And I'm looking at him thinking, God, this guy's a tool. I mean, what a buffoon this guy is to be that unplugged. And it really just fast forward through the Stan Gundy experiment and, calling, Stan's such a close friend of mine and he's a trusted advisor. Well, take out the word, the name Stan Gundy, put in Troy Weaver, because that's all it is today. Yep. Troy has done nothing. And Mike, when you think about the trade he made with his East Coast GM buddy, I want to say, with the Nets or wherever we got that dumpster fire of a player where we had to give up some draft picks, expiring contract. And Gores didn't fire him on that moment. And I remember when you guys announced that trade, and I'm thinking, this is some kind of inside scam that obviously I'm just not catching. But be that as it may, he's never going to sell the team, because if you look up the annual appreciation rate of most NBA teams, and we're talking the dumpster fires like the Pistons to, the Lakers, you're looking at roughly between 7 and 13%. Mike, that's better than the stock market, right? So for his platinum equity portfolio, it's a good stock, even though they're losing.
Brian, I understand fully.
He's doing quite well.
Brian, I understand fully. Both things can be true. Oh, he doesn't have to sell the team, but I think being embarrassed in your own building, I think having your rich friends bring it up to you at every social outing, being de-pantsed on national television by places like ESPN and TNT, I think it does matter. And Brian,
Mike, I don't know.
No,
Mike,
he can hold on to the team. He can hold on to the team forever, but we don't have to respect him.
Well, but here, and that's the great point. So this is my final comment. When are people, the fans, we're so loyal. We got great big hearts. When are people going to stop being sheep and stop buying tickets and showing up? Because that will be the message. It's not his rich friends, destroying his ego or knocking him down, being condescending. The guy's making money. The wallet's getting fatter. At the end of the day, he really could care less, because he is an absentee slumlord, in my opinion. But until the fans stop buying tickets, Mike, it don't matter. You and I will be talking about this 5 years from now, and we'll still be in the same or similar situation, and he's still going to be owning the team. So fans got to stop sell the team. He ain't selling, man.
No, but it's their only thing. You know what it is, Brian? Look, you and I agree on this, but it's the only outlet for the fans. Booing is just booing.
I know.
The sell the team thing is garnering national attention, and I know you're right, Brian. I've said the same, but I'm telling you, this has a different tenor, because now a team that's 2-28 in a non-premium market, not New York, not LA, not Miami, this has become a national embarrassment. And it matters. It's how the league ends up getting involved. And that's how you can affect change. So it may not end with him selling the team. Of course, I don't think it will. But when you own a product, the money's the money. Do you know Tom Gores has basically doubled his net worth since buying this team? He's worth almost $11 billion. The money's the money. He'll have more money than God regardless. Do you know what's not fun? When you're made fun of constantly. And when you're a punchline for everyone. And when your contemporaries, the cool kids club, you bought a team, you want to be around the owners, when they all look at you like you're a complete knob, that's not fun. And money doesn't mean anything at that point. When you're booed in your own building, when you don't show up to games, and then when you finally do talk, it's not live, it's not here, that's cowardly. So let the fans continue to do their thing, Brian. They have every right. And no, it probably won't force him to do it. But you can make him real uncomfortable. And you can continue putting a national spotlight on a local embarrassment. And that's all fans can do. And you're right. At the end of the day, the empty arena principle, it's probably what's best. But I'm not in the business of telling people what to do. You don't see me buying tickets. And I love NBA basketball. But I wouldn't give them a penny. I love these city jerseys, right? I love those zip-ups the coaches are wearing. I won't buy one. I'm not giving them a penny. They're a disgrace. So that's all they can do, man. And I'm not going to stop them, Brian. Can't do it. 248-539-9797. We will knock out the rest of these calls. Football today, 3:45, and then we turn our attention to the Lions at 4. Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. Now, what's not debatable, it's the best mattress on the market, the eco-friendly iComfort Eco from Serta. It's supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, feeling restored, or Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan, have been for over 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you.
Brought to you by Lady J's Haircuts for Men. 4 bowl games in college football day, including the Military Bowl, which is underway right now in Annapolis. Almost halftime, Virginia Tech and Tulane tied at 10, but Hokies knocking on the door. Staying in college football, Michigan State is getting offensive lineman Geno Vandemark back next season. Redshirt sophomore guard officially withdrew from the transfer portal today, turning down a reported offer from Oklahoma. Lions safety Ifeatu Melifonwu has been named NFC Defensive Player of the Week following his game-changing performance against the Vikings. You know, that included 5 tackles, 2 sacks, 2 PBUs, and the game and division-sealing interception near the goal line with less than a minute on the clock. And the Red Wings tried to get back on track tonight in Minnesota. It won't be easy. Detroit's in a funk, losers of 8 of 10. That's put them 3 points back of Tampa for the final wild card spot, although they have a game in hand. The Wild are hot. They've won 3 in a row and 6 of 7. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pre-game coverage starts at 7:45. I'm Beanie Howell. More at 4 or at 971theticket.com.
All right. You know, you guys have been incredible with this. And as long as you're going to be involved, I'll continue to bring it up. And let's face it, if the Pistons win a game and the streak goes away, they don't exist. I mean, we'll bring them up inevitably when Gores empowers Troy Weaver to make a trade, which is absurd. Or we'll bring them up if the losing streak continues. But they made NBA history last night. 27 games in a row. It's unthinkable. It's impossible. And remember, if you want to comp them to the process Sixers, that was an experiment on how to build a team to forcibly lose. That's not what you're doing. And if you want to compare them to the 2010-11 Cavs, remember something. LeBron leaving was a nuclear bomb. That team was the fallout. The greatest player of my lifetime, 1 and 1A with Jordan, leaves in summer. You're not them. Tom Gores, in his little missive, said no. He expected to compete for the playoffs this year. You're 2-28. And he thinks you're ridiculous for asking him to sell the team because outside of winning, he does a lot in the community. Okay, then. Let's go to people. Go to Joe, Dearborn, 97.1. What's up, Joseph? How are you?
Hey, Valeni, how you doing?
Good, Joe. What's on your mind, buddy?
Here's the thing. You know, you want to talk about Tom Gores? Fine. I'm sick and tired of him. Here's the thing. We have not – Troy Weaver is the guy that you got to blame. We haven't done anything. Like, seriously? Like, we got a guy that scored 41 points last night. This guy's leaving, okay? Kate Cunningham's leaving. This team is so bad, okay? But, you know, you want to talk about – everyone wants to talk about Tom Gores, and that's fine. And I get it. Yeah, he's a cokehead. You know, he yada, yada, yada.
You can't say that. You can't come on the radio and say that. You just can't say it. People, you're getting a little loose linguistically. You can't say that. Now, I'll address the other thing you said. Who's the guy who signs Troy Weaver's checks? Tom Gores. Who's the guy who hired Ed Stefanski? Tom Gores. Who's the guy who hired Stan Van Gundy? Tom Gores. Who's the guy who brought Arn Tellem into the fold? Tom Gores. Who is the guy responsible for all of this? Tom Gores. You want me to blame Troy Weaver? Blame the guy who signs his paychecks and who's going to empower him to make a trade with a roster that's 2-28. Now, for the love of Christ, stop, you guys, you can't say certain things. You're killing me. I mean, come on. Jesus. It's the holidays, for God's sakes. Let's go to Jay, 97.1. Jay, what's going on?
Mike. What's going on, brother?
Jay, it's like a nightmare that won't end with this team, and then Gores talking made it worse.
Listen, I'm not even a basketball fan. I'm a football fan. Yeah. I mean, I'd rather watch women's lacrosse rollerblading on the Ocho. But somehow this has garnered my attention. Like, this dude is a power tool. I mean, an electric drill with a female bit at the end. It doesn't make sense. Like, what are you plugging into? He's not in tune with the culture of the city. He's barely in the city. He's not in tune with the theme of, you know, the only way that our teams here are successful is with good teams. even if you do try to get an all-star, 9 times out of 10, it usually doesn't work out. You need to get a good, solid foundation. The going to work Pistons, the bad boys, this era of the Lions. You know, I feel for Pistons fans because I remember how they used to look at Lions fans when we were going through our, trail of hell. And that's how we're looking at them now. Like, ooh, y'all don't want to switch up? Come on, we winning right now.
You realize there's only 5 franchises in the NBA that have won more championships than the Pistons? 5. He has taken a once proud franchise and turned it into the Charlotte Bobcats. No, I'm serious. He's made you a cartoon. He's made you the old Vancouver Grizzlies.
It is depressing.
It is.
It is depressing. And, I get what you're saying about, as long as we go to the games or as long as people go into the games, go there with a purpose. Go there, chant your, sell the team chant, and if, like you said, you can't talk 10,000 people out of not buying tickets. It's always going to be the one fool in the rain with no umbrella.
No, it's a waste of time. And look, I've told people, you don't need to swear. You don't need to cuss, be foul. You don't need to personally attack anybody. But if you want to voice your displeasure in a way that will continue to get reported on and the spotlight, sell the team. It works every time. It's all over ESPN. It's all over CBS. It's all over the social platforms. Sell the team. Continue to embarrass this man. Yeah, go ahead.
Somebody wise once told me articulation is the best way to get your point across. Like you just said, you just let him have it. Just keep the floodgates open and let this guy go through what he's going through.
Yeah, and again, I don't. You don't need to be rude to the players. I don't think they want to be bad. You don't need to cuss out ushers. You don't need to swear in front of little kids. Keep it classy. Don't do what a couple callers did this segment. Keep it classy. Sell the team. It's succinct. It's your divine right as a fan. And when someone has owned a team and been an abject failure, he's been the worst owner in the league over the course of not a year or 2 or 5 or 7, 13 seasons. He's been the worst owner in the league. I don't think anyone has respect for this man. Look, James Dolan is rich. Does anyone respect James Dolan? No. Donald Sterling? No. Robert Sarver? No. Hell, Robert Sarver built the cardiac unit at Phoenix's best hospital. People still hated his guts. Nobody cares. Nobody respects you. I'm not sure anybody likes you. Sell the team. You want to make money in the city? Go for it. Do your thing. But don't bleep on my head and tell me it's raining. Fans have a right to say what they're saying. They're not ridiculous. They're good people. They want a winner. And you clearly don't know how to bring it to them. Let's go to Jeremy, 97.1. What's up, Jeremy? How are you?
Hey, brother. How you doing?
Good.
Good deal. Hey, Merry Christmas and Happy Chanukah.
Shout out Smokey Robinson. What's up, Jeremy?
Hey, I just wanted to say, too, I'm listening to you rattling on with Goris and everything that he said, but when he starts, reaching, for the charity stuff that he does, it's and I'm not trying to discount what a lot of CEOs or company owners do, when it comes to stuff like that. There's nothing wrong with going for a tax exemption, but at the same time, trying to help out the community and charities and things like that. But he or anybody else in his position wouldn't do it if there wasn't a tax exemption attached to it or tax relief. That's all it is.
Well,
so, for him to even go there is ridiculous.
Or it's PR. Truly charitable people don't talk about their charity. That's the reality. The gift of giving, you can do it anonymously and you go about your day. But when you try to use it as a defense mechanism, when people think you're the worst owner in the sport, which you are, that's pathetic to me. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. He should be able to look in the rearview mirror and see what happened with the Ford family, with the Lions, and, realize that, boy, the best thing he can do is try to turn it around. Because I'll tell you what, and that's the one thing that's good with the Lions is they've set the bar up there pretty high to where now all these other teams, in this town are really going to look bad when they see how you put the right people in the right place, spend a little money, and take care of the fans. The fans will take care of you.
That's it. That's the beautiful part of this town. And I mean, again, if he wanted to answer the question appropriately, he'd go, look, I hear the chance. You think it's fun for me? It's not. This is my hometown team. I love this team. I want to win. I know I have to be better. I wish they wouldn't chant it, but they've got a right to. And I got to turn it around. Answer it like a man. Don't tell people they're ridiculous because you bought a poor kid a Rubik's Cube. Stop it. It's absurd. It's insulting. Just answer it. Yes, you hear the sell the team chants, and you understand. Act like you understand. Act like you care. That's all Detroit needs. This is God help it. This is a very forgiving place. And he still can't do it right. All right, Hungry Howie's. Nothing better than pepperoni pizza. But the question is, which one? You can be a classics, or you got to do the satellite dishes, the little cup pepperoni. Look, either way, pepperoni's pepperoni, and more pepperoni's good. See, Kenny, this is more my speed. Out with the mac and cheese. Let's get a real thing going here. So they're doing the double pepperoni pizza, $10.99. And look, it's limited time only, just like all their special creations. You get both pepperonis, more pepperoni. It's a win for everybody. The deals, they're always there, but for $10, you're not going to find a better one than this. Get a large pepperoni duo, $10 only at Hungry Howie's Pizza. All right, let's get a little football rolling. Very exciting. Go around the league. It's more than just your NFC North champion, Detroit Lions. Kenny.
Now, I've often found the best time to mock somebody is when they're not here to defend themselves. So let's talk about those Niners, huh? Let's talk about Brock Purdy and all those interceptions. Is this who Brock Purdy, the average has regressed to the mean with Brock Purdy? This is how bad he can look when he's having a Brock Purdy game?
No, I think the only thing I will say is, once again, the cheap media narrative gets proven wrong. He was never an MVP candidate if you actually watch games. Oh, but he throws for the most completion percentage. He is spoon-fed throws by an offensive genius. He is no better than the fourth or fifth best player on his own offense. Not an MVP candidate. Lamar Jackson, as much as I don't like him, and as much as I will bet against him in the playoffs, Lamar does not have elite wideouts. Lamar's best offensive lineman's been hurt all year. Lamar's best tight end and really a guy headed to be in the Hall of Fame, Mark Andrews, out, and Lamar continues to carry them. That's an MVP. Even as flawed as he is, that's an MVP. Christian McCaffrey's an MVP. Brock Purdy is a nothing burger. I'm so happy it happened.
And since you brought up the MVP stuff, I wanted to mention some odds for you for the MVP. Lamar minus 185, Run CMC 4 plus 425, Tua at 1,000, and Purdy submarining all the way down to plus 1,200.
You hate to see it. I have no problem with Lamar Jackson winning it. I don't. I will forever have an opinion on Lamar that I would not want him as my franchise quarterback, but that has nothing to do with winning MVP. I just don't ever see him winning a Super Bowl. I really don't.
Also, speaking of Lamar, did you see him getting into it a little bit with Mike Florio?
I read an article about it. I don't. Oh, he didn't put the pads. Okay, Lamar, you know what? Stop. It's like Travis Kelce cussing everybody out on his podcast. You know what? Catch a football. Stop it. But not everyone's out to get you, dude. It's okay if people say certain things like, I think Team A is going to beat Team B.
Do you think this is legitimate locker room material, bulletin board material, where you look at it and go, this is motivation for me?
No, it's absurd. It's totally absurd. These aren't college kids. They're grown-ass men.
So our favorite guy that likes to talk on the Pat McAfee show, Aaron Rodgers, not surprisingly talking again. It was denying that it was his idea to be put on the 53-man roster and calling anyone who disagrees conspiracy theorists. Aaron, are we though? I think my question is, people have a right to assume these things at this point about Aaron Rodgers, correct?
Yes. He's a power broker. It's okay to think those things. He also loves attention. It's okay to think those things. I just stopped listening. Look, he's got the Jets by the short hairs. He's going to get whatever he wants for the next 2 years. He wanted Salah there. Woody Johnson came out and said Salah's the coach. He wanted Randall Cobb. He wanted Allen Lazard. I mean, he if he wants Marvin the Martian at wide receiver, they're going to give it to him. But the rest of the stuff, it's who he is. The Achilles coverage, the comeback stuff, his whole bit with McAfee. I mean, he loves it. So whatever, dude. It wasn't your idea. Cool. Don't care.
Another team that was supposed to be good, but there's clear fall off, the Kansas City Chiefs. Another rough game. How have they fallen off from being a Super Bowl contender this far?
Simple. The offense blows. I mean, do you realize the Raiders won that game and they didn't complete a pass after the first quarter? I mean, Patrick Mahomes, you don't get to yell at people when you throw a pick six. You don't get to yell at people when you fumble a snap. You don't get to yell at people when you look like garbage. Travis Kelce, hey, here's an idea. Less commercials, less podcasts, less famous relationship, more football. He's been trash. So it's simple. This is what happens. These athletes, they're never told no. They make more money than God. They get high on their own supply, and here you end up. Now today, you got Kelce on his pod. It's not effing this, and it's not effing that. It's not just me. Everybody's screwing up stuff all the time. Stop. Stop all of it. Go into the submarine. Lock in It's one of your last seasons, and then do us all a favor in the offseason. Retire and go have a famous family. Do whatever you like, but enough.
And that was going to be my next question. Are guys like Aaron Rodgers, Travis Kelce, even Jason Kelce, being on all these pods, being on all these shows, whether it's Pat McAfee, is this actually affecting what you see on the field?
I think in the case of Kelce, it is. I think Kelce's heavily distracted. I can't speak for Jason. He's still out there playing at a Pro Bowl level at center. But, look, you saw the same thing with Draymond Green. Draymond got high on his own supply. Oh, I'm a modern Dennis Rodman. Look at me. I'm doing pods after getting thrown out of games. I say what I want, do what I want. No one ever tells him no. Next thing you know, the league has you on indefinite suspension. I think for Kelce, yeah. I mean, he's dating the most famous woman on planet Earth. And when you watch a game, how many commercials don't feature Travis Kelce? Then factor in a very popular podcast. You know what, dude? Here's an idea. Get rid of all the rest and play ball. Or quit. Because he looks washed.
Let's move on to the AFC South. Three-way tie between the Jags, Texans, and Colts. Who do you have coming out of that alive?
I don't. How dare you?
I know most people aren't watching AFC South football, so I figured I'd bring it to the table.
It's also fascinating. You have Gardner Minshew. You have Stroud, maybe, kind of, sort of. Got to get healthy. Trevor Lawrence now is hobbled plus hurt his shoulder. Kenny, I need to get some stability on who the hell's playing quarterback. If you asked me right now without knowing the tiebreakers and you just wanted me to select the team that in a chips in the middle of the table, winner-take-all spot, who would win a game, I will take DeMeco Ryans in that Texans defense and C.J. Stroud if he's healthy. But I have no idea. That division is chaos. Total chaos. Why, who you pick? You going Jags?
I lean Jags, but
if
it's
Lawrence
not a confident lean.
They got no run game. Lawrence's ankle's a mess. His shoulder's a mess. What do I do with them? They just got their ass kicked by the Bucs.
The right answer is there is no right answer.
Combine all three and make one good team.
Right, one healthy team. The
Right.
Giants have officially benched Tommy DeVito for the next week's game. I was going to say, is this officially crickets for the DeVito cutlets?
It's another cheap media narrative. Hey, where's Michael Corleone's bodyguard, a.k.a. his agent? What another clown. And everyone platformed that idiot for the span of 3 weeks. Weird. I wonder how is his calendar a little less busy, right? We all doing this still? The stupid hand gesture that no real Italian does?
Got a couple of weeks of pretty good runway, though.
Tommy DeVito was like an incel from the Jets to swoop in, ruin the Giants' draft position, and then totally disappear. Kenny, I can't. Now the Giants are picking fifth. One problem. 3 quarterbacks are going to go ahead of him. We're effed. Thanks, buddy. Happy holidays.
And on a merry note, that is in football today.
Go to hell.
Brought to you by Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. More good transfer portal news for Michigan State football. Hours after news that guard Gino Vandemark would return in 2024, multiple outlets now reporting defensive tackle Derek Harmon has withdrawn from the portal and will also be back with the Spartans next year. Harmon, he's a Detroit Loyola grad who just finished his redshirt sophomore season with State. He was rated the top D tackle and the number 65 player overall in this offseason's portal. He reportedly visited Auburn, Big Ten foe Ohio State, and incoming Big Ten foe Oregon before electing to return to Michigan State. The Pistons officially own the worst single-season losing streak in NBA history following last night's loss at home to the Nets, despite Cade Cunningham's 41 points. Detroit is at Boston tomorrow night with a chance at further ignominy. A loss would equal the NBA's longest ever losing streak over any span. That's 28 consecutive losses set by the Cavs across the 14-15 and 15-16 seasons. By the way, the worst losing streak in the history of North American professional sports, well, that's well within grasp too. It stands at 29, set by the then Chicago Cardinals of the NFL from 42 to 45. About right. And can the Wings get back on track? They've lost 8 of 10 and tonight face a Wild team that's won 3 in a row and 6 of 7. Hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pre-game coverage starts at 7:45. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Four o'clock, we can turn the page to happier news. I had to discuss the Pistons opening the show. Odyssey.com Rewind, you want the full rundown of your owner and his ridiculous comments. But let's turn our attention. I wasn't here yesterday. Obviously, Monday being the holiday. I have not had a chance to talk about the Lions, and I want to do just that. And I think a couple of things. First things first, obviously there is no one on the list that I feel better for than you, the fans, because you guys have been put through hell. And it's not lost on people outside of Detroit. It's not lost on us. Like, we understand it. And I mean, I can only take you through situation at my house for the holidays. I mean, it's a collection of New Yorkers. Now, by proxy that I've been driving the bus that the Lions are going to win the division and win a playoff game since last February, yes, I'm invested. I don't care about being right. I just care about Kenny in a tuxedo in the luxury suite. I wanted this for the listeners, and I wanted this because it's a hell of a lot of fun. But, like, my own mom was rooting for the Lions. My mom doesn't like the Lions. My mom doesn't like the Giants. My mom doesn't even like football. And my mom was just like, I just feel so bad for the people. I want them to win. I'm like, yes. When Mullins threw that last pass, you could have heard a pin drop in the house. That ball felt like it was in the air for about 38 seconds. When you see a quarterback drive the pocket, step up, and then cut one loose over the middle of the field, you know someone's open. And you go, oh, not like this. Don't do this. This would be SOL. This would be emotional damage. It would have been terrible. And then you saw the moment. And you're like, oh, my God. Thank Christ. So, yes, I am happy for the people. But I want to tell you something. And I mean this with the utmost sincerity. I'm really, really happy for Dan Campbell and Sheila Ford Hamp. And here's why. A lot of people, myself included, said a lot of really bad stuff about those two. Sheila, when she allowed Quinn and Patricia to stay a year too long. Sheila, when she came out at 1-6, promising it would be different. Guilty as charged. I'd had enough. And for Dan Campbell, who at 1-6 and sitting at about 4-20 as a head coach, we talked about it. He had about 3 weeks to save his job. He had to start winning games, and he did. Still wish he wouldn't have screwed up the Buffalo game. He would have made the playoffs last year. The point is, those people got put through hell. Some of it justified, some of it not. But for them to see it through and get there, this is the first time in my life I feel like the Lions have a coach who really cares. There's an emotional connection with this man, this franchise, this city. It feels right. And he's perfectly imperfect. I'm never going to love everything Dan Campbell does. I don't have to. But this team will go to war for him. And if this team goes to war for him, it means you, the fans, are going to go to war for them. And I still think you're going to be a real tough out in the playoffs. You're going to be a real tough out at home. So it's all good vibes. But let me give you the bad news. The bad news is the following. If you don't play better than the way you played Saturday, you will lose a home playoff game. You cannot, against Nick Mullins, handing you 4 turnovers, be in survival mode with 30 seconds to go. Can't happen. And that's a game where Minnesota had guys dropping like flies, and you never could gain true game control. So for a day, I'm thrilled. For a day, the division, the home game, Kenny in a tuxedo, it's all exciting. And I hope it helped Christmas. But understand now, all right, Christmas is dead. Now we're on to the next. You don't play any different, the Cowboys are going to bury your body in about a minute. And if you don't play better and you don't tighten this thing up on defense, I'm sorry, guys. For a day, it's okay. But long term, you play that way and it's Matthew Stafford on the other side, not Nick Mullins, look out. Kenny in a tuxedo ain't gonna be so fun. Then I'm gonna have to drive him home. It's gonna be a total disaster. But I want to hear from you guys on it. Because I know for me, I was terrified on the last drive. I can't imagine what a Lions fan went through. I was terrified.
It was absolutely terrifying. Because you didn't know, by the quality of game that they played up to that point, you didn't know which direction it was going to go. You weren't confident. There was no part of Lions fans leading up to that drive that was like, we got this. No problem.
I never felt that way.
No, absolutely not. That interception was gigantic. I jumped off my couch. I think I woke up the neighbor or something.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, big problem. But it was fine. Lions fans, there's no shot they were confident. And going into Dallas, I don't know what the reason to be confident with that is either. I have a bad feeling about that game, and I'm as big a Lions fan as you know, Mike.
I think you're going to get murdered this weekend. I hate saying it. I know the 2 seeds on the line. Dallas off back-to-back losses, coming home, where they're a whole different animal. Their season's on the line. You've been drunk for 3 days, high on your own supply, short week. You win that game, you can talk Super Bowl. If you go to Dallas and you win Saturday night, talk Super Bowl. I'll be the first one. I'll allow it. I'll put a piece of tape over Rico's mouth and sit him in the corner. But if you don't, you got to put that stuff to bed. I think they're a good team. They're not a great team. I think they're going to win a home playoff game. I have major doubts about the divisional round. I just do. And look, that's still a wildly successful season. Guys, I promised you we're going to win the division and win a home playoff game. We're halfway there. I almost had it right that the Minnesota games wouldn't matter. Only one of them did. Like, you did it. And you have every right to feel great about it. But the question is, how far can they take it? ESPN Power Rankings, they have you number 4 in the NFL. That would suggest you're a Super Bowl team. I think it's possible. Anything's possible. I've seen teams lesser than this Lions team make a Super Bowl. But we're talking about probable. Now, I heard the morning show today, and Cookies was on with Stoney, and guys are calling in, oh, the Niners look like garbage. Be careful now. I wouldn't judge them off the worst game they've played in maybe a year and a half.
Whether it's them, whether it's Philly, whether it's Dallas looking bad, every NFL team is going to have a part of their season where they just don't look right. KC might be a little bit more real than other teams, but as far as the Niners or as far as Dallas at home is a scary monster. You're going to have to deal with that next week.
Listen, if you have designs on hosting multiple home playoff games, you got to win this weekend. That's it. And I don't think you're doing it. If you could get Philly here, I could find a way in that game. If you got to take Goff and put him outside in Philadelphia at divisional round, no. I that one I have a hard time with. Going to San Francisco, no. You don't have the pass rush to do what the Ravens did to Purdy. You don't. But in the here and now, I think it's okay to just celebrate it. I think it's okay to just enjoy yourself. But if you want to really have that next conversation where everyone's allowed to dream in a realistic manner, yeah, it's Saturday night. You have to win Saturday night. And the setup couldn't be worse for you. Couldn't be worse. If the Cowboys had been winning the last few weeks, it would actually be better for you. It couldn't be worse. So I'd love your thoughts on it. I'd love to know what the scene was like this weekend watching that game. That last play, the ball was in the air for what seemed like an eternity. I don't know if it was, what was it, a combo of elation, relief? I don't know. I was exhausted. I was emotionally spent after the game. So I was just like, oh, thank God. Oh, thank God they won. But I did not want to come in here and have the combination of angry Lions fan into Wolverine fans later in the week, which, by the way, I have no idea what to do with that game. None. Kenny and I were talking about it earlier. I don't think Bama's some layup, and I don't think Bama's going to destroy you the way some people do. I think it's absolutely on the table to beat Alabama, but I don't know what to do with it. What's real, what's not, no idea. I think the playoff's as open as it's ever been, so why not Michigan? The other side of it, J.J. McCarthy's had one touchdown since my birthday. My birthday's in October. That's a bit of an issue. And the Big Ten, it's kind of ass. So I don't know. I don't know what side of the coin is. Has Michigan been playing possum? Is Michigan going to bully Alabama? Is that the plan? After Bama just bullied Georgia? No slander. Sorry, Kenny. We'll get to that game later in the week, though. I can't wait to watch it. I just have no idea. And very rarely do I go into games and I'm kind of like, I could see it both ways. No, I generally give you an opinion. I got no effing clue. None. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your calls next. 97.1. Hi there. Perfect temperature to sleep, about 68 degrees. Now, what is not debatable is the best mattress on the market. It is the iComfort Eco by Serta. You know the drill. Comfortable, restored, keep you cool. Or you could try the Serta Perfect Sleeper, pressure-relieving comfort and support while you maintain a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, Kenny, ticket text, then the callers. If you're looking for Pistons and me making fun of Tom Gores, you can use Odyssey.com. Rewind, it is there for you. Kenny, what do we got?
The feeling after that pick, relief. I was losing faith in that game for the most part. I'm glad they turned it around.
For me, it was relief based on you needed 4 turnovers by Nick Mullins to survive. And I understand, I always say by a point or by 100, just win. For a day, that's fine. But we're not doing the post-game show. This is the post-mortem. The emotion has faded. Your buzz has worn off. Now it is, hey, before we turn the page, did we really play well? Not, kind of? Maybe?
I felt a weird calmness when the Mullins pass was in the air. I'd seen it 1,000 times. The Lions were going to Lions, but this time it was different.
That calmness was your heart actually stopping as you waited for the sweet embrace of death. That ball, when you see a quarterback cut it loose late over the middle, either the dude's wide open or it's a pick. And I know where my mind was at.
Was definitely worried about an interception, Mike, but I'm glad they pulled it off. There's a lot of fall on the ball SOL text coming into the from the John Kaminsky play, I believe it was.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank
God they won, or Mr. Kaminsky would have been a very the power ranking of unpopular humans this week would be Gores 1, John Kaminsky 2.
We're going to go into Dallas, and they're going to nope, can't read that.
Yeah, guys, I mean, happy holidays, but between the Gores texts and some of your Lions ones, can we keep it classy, San Diego? Please.
Win a playoff game at home. That's all I was asking for at the beginning of the season. I think they can get it done. That's from John.
Me too, but you got to play better than that. You have to, specifically the defense. 3rd and 27 and 3rd and 18 and Nick Mullins. Come on now. Let's go to Alex, 97.1. Alex, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How are you doing today?
Excellent. What's up?
I just hit the point I was going to say about John Kaminsky. That was the most same old Lions play. We could have just ended it right there, he doesn't jump on it. So instead you're thinking, all right, 3rd and 18, and then a 19-yard play. You're like, okay, this is how we're going to lose it. And then I know our defense, they got 4 picks, but they're terrible. Like, Nick Mullins just torched our defense. And then earlier today, I think it was Gator that was talking about, why are you afraid of the Rams and Stafford coming? The Lions are a better team. Because Nick Mullins just torched us. And Stafford knows exactly how to just carve apart our defense. And looking at why they kicked out Jared Goff, a little bit of pressure, he gets happy feet and just throws the ball. It's under at his receiver's feet or overthrows them. And McVay and them know exactly what his weaknesses are and know how to exploit them. And so they're going to feed off on the Lions. So honestly, the worst case scenario for me was the Rams, and I think we're going to get the Rams, and Stafford's going to throw about 4 touchdowns and 550 on us.
Let's not get carried away. I understand some of the concern. I mean, the weapons are legitimate between Kupp and Nacua. Kyron Williams has been a thing. But here's the one thing you can rest easy with. When your O-line's healthy, you're now 6-0. Someone's got to step up and beat you when the big fellas are healthy up front, Alex. And remember, the Rams would have to come into what I think is going to be the most hostile wild card weekend venue in the league. You guys are going to bring it. And I'm picking you to win. I don't care who you play in that first game. After that, well, that's a different conversation. Keep the faith.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off there.
No, you're good.
What's your thoughts on Goff in the playoffs, actually? Because like you said, him going to Philly, that is just a disaster waiting to happen if he has to play outdoors.
Him in Philly or him in Dallas or him in San Francisco, it's a different conversation. Hey, if you want to dream, if you want me to start dreaming, you got to win Saturday. Win Saturday. It opens the door to all that conversation because you will have potentially opened the door to another home playoff game. But I can't. I'm not ready to go there yet. This defense has got to play a different level of football for me to go there, to dream. The dream right now is just win the first game. Let's go to New Yen, 97.1. What's going on?
Hey, how you doing? First of all, I'd like to say thanks a lot for taking my call.
Yeah.
First thing I'd like to say is, Tom Gore, if you're listening, this is New Yen. You can't cheat everybody, buddy. You cannot cheat the people of Detroit. You look at some of the greats. You look at the George Steinburners. You look at Dr. Butts. This gentleman is walking around with a pinky ring on his last two fingers. That means something. People who know, they know that means something. You look at the way you're dressed, the way you show up. If we want celebrities to show up, we have Sada Baby, we have Big Sean, we have all the locals. We got celebrities that show up to the game. This guy, he knows absolutely nothing about the game. He doesn't understand that one mistake will lead to years of a backdrop. And here we are. The first mistake that he made is he passed up on our real coach, Chauncey Billups. So here we are, $75 million in the hole with this gentleman. He does not want to be here. God bless him, his wife is ill. The minute anything happens, he's definitely not in tune. So we got an owner that's not in tune. He's only interested in making money because the Pistons are downtown. He's making more money than he ever made. And the fact that gambling has a lot to do with it now, too. This gentleman needs to listen to the voice of the people. This is New Yen. Listen to the voice of the people. Take a minority ownership, step back, and let the real people who really love Bill Whip, Bill Davidson, people who really love the Detroit Pistons, who really love Isaiah Thomas, who really love Bill Laimbeer, who really...
I'd love it. I mean, listen, man, it'd be amazing because the reality is he doesn't want to be here. He lives in Beverly Hills. Oh, I do billion-dollar deals in Detroit. That doesn't benefit us. That benefits you. He's been an abject failure as an owner. Oh, I'd love him to do what Cuban did. Sell part of it, step back, have somebody else handle basketball. Be amazing. Now, Cuban will be hands-on while somebody else steps to the back, but you get my point. This man and his hiring practices have been a disaster. You don't end up here by accident. You end up here because you do the wrong thing consistently. And now, you can Odyssey.com rewind. Troy Weaver's going to go shopping. I gave you my complete thoughts. I'm not going back down that road right now. Let's go to Reggie in Detroit, 97.1. What's up, Reggie?
Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Good, Reg. What's up?
Well, I honestly don't even want to talk about the Pistons at this
You don't
point.
have to. You can do whatever you like.
90 minutes later, it's not even worth my time. I'm sick. This was supposed to be a celebration. I'm supposed to be going over to the Men's Warehouse and pick out my tuxedo so I could be in the box with you guys for that home playoff.
Oh, Reggie's ready. You're ready for the wild card game.
Oh, absolutely. I'm ready for the wild card game. But I'm going to tell you this, that Dallas game, that's going to be a true test. That right there is a playoff game. Now, I get that we didn't look great against Nick Mullins, but I really think the game plan was we're going to let this guy beat us. We're going to take away the run, which they did. I think 17 total yards rushing. We're going to say we're going to put it on this guy's back, and if he could beat us, then we don't deserve to win this game. And my heart sank when John Kaminsky doesn't fall on the fumble. My heart sank when that ball's floating to Justin Jefferson, who's standing on the goal line. Everything about that has me curled up in a ball with my eyes closed going, please don't let this happen again. And it didn't.
I know.
And that's the difference. And that's what makes me think, okay, I'm not delusional. I'm not making this grand statement of they're going to go down to Dallas and they're just going to beat the hell out of Dallas and we're going to take the 1 seed. But take a deep breath. It's okay. It's different. The culture's different.
Yes.
There's general belief. There are the guys on this team who knew how miserable it was to be on this team. but there's enough new blood who know what it takes to win.
You know what I love
And
seeing?
that's what
I
makes me
love when
think
Campbell
it'll
in the
get different.
post game in the locker room brought over Decker and Ragnow and some of the OGs, some of the guys who have lived through so many regimes and so much failure. I love that Taylor Decker was emotional. I love in a day and age where it's really hard to figure out if your players truly care about anything beyond the paycheck. I love the fact there were guys here that were really moved. It means something. Campbell being a part of that 0-16 team, to be the one that guided them to a place that was unimaginable when he played. Yeah, Reg, it matters. It felt great.
We get into a lot of like, team propaganda and everything. But if you look on the Lions YouTube page, that there's the clip from right before the season where he makes them all turn around and look at last championship, last division, last playoff win.
Yeah.
And you let it sink in and you hear like how somber everybody is listening to 30 years, 60 years. And you get that feeling of this team knows how bad the city wants it because they want it.
Yeah, and they
want to fix it.
And I think there's an incredible point of satisfaction with it. No, Reg, you're 1,000% right. And that's, look, especially when you juxtapose it with the Pistons. Like, that's all we want. We want a team to be accountable. We want a team to be a winner. We want a team to care. And we want a connectivity. And right now, it's just couldn't be further apart. Time running out to get your health insurance in order for 24. What are you waiting on? Call Mike Papura now. The only time you can change your coverage. Open enrollment ends soon. Mike Papura will shop every health insurance plan available. He will make sure that you get the best bang for your buck. He's done it for over 30 years. He's the best in the game. It's Mike Papura. National benefit plans. He'll see if you qualify for a government subsidy. He'll shop health insurance carriers on and off the marketplace. Again, open enrollment. It's time. If you want coverage for 24, call Mike Papura, 877-734-2200. That's 877-734-2200, or you go on the web to nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. How about Kenny Cott banning Beanie from an update? Unbelievable. Kenny just playing power broker. Beanie wanted to do an update. Kenny went, we don't have time.
Listen, I've been here a while, all right? He does what I say.
Did you do it in NFL?
Get out of my studio.
We don't have time. Ticket text. We'll get back to your calls. We're talking Lions. If you want Pistons, I mean, you're welcome to call in. But we did about 2 hours of it, Odyssey.com rewind. I mean, Dom Gores is a caricature of a real owner. That's all I can tell you. He's like a character out of The Simpsons mixed with Succession. Like, just because you're rich doesn't make you smart or respected. Like, that's his comments on Friday night in some mysterious conference call at 11 p.m. It's a disgrace. Kenny?
Guys, I thought we were going to lose at the last minute. Didn't care for the offensive drives. A lot of things went wrong for us. However, I thought we overcame adversity. Lions teams of the past would have lost that game for sure.
When the ball went in the air, I was already thinking about the show this week. I was like, not like this, man, please.
You're thinking about the snarky call from Rico. See, look, I told you. Minnesota, they're going to be a problem for this team.
That would have been a nightmare on Elm Street.
Terrified of Stafford coming into Ford Field with the ultimate SOL game.
You guys, you got to stop with the SOL. Stafford coming in here on a new team has nothing to do with SOL. It would have to do with the fact he's playing really good football with an offensive-minded coach and some unbelievable weapons, and your defense being leaky at best. That's not SOL. That's called a football game.
But him winning a game at Ford Field, a playoff game at Ford Field, is a little SOL.
I'm not going to discuss that because you're hurting the vibe right now.
I'm hurting my vibe right. You think I like talking like that?
I am not doing this. You stop it right now. We have the entire week of Stafford coming to town to do that crap. Don't do that to me now. You're killing me.
Golf on the road in Philly or San Fran would be a absolute disaster. That's from Mike.
Right, which is why, if you want me to believe in you, give me a reason. Win Saturday. I've told you from the start, win the division, win home playoff game. That had nothing to do with going to a Super Bowl. If you want to have those conversations, you're going to have to go to Dallas. When their back's against the wall, they got to win, wounded animal, and you're going to have to be the first team to beat them in Dallas this year. You do that, you have arguably 2 of the 3 or 2 of the 4 most impressive wins across the league of the year. In Kansas City, in Dallas. Do it. You got to earn the right to talk that way. Let's go over to Glenn, 97.1. Glenn, what's going on, bud? How are you?
Hey, doing pretty good. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I just want to say, based on how that defense played, pretty concerned. However, I think the only shot of the Lions advancing past the first round is if it lines up the way I feel like it might, with San Fran at 1, Philly at 2, the Lions are getting the 3rd spot no matter what, because Tampa Bay, I think, already has 7 losses. So, and I think the Rams are going to lose the last week against the Niners, because I think whoever the Rams play, they're going to upset in the first round. I'm just calling that right now. The way Stafford looks, their defense playing okay, I don't have anything to do with that. Because if I have to watch Stafford come into Ford Field and win, I cannot mentally handle that right now. So,
I don't want to think about it right now because so much could happen between now and then. But I understand both you and Kenny's sentiment.
Based on the fact the Niners lost, they now have to win out to guarantee the number 1 seed. And they play the Rams last week. So that means the Lions would play most likely Seattle, and I'd rather play Seattle twice than play the Rams for the first time. So if that happens, I think the Rams would upset. I think the Rams will go into Philly and upset them. I genuinely believe that. Long story short, the Lions will have to pretty much get these optimal scenarios where each team plays each other more than once. If the Rams beat Philly, then the Rams would go to the Niners. And I think if they play them 3 times in a year, the Rams might win one of them. And then that would be the best TV in the history of the NFL. Have the Lions play the Rams in the NFC title game.
All right. I mean, Glenn, let's start here.
Just saying,
win your home playoff game. You don't want a piece of the Rams. I'd rather play Tampa or I'd rather play Seattle. I agree with you totally. I'd rather play Minnesota again. I don't care. Just not the Rams.
If this happens, if the way I'm saying this happens, and they can beat Seattle, by the time that second division game is back, or they're playing that division round, McNeil should be in, Gardner Johnson should be there, and I'm hoping to God James Houston is at this point is there, because Hutchinson is a completely different player with the guy across from him, because this year he's been nothing.
Yeah,
it
has to be
the fact that teams are doubling, tripling, chipping him. He's not good enough to beat that. But if he has Houston on the other side, this is a different defense.
Yeah.
They just have nothing.
That's got to be priority 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 this offseason. They've got to get a bookend the other side, Aiden. It's the only way they're going to be able to go long term and make real runs at a Super Bowl. It's frustrating to say the least watching this D-line a lot of times. Let's go to Alan, 97.1. What's up, Alan? How are you, buddy?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good, Alan. What's up?
No, just I got to go back to the reaction of my family when we were all in the house watching that game. So everybody in the house there were in Lions gear, brothers, sisters, everybody over on Christmas Eve, and they were losing their mind. And I'm like, I'm in the thing. I'm like losing my mind. And then all of a sudden, like, bam, interception, just did it. And it was remarkable. My whole house turned from same old Lions into we just won the NFC North. And it was crazy.
When that ball was in the air, true or false? I mean, you felt like not like this.
It was to Justin Jefferson. I had a heart attack.
Yeah. Jefferson on like 4th and 50 had already done it to you, and you're like, oh, not again. Not again.
Yeah, because right after where Kaminsky could have dropped on the ball and just ended it, then you go to that play, and then it's thrown to Jefferson. Like Jefferson, the last time he caught the ball, it was in double coverage, and he caught it, no problem. And you're like, oh, shit, man, we're going to lose by one.
Oh, language. Boy, I'll tell you, happy holidays. That's 5 callers I've had to drop today. And none of the language is at me. I can't even be mad. People are just cutting loose between the Goris calls and now the Lions. I mean, Kenny, people are getting very comfortable. They're just very comfortable talking to me.
On the calls, on the text, keep it classy, people.
Yeah, well, especially with the Goris ones. I mean, come on. Now, you damn well know what you can and can't say now. Behave yourselves. Let's go to Julian. Actually, hold on. We'll keep it timely. I don't want to see Kenny yell at Beanie again. He can't even do his updates. We don't have time for you. I'm going to tell David about your behavior when he comes back. Wow, this holiday season, tons of options at FanDuel. They got more ways to play. If you're a new user, $5 bet, get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 wager. And when I say more ways to play, I mean, if you are sitting around and you start scrolling these NFL games, wow, you can go down a rabbit hole. Spreads, player props, over-unders, they got stuff I've never even heard of. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, the official partner of 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem? 1-800-270-7117. And you heard the promo. Oh, it is our full intention to get to it a bunch. Now, it's weird because you play Monday on a holiday. So we're going to have to do some preemptive stuff. We're not going to get a chance to really walk you up to the game. But the Michigan-Bama thing, I can't wait. That's as good of a football game as you're going to get. I think the idea that it's a 1-point spread basically tells you where I'm at. I think anybody calling for this thing to be a clown car one way or the other, just they're talking how they want it to be, not how it is. I'm not ready to crown Bama and turn them into Bama of old. Have they consistently gotten better? Yes. Did they also almost lose to Auburn? Yep. And for Michigan, I don't think you're as good as last year, but that may not matter because this thing's way more open than last year. How much of Michigan's real? How much is mirage? You know, how much is you didn't need to do a whole lot to win the Big Ten, so you didn't show a whole lot? Would it shock me if McCarthy came out and went 24 out of 30 and cut Bama apart? No, nothing would shock me. I don't know that because I watched Quinn Ewers do it. I watched Quinn Ewers go down to Tuscaloosa and do it. I don't know, but I am beyond fascinated. I think they've got really good television with Michigan, Bama, and Texas and UW. And I'll probably spite bet UW one more time. I'm probably going to spite bet UW. And then when Rico's not looking, right to the spine. But we'll get to it. Lions today, and a lot of if you missed the start of the show, and maybe I'll reset it at 5, but Tom Gores, I've done this since I was 20. So I've done this for 23 years. I've done it with you guys since January 1st of 2004. I have never seen a team try harder to bury the fact that the owner talked than the Pistons. A Friday night at midnight news dump that Tom Gores spoke, I've never seen it. Ever. But the answers he gave were as offensive as anything you could imagine. I have always comped him to being a character out of Succession. That he's just not a serious person. I mean, he's rich, but that doesn't make him smart. He's rich, but it doesn't mean anybody respects you. I mean, William Clay Ford was rich. Nobody respected him. Like, Tom Gores is a caricature of an owner. Like, if you've seen the show Brockmire, that's a caricature of an announcer. Great show if you've never watched it. This man's a caricature. That's all he is. His answer about you guys chanting sell the team was amazing, but it was only to be outdone by the fact that he's apparently talking rotations with Monty Williams. And he's promising changes are coming, but he just doesn't know what yet. We're about 2 weeks ahead of you guys. Are you now? Because I told you this thing was a joke, and I started the sell the team movement when they were 12 games into the losing streak. What are we doing here? So I can reset it in the 5. 248-539-9797. The Lions topic is simple. That ball still feels like it's in the air for Mullins. I was terrified until I wasn't, but it was a sense of relief. I'm incredibly happy for you guys. I'm happy for Kenny, Tuxedo, Luxury Suite. But now that the afterglow has faded and we can just talk, you better play a whole hell of a lot better. You plan on winning a playoff game. Because it ain't going to be Nick Mullins and 4 turnovers handed to you. It's going to be something a little bit different. So for the day, plenty good. No problem. Win by 1 or 100. But in the big picture, which is what people want to talk about as you head towards the Dallas game, if you want the big picture discussion, I'm going to need you to go ahead and win Saturday. That is entrance to the club. That's your cover charge. You win Saturday, you get to talk Super Bowl. You don't win Saturday, I'm not interested in hearing it. That's kind of the rules for me. I want to see it. I can't wait between Saturday night with Lions and Cowboys and then the Michigan game. It's theater. You're going to get in a 72-hour period 4 if you count Baltimore, Miami, but you're going to get 3 incredible TV games between your playoff stuff and Lions and Cowboys. I mean, it is as good as it gets. And you might see the Pistons lose Saturday night, too, and keep it going. We're getting to 30, baby. Exactly. 248-539-9797. Kenny, you want to read some of the ticket text, and we'll reset everything top of the hour?
You know what's different about this team? This team under Holmes and Campbell is a brotherhood. They would run through a brick wall and dive on a grenade for each other.
Yeah. And again, I'm happy for Dan Campbell. I don't have to love everything he does all the time, but I don't think Dan Campbell's a bad guy. I've never thought he was a bad guy. But that guy was 1-6 and about 3 weeks from maybe losing his gig. He was sitting at about, 4-20 as head coach, and we talked about it. If you don't start winning games, there's never been a coach with a winning percentage this low to ever be given a third year. And they turned it around, and they got hot. And all of a sudden, you go, okay, it's working. For him to see it through, yeah. And I love the postgame stuff. I love the fact he was emotional about this. I love the fact that the players, the old guard, guys like Taylor Decker, I feel like there is a human element to this. I think a lot of times people think I'm some kind of monster where it's just no, there is still a human element. When people accomplish things, I'll always respect people who suffered to do it versus the high-price free agent who just joins a big team, a.k.a. Kevin Durant. Yeah, you won the titles, and I'm not mad about it, but I don't have to respect you the way that I respect guys like a Taylor Decker or a Ragnow or some of the OGs here who, dude, Decker basically got conditioned to having a new coach and a new coordinator every 24 months. Oh, and by the way, losing constantly. Losing, surgery, new coaches, new scheme. More losing, more surgery, more coaches. That was his life. Now, finally, they get to see it through. Yeah, I can be happy for a human being.
More on culture. Somebody texted and said, Dan Campbell's culture from the very beginning, he would always use the word culture. Now we're finally seeing a little bit of what he was talking about.
Yes. Yeah, and I think they're built for the long haul. Just because I don't think you're winning the Super Bowl this year doesn't mean I don't have great respect for what you've done. I bought in before you guys did. Kenny was in on the ground floor of the movement. Come on.
Wasn't our expectation, though, at the beginning of the season, make the playoffs, win a playoff game, a home playoff game?
Bang.
And that's what we wanted.
And I still and they did one of them so far, and I'm picking them to win the playoff game. Of course I will.
And if they beat Dallas, you're allowed to move the goalposts over to maybe this team is in that next echelon that we haven't talked about so very much recently.
Right, but I have a right not to move those goalposts yet. We are not that far removed from people panicking about a bad month of football. And I didn't love the way they played. They did enough to win, but I didn't love the way they played against Minnesota.
And before they were panicking, though, it was Super Bowl again. It went from Super Bowl to panic.
People are not used to this.
No.
This is a new experience. All right? Remember the first time you got drunk, Kenny? It was a whole new world. This is new for Lions fans. They can't even feel their face right now. They don't know what's happening.
Did you hear what happened on the show yesterday with Costa?
No.
People were calling in saying they'd rather have the 2 seed than the 1 seed for some reason because they figured it would align better matchup-wise as a 2 seed. This is the type of thing you're talking about.
Wait a minute. And Jim allowed this?
Jim body bagged the people that tried to do it.
Okay, good.
But it was hilarious to watch Lions fans mentally. Yeah, you can't do that.
By the way, Kenny, we got to get that kid a little lesson in how to clean up his beard, how to shave.
Oh, there's problems?
He looks homeless. He's unkept. I mean, he just lets it grow like weeds. I'm like, Jim, you got to shape it a little bit, buddy. It's okay. I mean, we got a deal coming up with Cash the Ticket. We got a new sponsor. They sell razors. I go, now, are they going to teach you? Or do me and Evan have to teach you how to use one of these?
But he's on video for this Cash the Ticket. You might want to clean it up.
That's my whole point.
Just saying.
Well, teach him. At least you get a lineup every couple of weeks.
You have to. Otherwise, I guess you look like Jim.
I also appreciated us bombing you while you weren't here and knowing you were listening. It was tremendous. 248-539-9797. We're going to get your calls, reset everything. Rieger may make a guest appearance. He's all about the Pistons. He's big into it. 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The NFC North champion Lions, that has a nice ring to it, are back at practice in Allen Park today, getting ready for their Saturday night showdown at Dallas. Bad news, though. Left tackle Taylor Decker did not participate today due to a groin issue. Backup tight end Brock Wright was the only other Lion with limited participation. He was out today with a hip injury. Staying in the NFL, 3 quarterbacks lost their starting gigs today. The Commanders have benched second-year player Sam Howell for veteran Jacoby Brissett. The Giants are staying with Tyrod Taylor after handing him the reins from Tommy DeVito at halftime of Monday Night Football. And the biggest change, the Broncos are sitting Russell Wilson for the rest of 2023, going with Jared Stidham instead. If it's the end of the Russ era in Denver, it'll be expensive. Next year is the first of the 5-year, $242 million extension the Broncos signed him to after they acquired him from Seattle in 2022. Wilson, who will be 36 next year, will cost Denver a $35.4 million dead cap hit next season if he's released after June 1st. That was the Broncos general manager on the line with us. Or a $50 million charge in 2025. 4 bowl games on today, including the Military Bowl, which is underway right now amid a monsoon in Annapolis. Virginia Tech leads Tulane 41-20 with about 8 minutes left. And the Red Wings are desperate to break out of their funk. They've lost 8 out of 10, taking on a Wild team who's won 3 in a row and 6 out of 7. You can hear it tonight on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame starts at 7:45. I'm Beanie Howell. More at 5 or at 97.1theticket.com.
All right, good to have you. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to split the difference in the 5 o'clock. Lions, obviously, the good. Win the NFC North. Make good on the promise I made for almost a year. But now the real work begins. It's about winning a playoff game. And they've got seeding on the line. Saturday, I think you're going to get destroyed. I don't want that to happen, but this is a really bad setup for you. Back-to-back on the road. Cowboys get to come home off 2 losses. You're high on your own supply. Your Nona's been telling you how special you are winning the North. You win this game against Dallas Saturday, you can call and talk Super Bowl. And I'll fight Rico tooth and nail if he makes fun of you. But if you lose the game, I think we stick to the plan of win a playoff game. So I'd love to know what the celebration was like. I'd love to know if you were as nervous as I was or more so. I was terrified for you guys. I was watching the game with my dad, and we were both like, don't do this to these people. Please, not like this. And then Mullins cuts it loose, and I go, oh, no. And it was just like a blue flash. And you're like, I can't believe it. It didn't happen. This is good. But it was relief more than ecstasy. But that's for me. You know, I'm not a born and bred Lions fan. Maybe the ecstasy of, look, Kenny's been alive 30 years. He'd never seen a division title. Cookies, same deal. For me, it was relief. For you, it might be different. The other thing we talked about, and I'm not going to do as grandiose and open as I did, but cowardly Tom Gores. I mean, a teleconference with select media on a Friday night? I mean, what was it, 6 p.m. in L.A., which means it's a 9 p.m. Friday night, 11 p.m. release, and you do a limited Q&A? Tell me you don't want people to know you talk to the media without telling me. Like, his answers were, I've often said it. I mean, it's like, I love the show Succession, and I love how the kids are all rich and think they're smart and think they're respected, but the reality is they're neither. They're just rich. That's Tom Gores. He's a character out of Succession. Oh, you can be wealthy. That doesn't make you smart. And you can be wealthy. It doesn't mean people respect you. Tom Gores, to me, made it pretty clear he doesn't respect you. Because when he answered the question about the fans chanting sell the team, there were 2 ways to answer it, the right way and the wrong way. He chose the wrong way. He said it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous thought. Because aside from winning, he's done a lot of good things, including for the community. And, quote, we're doing multi-billion-dollar deals in Detroit. Yeah. Check the footnotes. Those deals are for business. That's not to better people's life. That's for you to make money. Now, you want to tell me that because you bought some homeless kid a bike I'm supposed to care about you? Wrong. Because first of all, if you just wanted to be a good guy and donate, you do it silently. You don't need the PR. You don't need the propaganda. People who brag about charity are low life forms. You don't brag about it. You just do it. Frankly, the real ones just do it and do it anonymously. He was absurd. If he had gone to a podium, he didn't even have the guts to show up to his own arena. Oh, wait, it's not his arena. He's a renter, a nice sublet. But my point is, if he had just said, guys, I'm not selling the team, respect, but yeah, I'm furious and I'm embarrassed and I never imagined it would go this poorly and I'm firing people and I'm going to do everything in my power and spend whatever it takes to try to give you guys a winner. All right? Try to stick with me on it. Do you think the response would be different today? Of course it would. He talked about changes. One problem. He couldn't name a single change. Said he's not getting rid of Troy. You didn't hear Arn tell him get fired this weekend. And you know Monty's not going anywhere. Then what changes? What, are you going to fire a pretzel vendor? Then Shams Charania report today, and Shams is plugged in as Woj. The real Woj, not our Woj. And said the Pistons are shopping for a power forward, and they want Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby, Miles Bridges, or Tobias Harris. What? Siakam's an unrestricted free agent, currently making $38 million. You think he's re-signing here? Oh, by the way, you ever ask yourself, if he's so sweet, why haven't the Raptors paid him? Second of all, Anunoby has a player option for $17 million next year. Do you think Anunoby's representatives will have him opt into that money? Or go to free agency and make twice that? Tobias Harris? He's not re-signing here. And Miles Bridges? Go ahead and take that PR hit at 2-28. And then bring in that guy. You don't believe me? Do the Google. You're going to allow Troy Weaver, who constructed a 2-28 team, to go shopping. Fun note. I read an article, West Coast newspaper. Do you know what they're floating that the Kings would offer for Siakam? Do you know what it would take? Harrison Barnes, Kevin Huerter, and a first-round pick in 26. That's 2 of their starting 5 to get Siakam. What do you think you're giving up? You ready to give up a Seward Thompson? Who are you giving up? I mean, Bogey would be salary filler, maybe one of your dead body centers. But the Knicks already have your second-round pick this year, and they're getting your first-round pick in one of the next 3 years. We're on planet Nebular that this guy is allowing Troy Weaver to make trades. So if you want the full breakdown, Odyssey.com rewind. But Goris he's a caricature of an owner. It's clown behavior. Hey, I bought a poor kid a trumpet. Nobody cares. Win games. Outside of the winning, I've done a lot of good. Have you? Like what? Here's an idea. You've been the singular worst owner in the NBA over the course of 13 years. No one's lost more games. Dude, we don't care that you bought poor kids' toys and then publicized it. And even more, your billion-dollar developments in this town, they're not for us. They're for you. Unless you want to open your books and show me that you're taking a zero-sum gain on those things, which we know you're not. So please, kindly be quiet. Acting like you're some kind of Pied Piper for the city of Detroit. Man, get the hell out of here. Everything you do, your company's name is Platinum Equity. You do private equity deals. Sorry, I don't associate people like that with being the most generous human beings. It's all about ROI. Remember when you bought the team, Tom, and you bragged about how you've made much larger financial commitments than the one you're making here for 3.25? I remember. It told me this didn't mean a lot to you. All this was, from the very time he bought this team, was a way to weasel his way into the city of Detroit so he could get some of that sweet, sweet bread that Gilbert and Illich were making. Bet. As Santaono likes to say. We'll get to your phone calls next. You have my word on that. 97.1. When your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. You need it now. It's Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for 40 years. They're going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, it's your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical, you name it. They got it. They can't get to you same day. They'll take $100 off that next day service call. Visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, straight to the people. And we go to Adam, who's up next on the ticket. Adam, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. What's going on?
Don't want to talk about the Pistons. Don't want to talk about Stafford coming back to town. All I want is your professional medical opinion that if I lay out however much it's going to take to get into this first playoff game, in Detroit in 30 years, am I going to be driving home with permanent hearing damage, and whether or not that risk is worth it?
Well, I mean, what are you asking me? Like, should you go to the game? I mean, yes, but it also, you have to factor in, like, do you have an in for tickets, or are you going to be going open market?
I'm going open market, but my point is more or less, how loud do you think that place is going to be? Like, are we challenging
Arrowhead Stadium,
CenturyLink or Seattle for
it'll be
the loudest environment ever?
It'll be Arrowhead Stadium, the third down when D Ford was lined up offsides. I think it'll be airplane jet engine loud. I think it's going to be chaos. It's going to be all time good.
Yeah.
I mean, Adam, here's the deal. This is what I always tell people. It is not my place to tell you to buy or not to buy tickets. I also don't get hung up on the bucket list stuff. Like, bucket list items, it's hard to put a price on it. Like, if I'm a Michigan fan and they beat Bama, I don't want to hear about what it costs to go to the title game, because that's not a normal occurrence. That's something that happens once a generation. And if you have the money and you choose it's that important to you, do it. But don't put yourself, I'll put it this way. If you got to put it on the credit card, you don't have the money, no, don't do it. But if you got the cash and it's important to you, go. Because it took you 30 years to get here, Adam. You don't want to sit here and act like you're going to be back every year. There's nothing guaranteed. Hell yeah, go to the game.
So, yeah, I had a buddy who was a Raiders fan, and when they played that playoff game in Cincinnati a couple of years ago, he talked me into meeting them there, and that environment was great. I just can't imagine how a home playoff game in Detroit is going to be.
It's going to be, I think, one of the outside of a Pistons finals game or a Red Wing Stanley Cup clinch, maybe that magical night when Maglio sent the Tigers to the World Series. I think it's going to be one of those nights. And if you call yourself a big Lions fan and you have the money to spend, it's going to cost you. I mean, Kenny, what do you think it's going to cost to get in that building?
You're talking nosebleeds just to get in?
$500 for a nosebleed.
$500 for a nosebleed.
$1,000 for median.
Oh, my goodness.
And then lower bowl between the 20s, up from there. Kenny, it's going to be the hottest ticket in maybe 10 years locally.
Yeah, when was the last time we could actually go to an event of this magnitude in the city?
Tigers World Series?
Tigers World Series, probably. I don't count the Pistons playoff games.
But it's not the NFL. The NFL's different. And when a fan base has been this starved, but if you've got the money and it's important to you, you know what? Here's my viewpoint on it too. I had this conversation. It's like, you spend time with your family and it's like, none of the things we do in this world really matter. We kid ourselves that these things matter, but none of the possessions, the things that are aspirational, they don't mean anything. So it's the moments you get to spend with people you care about. Like I was on a mission to get my dad to the Rose Bowl in 2013. It meant something. It had to matter. So how many Lions fans have that kind of story? And this playoff game is going to represent that moment to them. Spend what you got to spend. Because in the end, when that person's gone or you don't get the opportunity again, that money ain't going to replace that memory. It's just not. And it's not vanity. It's not like you're doing it for the gram. But, like, think about it. If you're Kenny's age, I mean, My dad, 30 years ago, 1993, my dad was 38 years old. I'm currently 43. Think about that. My father was 5 years younger than I am right now, the last time you guys won that division. So if you've waited that long, man, you don't need to call a radio show to ask me if you should go. If you got the capability to go, go. Because regret, I don't care what it costs you to go. That money ain't going to take away the regret.
And we got an answer for you, by the way. The cheapest ticket in the house, over $600.
I said $500 for cheapest.
So close.
$6.
Yep.
Median average will be $1,000. And then if you have any designs on getting lower bowl, you're basically going to be buying a singular seat to the Kentucky Derby. Basically, the Derby, they sell Oaks tickets with the Derby, 2-day pass. Boxes are 6 seats. So per seat is about $2,500 for a really good seat, maybe $3,000. You're buying a Derby ticket if you want to go between the 20s lower bowl.
I wonder how that compares to market value for a ticket any other city in this game.
This will blow the doors off of it.
I believe it.
This is going to be a Super Bowl.
There's people like us, people like me that have heard my whole life they're never going to win anything. You're never going to see a playoff game in Ford Field. There's
Kenny,
people like me that will spend that money to get in
You're not going to have to. I'm getting you to that game. I've made you that promise for a year. You're going. Full stop.
Don't get my hopes up, Mike.
No, there's no hope. You're going. Okay? Now, I'm not offering you a +1, but you're going. I will get you there. Don't do this whole, I was wondering if I could bring my... The key is, can we get Rico to go? Let's go to Spencer, Birmingham, 97.1. What's up, Spence? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, Mike.
Afternoon.
The first time I ever spoke to you, I told you, it was about a week ago, I told you, I don't like you. I love you. And I told you, man, people don't understand the jewel that they have here. Because when you talk about Chicago, when you talk about New York, whether it's Mad Cow, you go out to, with Jim Rome, people don't understand to have a person that's been in this community for 20 years to do the types of things you've done, from Terry Foster to Rico, to do the type of diatribe you just did 10 minutes ago, that is legendary.
Spencer, I'm a big believer, this industry is headed the wrong direction. So many people are bought and paid for. Just say what needs to be said and be honest about it. I mean, Spencer, the man has the lowest winning percentage in the National Basketball Association over the last 13 years. You got to just say it. His answers to those questions, Spencer, they were offensive.
Mike, can I say this, please?
Sure.
When people don't understand, Platinum Equity was created in 1995. His largest acquisition was the acquisition of the Detroit Pistons in 2008, when Karen Davison, in the height of a financial crisis, shouldn't have sold that team that included an arena itself that was valued at $200 million. She sold it to him for $325 million. That has allowed him in the last 13 years to go from a net worth that was below $1 billion to now a net worth, because of once you're included into that NBA echelon of ownership, and I wasn't saying he wasn't acquiring companies with platinum equity that made him a very rich man, but he wasn't a billionaire. Now he's worth over $9 billion, potentially $10 billion, and that was obviously related to an acquisition into a club that ushered him to a very elite membership.
Correct.
And more importantly, and what the most important thing, Mike, when I looked at online interviews of his acquisition of other companies, he either had the current CEO that was going to be retained, the chief financial officers, the chief operating officers, or those that were going to replace them be open to interviews. For him to have an interview by himself without Troy Weaver, without Arm Tellem, after 8 or 9 months of abject silence by his leadership team for an entity that's worth $1.3 billion, as you so articulately said, to do it at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on a Friday, a news dump, He would have never done that for any other acquisition.
Right.
And Mike, because of the nature of my business, there's no other city that had a 0-16 team that at the time was the worst NFL record ever. And you now match that with a team that is 2-27, the worst record ever. And I spoke to friends in Germany that love basketball, Japan, Australia, Italy, Great Britain.
Let me further your point. I want to further Spencer, and I appreciate it. And I appreciate you calling in on this stuff. But let me further his point about Platinum Equity. This is part of my problem with Tom Gores. Do you know what Platinum Equity's portfolio represents? Over $47 billion of assets. The Pistons represent how much of that? I mean, at best, you could get 1.5 for them. They don't have a building. You are such a fractional piece. How could this guy really tell you he cares? He doesn't live here. He doesn't show up. He has no clue how to structurally put together an organization in a basketball sense. All right? We're not talking about some of these other businesses. All right? We're not talking jailhouse telephones. We're talking about a basketball team. He has routinely tried to spend his way to success and hiring the wrong people at every turn. Every turn. How many coaches has he fired? How many GMs has he gone through? Why the hell is Arn Tellem here? And we're bringing in 9 of his former clients. Why? Why are we allowing Arn Tellem to hire his son to be head of player personnel? Why? Why is Troy Weaver still here? I don't care what you do by day. You are inept in this arena. And when I tell you the man's responsible with Platinum Equity, which the name is on your court, he's got $47 billion in assets to manage with Platinum Equity. How important, again, in the day-to-day operations are the Detroit Pistons? Ask yourself that question. And by his answer, not very. Sorry, didn't mean to go on a tangent there, Kenny, but Spencer made a good point, and I wanted to make it better for him. Merry Christmas. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. No, they don't move $47 billion in Trex decking, but they do move enough to cover 26 football fields. They will introduce you to a Trex Certified Pro. They'll get you the products you need when you need them at the price you want them. And look, I know that sounds like, well, whoop-de-doo, but no, seriously. Try ordering things. You know the lead times, the wait times. It's impossible. Not with Northville. They just get it done. They have it in their warehouse. You buy product, you get product. And they'll introduce you to a Trex Certified Pro. So all you need to do, call Northville Lumber today. Or just go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Bad injury news for the NFC North champs. Left tackle Taylor Decker did not participate at practice for the Lions today, dealing with a groin issue. Backup tight end Brock Wright was the only other Lion limited in Allen Park today, that thanks to a hip injury. Detroit is preparing for its Saturday night showdown at Dallas. The Lions aim to hold serve in the chase for the NFC's top seed and lone first-round bye. That's something ESPN says Detroit has just an 8% chance at earning. One bowl game final already in college football today. Virginia Tech beat Tulane 41-20 in the Military Bowl. 3 more yet to come today. Next up, North Carolina and West Virginia in the Duke's Mayo Bowl. And Mark Cuban officially is no longer the majority owner of the Dallas Mavericks. The NBA Board of Governors today unanimously approved the sale of the franchise to Las Vegas Sands Corp. Cuban purchased the Mavs for $285 million in the year 2000. He's selling them for a reported $3.5 to $4 billion. But in an unconventional twist, Cuban will reportedly retain 27% ownership of the franchise, as well as control of basketball operations. It's a long play by Vegas Sands, which has invested heavily in lobbying Texas lawmakers to legalize gambling. If/when they do, Sands plans to build a Vegas-style resort and casino in the Metroplex area, which would include an arena for the Mavericks. I'm Beanie Howell. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, tomorrow night we have breaking news. The Pistons are 18.5-point underdogs in Boston. You may need some Old Nation for that broadcast. Maybe a little Boss Tweed, 9.3 ABV. That'll hit like a hammer. Just get involved and really indulge in the Pistons losing. Old Nation, a complete lineup, great beers, whether it's the B43, M43, which put them on the map. They've even got the new Grapefruit series. They got it all. And yes, the Boss Tweed. They got a beer for every occasion. Check out oldnationbrewing.com, a top 15 brewery by Untapped. 97 overall score on several of their beers on Beer Advocate. It's Old Nation Brewing. As always, 21 and up. Please drink responsibly. All right. Tomorrow we'll turn our attention definitely. More Lions, Cowboys. Take a little break from the Pistons. By the way, the Pistons tomorrow night in Boston. This may be the first time in my life before New Year's I've ever seen a 20-point spread in the National Basketball Association. The Pistons open up as 18.5-point underdogs. That line could easily touch 20.
Not so fast. I have breaking Celtics news.
They're sitting everybody.
According to Mark D'Amico, Long injury list for the C's tomorrow night. Brown, questionable low back contusion. Svi, probable left heel contusion. Lamar Stevens, probable an illness. Tatum, questionable left ankle sprain management.
If they sit a bunch of people.
Oh, and by the way, Brissett, also questionable with an illness. Illness going through the Celtics.
If they sit a bunch of people and they lose to these idiots, I'm going to be furious. Come on now. I don't want to hear about how the Celtics backups could win. Play the game, drop a bomb on this team, win by 40, and move on.
You need 41 from Cade just to keep it close. Playing against the team that you just played against.
Just give me one.
I'm not going to.
Just give me one of Tatum or Brown. Give me KP. Give me Drew Holiday. Even our little try-hard Pritchard. Like, come on, just go play the game. Give me Al Horford out of a tomb.
Like, what do you want? What do you need? When will you be satisfied from the losing?
If it got to like 35 games.
35, you're going to be like, okay, take me away.
I think something
okay
like
with
2
it.
and 36. Yeah. And we would have done kids' night at LCA where David's Church brings 100 kids and sell the team T-shirts. I think once we got to that point, Weaver'd be fired. There'd be no other way out. League would step in.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about that.
The league would step in.
But I don't
they stepped
think
in on the process. And they'll step in here. They'll say, look, we're not going to make you sell this team. You have to fire these people. You must.
Isn't it wild that they're competing and trying to take down the process team that wasn't even trying to win?
Correct.
I mean, they flat out had no talent on the court.
That's why the Pistons are far more egregious.
Oh, I agree. It's insane.
I also think if you lose enough games in a row, you might see Monty just go, you know what? I'm out.
Leave all that money on the table.
He didn't need the money in the first place.
You know, Monty so far has gotten paid $6.5 million a win.
Correct. Yeah. My point is he didn't need the money in the first place.
I agree. He's got to be, every day, he's got to be thinking to himself, why? Yeah. If I could just go back in time and say no, I don't care how much you want to pay me.
No, you can. I mean, this whole idea like he's beholden to that money. Well, I'm sorry. Did I miss the part where he's going to be like running a 3-card Monty table on a street corner if he doesn't coach here?
I like
he
the play on
never
words,
needed
but
the
no,
money.
I agree with you. I agree. But now you're in. I got to believe.
He could go television, make 4 or 5 a year, be all set, no issue. Take care of his family business.
Could you really walk away in the middle of this, though? You got to wait for it to be over.
People walk away from stuff all the time. Life is way more than money, man. I'm sorry. Like, if they're 2 and 36, dude, you asked me, like, when would I throw the damn towel?
When are you satisfied?
I'd say, like, 35 straight losses.
I
don't think it's going to happen, though. They're going to beat somebody.
Is it ironic to you at all that it took a 26-game losing skid for the most electric atmosphere we've seen in 15 years?
I'm amazed.
Like, honestly.
I'm amazed at certain fans, like, down there decked out in Pistons garb, really wanting them to win. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but they flip quickly. See, that's the thing. I think they want them to win, but as soon as they lost, they made sure to get their sell the team chance going.
Oh, I'm proud of the people.
Yeah.
Keep voicing
louder yesterday than they were the first time on Thursday.
We need a loss to Boston. And then the Toronto game becomes theater as your Lions commercial break entertainment. Because if they lose that game,
then they set the record.
Don't they start the West Coast swing after that?
They do. Yeah.
You just hate to see it.
They go after that game. It gets very difficult.
Houston, right?
Yeah, they play Jalen Green and company. Let's see, Raptors. You start January with at the Rockets on New Year's Day.
Yep.
That's an 8:00 game right
Keep
after
going.
Michigan beats Bama. Then you go to Utah 2 days later, and Lauri Markkanen, I got to believe, will play that game.
Yep.
And then you go to Golden State 2 days after that.